Chapter 244. Chapter 244, Ditian Auction House. 549690339. Alright, we'll continue the challenge 3 days later. The judge revealed a happy smile and cupped his fists in all directions. Everyone, the day after tomorrow will be the day of the grand auction that the Ditian Auction House holds once every half a year. I hope that everyone can attend it. The challenges for today will end here. An auction. Lu Ming was stunned and he showed a look of interest. Then he walked down the fighting ring. Big brother Tianyun, I'm starting to admire you more and more. Do your best in 3 days. When that time comes, you'll break the record of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun and your name will shake the entire Blazing Sun Empire. As soon as he got off the fighting ring, Ming Feng ran over impatiently and said excitedly. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Among the 6 heroes, the other 5 had won 4 consecutive victories across 2 levels, while Qiu Changkong had won 7 consecutive victories across 2 levels. Could he break through? To be honest, Lu Ming was not confident. Sometimes, it also depended on luck. If one was 2 levels higher and encountered geniuses on the level of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun, it would be difficult to win. Lu Ming shook his head and did not think too much about it. The 3 of them left the arena and walked towards the General Star Hall. Big brother Tianyun, the Ditian auction will be held the day after tomorrow. Do you want to go? Ming Feng asked. Of course I'm going, Lu Ming said with a smile. Then let's go together. I'll call my sister. Ming Feng said. Lu Ming nodded. He pondered for a moment and said, Ming Cheng, Ming Feng, you guys go back first. I still have something to do. All right. Ming Cheng and Ming Feng nodded and returned to the General Star Hall. Lu Ming walked towards the market. The Ditian auction could be considered as one of the side businesses of the Ditian Battle Arena. It was not held frequently and was usually held once every half a year. However, many precious treasures would appear every time. Lu Ming was also rather tempted. However, he had less than 200,000 spiritual crystals on him now, which was too little. If he found a treasure that he liked and didn't have enough spiritual crystals to buy it, he would be vomiting blood. Therefore, Lu Ming planned to sell all the miscellaneous items he had on him. He had all kinds of smithing materials, spiritual herbs, pills, spiritual weapons, and many cultivation methods and martial arts techniques on him. They piled up into mountains and Lu Ming had no use for them. He planned to sell them all. After arriving at the market, Lu Ming went into each shop and sold a portion of the goods. 3 hours later, Lu Ming had sold all the items. He had sold those things for a total of 300,000 spiritual crystals. In addition to the spiritual crystals he had on him before, he had almost 500,000 spiritual crystals. 500,000 yuan should be enough. After that, Lu Ming returned to the dormitory. The next day, a piece of news spread wildly in the imperial capital. The unparalleled genius of the General Stars Hall, Tianyun, will be challenging a person 2 levels above him at the Ditian Battle Arena. He has the hope of breaking the record of the 6 Scorching Sun heroes. This news caused a huge commotion the moment it spread. Challenge the record of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun? No one had been able to do it in the past few years. Countless people were discussing and guessing. Naturally, Lu Ming had also heard the news. The first thing that came to Lu Ming's mind was the Ditian Battle Arena. This news was definitely released by the Ditian Battle Arena. There was no other reason other than to let more people go and watch the battle 3 days later. How many spiritual crystals could the Ditian Battle Arena earn in that case? Lu Ming smiled bitterly. This Ditian Battle Arena was too good at seizing opportunities to make money. However, Lu Ming did not care. A day passed by quickly. The next day, Lu Ming, Ming Chen, Ming Feng, and Ming Zhu headed to the Ditian auction house. The Ditian auction house wasn't far from the Ditian Battle Arena. Young Master Tianyun, you are a distinguished guest. Please follow me to the guest room. The moment Lu Ming's group of 4 arrived at the Ditian auction house, an incomparably beautiful young lady welcomed them. VIP room? The 4 of them were stunned. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He guessed that this was the doing of the Detian martial arts arena. Of course, he would not reject it. The four of them followed the young lady and arrived at a VIP room. The Detian auction house was divided into two parts. One was the main hall, which was where the ordinary bidders Saturday. On the second floor above the main hall, there were rooms for distinguished guests surrounding the main hall. In the VIP room, the environment was elegant and there were tea, fruits, and snacks. It was comfortable and quiet. Those who could enter the VIP room represented their status. The four of them entered VIP room number 7. They sat in the VIP room and looked outside through the glass. There were at least 50,000 people in the hall. Furthermore, the number of people was still increasing. So many people. Ming Feng looked outside excitedly. The treasure later is the most important. Even if we can't afford it, it's still good to broaden our horizons. Mingzhu said with a smile. She looked at Lu Ming with a complicated expression. She knew that if it were not for Lu Ming, how would the three of them be qualified to enter the VIP room? Half a year ago, she had also been here, but only in the hall. After a moment, an old man in a white robe walked up to the high platform in front of the hall. The hall fell silent. I am Du Ji, the host of this auction. Thank you all for coming. Now, the auction will officially begin. First, let's bring out the first item of the day. The white-robed old man said in a clear voice. Then, a beautiful woman with a curvy figure brought out a jade plate. On the jade plate, there was a piece of red metal. Everyone, I'm sure you've already seen that this is a piece of red rock spirit iron, the best material to forge a level 4 spiritual weapon. The starting price is 10,000 spiritual crystals, and each increment must be no less than 1,000 spiritual crystals. Du Ji announced. 10,000 crystals? So expensive. Ming Feng was secretly speechless. This is a material that can be used to forge 4th-level spiritual weapons, so of course it's expensive. Mingzhu said. As Du Ji's voice fell, someone immediately made a bid. I bid 11,000 spiritual crystals. I'll pay 12,000. Slowly, the price rose to $22,000, and it was bought by an old man. Next is a bottle of elixir, which is very useful for Grandmaster Realm martial artists. The starting price is 800 spiritual crystals, and each bid must be no less than 100 spiritual crystals. Then it was the second item. It was impossible for every item to be as expensive as the first one, which cost tens of thousands of spiritual crystals. Not many warriors below the martial arts Grandmaster level could afford it. I'll pay 1,000 spiritual crystals. I bid $1,100. Soon, a group of martial grandmasters began to bid. Lu Ming sipped his tea while watching. Lu Ming was not interested in pills that could increase the cultivation of a martial grandmaster. This kind of pill would have some effect on ordinary martial artists, but to him, the effect was very small. It was far less effective than buying Yao cores to refine. However, it was different for others. They didn't have a heaven-defying bloodline like the spirit-devouring bloodline. It was very rare for them to have elixirs that could improve their cultivation base. Soon, the price of the elixir was raised to 2,000 spiritual crystals. $2,100. Mingzhu also began to bid, her eyes revealing a look of desire. $2,200. However, someone immediately added it. $2,300. $2,500. The price continued to rise. Mingzhu sighed. This price was too high for her, and she could only give up helplessly. Chapter 245. Chapter 245. Chapter 245 Innate Original Fluid. 549690339. $3,000. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out and spread throughout the entire place. Mingzhu was stunned because the voice was Lu Ming's. Lu Ming had his eyes on this bottle of pills. Since Lu Ming had made a bid, Mingzhu would not make a bid. 3,100. Someone in the hall continued to bid. For $1,000. Lu Ming smiled and increased the bid to 4,000 spiritual crystals. the crowd fell silent. Lu Ming made a bid without any hesitation and added 900 spiritual crystals at once. It was obvious that he was determined to win. Ming Zhu, Ming Cheng, and Ming Feng were also a little surprised. Although this bottle of pills was good, it was only more effective for martial artists at the lower ranks of the Grand Martial Master. With Lu Ming's cultivation, it would not be of much use. She did not know why Lu Ming was so interested. Are there any more bids? Du Ji asked. No one made a bid. After that, Du Ji asked 3 times, but no one made a bid. This bottle of pills naturally belonged to Lu Ming. After a while, a beautiful young lady came in with the pills. Lu Ming took out 4,000 spiritual crystals and handed them to her. Ming Zhu, this bottle of pills is for you. Lu Ming took the pill and passed it to Ming Zhu. Give it to me? Ming Zhu was stunned. At the side, Ming Cheng and Ming Feng were also a little stunned. The pill that Lu Ming had bid for earlier was for Ming Zhu. I saw that you wanted it just now, so I bought it for you. Lu Ming smiled faintly. No, I can't accept such a precious pill. Although Ming Zhu was very eager, she still refused. You're welcome. It's just a bottle of pills. Lu Ming said with a smile. Sister, just accept it. You can't waste Big Brother Tianyun's good intentions. Ming Feng chuckled as he blinked his eyes at the pearl. His eyes were filled with an inexplicable smile. That's right, second sister, you should accept it. Ming Cheng smiled like a cunning fox. Ming Zhu's face suddenly turned red. It was unknown what she was thinking. Her large eyes were filled with tears, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito. Thank you very much, young Master Tung. Having said that, he took the bottle from Lu Ming's hands, his eyes filled with joy. At the side, Ming Cheng and Ming Feng grinned. They looked at Lu Ming and then at Ming Zhu. They nodded from time to time. What are you laughing at? Lu Ming looked at the two of them speechlessly. He didn't think too much about it. He just saw that he wanted the pearl, so he bought it. It didn't cost many spiritual crystals, as a way to thank him for the help the pearl had given him when he entered the General Star Hall. The auction continued, item after item being auctioned off. Some of them were extremely rare, and the price went up to tens of thousands of crystals. Some were only worth a few hundred crystals. However, Lu Ming was a little disappointed. These items were of no use to him and he was not interested in them. As for Ming City and Ming Feng, they had their eyes on a few and participated in the bidding. Soon, more than 100 items fell into the hands of different people. The next item is the last item of this auction. Of course, it is also the most precious. At this moment, Du Ji said loudly, "It's time to auction the finale item." The atmosphere at the scene instantly rose. Every auction would have a finale item, and they were all treasures that were extremely rare. Lu Ming was slightly interested. Du Ji saw that the atmosphere had been raised and revealed a satisfied smile. He clapped his hands and a young lady walked over with a jade plate. The jade plate was covered with a golden silk gauze, so it was impossible to see what was inside. You have to know the use of this treasure. Everyone knows that in the cultivation of martial arts, although the physical body is not the foundation, it is also an extremely important auxiliary path. Those with a strong physical body not only have strong vitality and amazing recovery ability, but it can also greatly enhance the combat power of the martial artist. There are even many other wonderful uses. Du Ji began to explain the uses of the physical body. Could it be a treasure that can help with physical cultivation? Lu Ming's interest was immediately aroused. Many people at the scene also revealed looks of anticipation. Du Ji smiled and continued, however, it's extremely difficult to train one's physical body. If you rely on cultivation techniques to train slowly, the speed will be extremely slow. It'll also consume a lot of energy. However, there are shortcuts. There are many treasures in the world that can quickly temper the body and enhance the strength of the body in a short time. There are strong and weak treasures, and the effects are different. Du Ji didn't seem to be in a hurry and explained slowly, but the others were holding it in and immediately shouted. What kind of treasure is it? Why don't you tell me? That's right. What is it? Open it and see. If you want to know, it's simple. I'll ask you a question and you'll know. Among all the treasures in the world, what is the treasure that has the greatest effect on the physical body? What kind of treasure is most effective for the physical body? Needless to say, it was naturally the innate original liquid. But don't tell me you have the innate original liquid? A voice rang out, somewhat in disbelief. There was a sudden silence. Some were shocked, but then they shook their heads secretly. Innate original liquid? How was that possible? It was said that the connate original liquid was a treasure that could only be formed after millions of years. There were even many connate original liquids that were only born when the world was created. It was extremely helpful to the body and was known as the number one in the world. Of course, there were also differences in the innate original liquid. According to the different effects, it was divided into 4 levels: low grade, medium grade, high grade, and top grade. However, even a low-grade primordial origin liquid was a rare treasure in the world and extremely precious. The fire spiritual milk that Lu Ming had obtained back then could also temper the body. However, it was trash when compared to the innate original liquid. My friend, you guessed right. This treasure is the innate original liquid. Du Jiha laughed. What? This time, it was a big deal. The entire place was in an uproar. It really was the innate original liquid, which was beyond everyone's expectations. How is that possible? It really is the primordial original liquid. Get it? I must get it. Countless people roared, their eyes burning with fire. They looked at the tray in the hands of the young girl on the high platform, wishing they could take it for themselves. In guest room number 7, Lu Ming's eyes were burning with passion. The 3 Ming siblings were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. Du Ji was very satisfied with the reaction of the crowd. The more enthusiastic the crowd was, the higher the price would be later. Du Ji stretched out his hand and pressed it down slightly, saying, "Calm down for a moment." The scene instantly fell silent. Although this treasure is the innate stock solution, it's only a low-grade innate stock solution and there's not much of it. Do you see? Everyone nodded in agreement. It was only normal for it to be of low grade. How could it possibly appear in the blazing Sun Empire? Even if it did appear, not many people would be able to afford it. At this moment, Du Ji reached out and removed the gauze on the tray, revealing a red stone ball. This is the innate original liquid. Everyone revealed a puzzled expression. Chapter 246. Chapter 246. Chapter 246. Get lost if you don't have money. 549690339. This stone ball contains the innate original fluid. There aren't many of them, only 9 drops. Du Ji explained with a smile. 9 drops? That's enough. Someone muttered. On the other hand, some people looked excited. The innate original fluid was too precious. Not many people could afford it if there were too many of them. However, if there were only 9 drops, it was worth a try. Moreover, even if there were only 9 drops, the effect was still very shocking. 9 drops of primordial origin liquid. I want them. Lu Ming looked at the stone ball, his eyes filled with determination. His body had been stuck at complete grade 2 for a long time and had not broken through. As long as he obtained the 9 drops of innate origin liquid, his body would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. It would be easy for him to break through to grade 3. If that was the case, his combat strength would have a huge increase. The 9 drops of primordial origin liquid have been studied by the elders of the Ditian battle arena. There is no mistake. Alright, the bidding will begin now. The starting price for each drop of primordial origin liquid is 10,000 spiritual crystals. 9 drops will make the starting price 90,000 spiritual crystals. Each increment must not be less than 5,000 spiritual crystals. Du Ji announced. CSI. Many people gasped and looked dejected. Even though he had expected this, he was still shocked when he heard the price. 90,000 spiritual crystals. Most of the people's anger was extinguished. 100,000 spiritual crystals. Although the price was high, not everyone could afford it. Immediately, someone called out a bid from one of the VIP rooms. From the voice in guest room number 3, he seemed to be very young. 110,000. Then, an old voice came from guest room number 9. 120,000. In the hall, a voice suddenly rang out. Everyone looked over and saw a tall and strong man. 150,000. In guest room number 3, the young voice sounded, but it was a little cold. 160,000. Immediately after, the bidder from VIP room number 9 followed suit. In the hall, the burly man's eyes flickered as he stared at the stone ball on the high platform. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. But in the end, he let out a long sigh and gave up on bidding. 160,000 spiritual crystals was more than all his wealth. He could only give up. 170,000. The bidder in VIP room number 3 continued to raise the bid. 180,000. Guest room number 9 did not give in at all. At this moment, Lu Ming did not make a bid. There was no need to do so now. He would bid later. It was the same. Honored guest room number 3 and honored guest room number 9 competed with each other. Very quickly, the price of the innate original liquid shot up to a high of 250,000. At this moment, the voice in guest room number 3 was extremely cold. At this moment, 5 young men were sitting in guest room number 3. However, the 5 young men's expressions were not good. Where did this old man come from? How dare he compete with senior brother Xiaoming for the treasure? He's really looking for death. A young man with a slightly pale face said with killing intent. That's right. It seems like he doesn't know that we're disciples of the 10 Direction Sword School. The other man said coldly. Among the 5 people, the one sitting in the middle was a handsome young man in a blue robe. His expression was very cold. Frowning, he looked at VIP room 9 and said, "Senior, I'm Xiaoming, a disciple of the 10 Direction Sword sect. These 9 drops of innate origin liquid are very useful to me. I hope you can give them to me." His words were very polite, but his voice was cold and filled with killing intent. An extremely powerful aura spread out from guest room number 3. This was clearly a threat. A disciple of the 10 Direction Sword School. The people in the hall were all shocked, and their eyes revealed fear. A member of the Qiu family of the 10 Direction Sword sect. An old voice came from the 9th VIP room. An old man was sitting inside, but he looked scared. "Not bad." Xiaoming replied coldly. "Forget it. I'll give these 9 drops of primordial origin liquid to you young people." The old man in guest room number 9 pondered for a while and finally sighed. The 10 Direction Sword sect was a huge force in the Blazing Sun Empire, and not many people dared to offend them. Xiaoming smiled when the old man left. 250000 250000. Any higher bids? Duji looked around and asked. This is the innate original fluid. It's very rare in the world, even in the Blazing Sun Empire. Its effect on the body is extremely amazing. If we miss today, who knows when we'll get another chance? 250,000. Is there a higher bid? Duji tried his best to tempt him. Xiaoming's performance just now had made him very dissatisfied, so he naturally shouted to his heart's content. This old man. Xiaoming gritted his teeth and glared at Duji unhappily. If looks could kill, Duji would have been pierced through like a sieve. 300,000. At this moment, a clear voice suddenly rang out and spread throughout the entire place, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Someone made a bid. Even after knowing that it was a disciple of the 10 Direction Sword School, he still dared to make a bid. Who was he? Everyone's eyes immediately turned to the 7th VIP room. That's right, the one who bid just now was Lu Ming. Moreover, he increased the bid by 50,000 in one go, pushing the price to 300,000. 300,000. Okay, this friend here bids 300,000. Is there anyone higher than 300,000? Duji was overjoyed as he announced. Bang! In guest room number 3, Qiuming slammed his palm on the table and broke it into pieces. His face was extremely dark. Where did this blind brat come from? He clearly knows that we are disciples of the 10 Direction Sword School, yet he still dares to bid. Is he looking for death? The pale-faced young man roared, and his voice reverberated throughout the entire area. I bid 300,000 spiritual crystals. Are you going to make another bid? Lu Ming pursed his lips and said indifferently, You're looking for death. Qiuming finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted, Kid, I'll give you 5 breaths to take back your bid. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die an ugly death. If you have money, if you don't have money, why are you still here chirping? Get lost. This was Lu Ming's response. It was strong and overbearing. Everyone in the auction hall was shocked. This mysterious person was actually so domineering that he told the 10 Direction Sword School to get lost. You. Qiuming's face was livid with anger. A powerful aura spread out and enveloped the 7th guest room. Brat, I'm going to kill you now. Qiuming roared. You can try. Lu Ming responded strongly. The other party's cultivation was at the 8th grade Grandmaster realm and was extremely powerful. However, what did Lu Ming have to fear? Die. Qiuming roared and walked out of the VIP room, heading for VIP room number 3. Impudent. Suddenly, Du Ji roared out as an extremely terrifying aura exploded out, pressing down on Qiuming like a mountain. Qiuming's body trembled, and he could not move. This was the aura of a martial arts grandmaster. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect this kind-looking Du Ji to be a martial arts grandmaster. Old man, what are you doing? Are you looking for death? I'm a disciple of the 10 Direction Sword School. Qiuming roared. What dogs hit 10 Direction Sword Sect? How dare you cause trouble in the Emperor Sky auction house? Kill. Du Ji shouted. The word kill contained boundless killing intent. Chapter 247. Chapter 247. Chapter 247 Physical Body Improvement. 549690339. Qiuming shivered. He was used to acting like a tyrant, and he had only shouted out in passing. At this moment, he finally remembered that this was the Emperor Sky auction house, and Du Ji was a member of the Emperor Sky Divine Palace. Even if he killed Du Ji, the 10 Swords sect wouldn't dare to let out a fart. Qiuming's body stiffened at the thought of this, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Senior, I was wrong. I was just a bit impatient just now. I hope Senior doesn't take offense. Qiuming quickly cried out and begged. Get back to your room. Du Ji shouted. Qiuming hurried back to VIP room number 3 as if he had been pardoned. Damn it. After Qiuming returned to the VIP room, he let out a low roar. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Just now, he had lost a lot of face. He would definitely become a laughingstock. This was all because of Lu Ming. Investigate. I must find out who that kid is. I'm going to grind his bones to dust. Qiuming growled. Senior brother Qiuming, I know who he is. Suddenly, a young man who had been silent the entire time spoke. You know. Qiuming looked at the young man. This man is Tianyun of the General Stars Hall. I will never forget his voice no matter what. The young man said through gritted teeth. This young man was one of the 6 geniuses from the 10 Direction Sword sect who had comprehended force in the Blood Ant's secret realm. Tianyun? It's him? Good, very good. I came here to kill him, but now he actually dares to snatch the innate original liquid from me. He really brought this on himself. Qiuming said coldly. Senior brother Qiuming, there are only 2 days left before Tianyun challenges a person 2 levels above him at the Di Tian Battle Arena. We'll go kill him then. You still want to challenge the record of the Scorching Sun 6 heroes? Dream on. The pale-faced young man sneered. All right, I'll let him live for 2 more days. I'll let him have these 9 drops of primordial origin liquid first. When I kill him, the primordial origin liquid will be mine. Qiuming said coldly. 300,000 spiritual crystals. Is there a higher price? In the hall, Duji continued to host the auction. The audience was silent. This auction was not targeted at powerhouses above the martial grandmaster realm. Most of them were martial artists in the grandmaster realm. 300,000 spiritual crystals was not a small amount for a martial grandmaster, let alone a grandmaster. Therefore, no one continued to bid. Duji asked 3 times but no one made a bid. The 9 drops of primordial origin liquid were successfully won by Lu Ming. Lu Ming paid the spirit crystals and kept the stone in the supreme shrine. The auction came to an end. Lu Ming, Ming Cheng, and the rest returned to the General Star Hall. Lu Ming then entered the supreme shrine and took out the stone. The stone was about the size of a fist, and it gave off a shocking amount of essence qi when held in his hand. There were 9 drops of primordial origin liquid sealed inside. Lu Ming did not hesitate. He held the stone in his hand and squeezed it hard. Kacha! The stone cracked open, and an even denser essence qi spread out. Then, a drop of primordial original liquid seeped out from the crack. The innate original liquid was as black as ink, but it also emitted a little bit of luster. It was very magical. Lu Ming opened his mouth and inhaled the drop of primordial origin liquid. He placed the rest into a jade box and circulated the flaming Vajra art to begin refining. The connate original liquid transformed into an endless amount of essence that seeped into his muscles, bones, and bones. Under the guidance of the flaming Vajra arts, it continuously strengthened Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's physical strength increased rapidly. His fleshly body, which had been stuck at complete grade 2, also began to break through. 2 hours later, Lu Ming's body trembled. His bones emitted crackling sounds like fried beans. His muscles squirmed continuously and only calmed down after a long time. 3rd grade body. I've finally achieved initial success in the 3rd grade body. Lu Ming muttered, his face full of joy. The innate original liquid was indeed known as the #1 body tempering treasure in the world. Just a drop of low-grade innate original liquid had allowed Lu Ming's physical body to break through smoothly and reach the 3rd grade initial success of the physical body. His body had reached the 3rd grade and was even more powerful. This made Lu Ming's explosive power stronger and his combat strength greatly improved. Continue. Lu Ming muttered. Then he swallowed the 2nd drop of primordial origin liquid and began refining it. At the 3rd grade body, it was more difficult to improve as compared to the 2nd grade body. However, with the help of the innate stock solution, Lu Ming's body was still improving rapidly. After more than a day, Lu Ming had cultivated the flaming Vajra arts to the Great Circle stage in one go. In other words, Lu Ming's physical body had already reached the Great Circle of the 3rd grade physical body. The 8 drops of primordial origin liquid had also been completely refined. If I want to continue improving my physical body, I have to find a higher level physical body cultivation technique. Lu Ming was deep in thought. The flaming Vajra arts could only cultivate the physical body to complete 3rd grade at most, and that was already the limit. What powerful physical strength! My combat strength has increased by at least 30%. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely bright. At this moment, his expression changed as he heard a light knock on the door. With a thought, he left the Supreme Shrine and opened the door. It was the 3 Ming siblings. Big brother Tianyun, today is your challenge to cross 2 levels. Ming Feng said hurriedly. Lu Ming smacked his head. He was so engrossed in refining the connate original liquid that he almost forgot the time. Let's go. Immediately, the 4 of them hurried to the Ditian battle arena. At this moment, the Ditian battle arena was already filled with people. All the seats were filled with people, and it could be described as a sea of people. There were no less than 300,000 people. Everyone had to pay an entrance fee of 10 spiritual crystals. The income of the Ditian battle arena today was no less than 3 million spiritual crystals. It was truly terrifying. However, at this moment, the Ditian battle arena was in an uproar. Why isn't Tianyun here yet? What the hell? It can't be that he's not coming, right? No, then I've come for nothing. I'll give you back your spirit crystals. I'm not watching anymore. I gave up a mission to come and take a look. It can't be that bad, right? In the crowd, Xiaoming and the others stood there with a grim expression on their faces. This Tianyun, could it be that he knows that he offended senior brother Xiaoming during the last auction and is afraid to come? I think it's 90% true. A few disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School deliberately discussed loudly. This time, dozens of disciples from the 10 Direction Sword sect had come. The Ditian battle arena's higher-ups, a few elders, also frowned as they looked down. What's wrong with Tianyun? Why isn't he here yet? I've already sent someone to pick them up. A few of the elders discussed in low voices. Suddenly, an old man's expression changed. He revealed a smile and said, Tianyun, you're here. At this moment, Tianyun walked through the gates of the Ditian battle arena and strode towards the battle stage. Tianyun, you're here. It was unknown who shouted, but the entire place suddenly quieted down. Hundreds of thousands of pairs of eyes turned to look at the entrance. Lu Ming walked in front and strode forward. The 3 Ming siblings followed behind him. Tianyun's here. Looks like he's been delayed by something. With his talent, how could he not come? Who was the one who said that Tianyun would be afraid to come? He's really using his own yardstick to measure the heart of a gentleman. The crowd was excited, but the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School had ugly expressions. Weren't they the ones who had said those words just now? Chapter 248. Chapter 248. Chapter 248 Continuous Killing. 549690339. It's good that you're here. You're still going to die. Xiaoming said with a dark expression. The 3 Ming siblings went up to the grandstand while Lu Ming walked up to the battle stage in the middle. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Ming, who was on the fighting ring. All right, now the Tianyun challenge has officially begun. Who wants to come up for a fight? The judge announced loudly. I'll give it a try. An old man shouted as he stepped onto the fighting ring. It's a monster from Mang Mountain. He's an 8th grade Great Master, and he's won 7 consecutive battles against his peers. He's considered an expert even among the 8th grade Great Master realm, and he's qualified to be Tianyun's first candidate. As soon as the old man went up the stage, someone recognized him. You can fight. The judge nodded and acknowledged the strength of the monster of Min Mountain. Young Master Tianyun, please. The monster of Shao Mountain fixed its gaze on Lu Ming, its body exuding a powerful aura. Lu Ming smiled and a long spear appeared in his hands. Bang! The monster of Mang Mountain took a step forward and rushed toward Lu Ming. Wind staff technique. The monster of Shao Mountain bellowed. The dragon-headed walking stick in his hand was like a whirlwind, striking at Lu Ming one after another. The monster of Mang Mountain revealed his absolute strength as soon as he attacked. Even among 8th grade Great Martial Masters, he was one of the top fighters. Lu Ming thrust his long spear and engaged in a fierce battle with the monster of Shao Mountain. He didn't use his aura. Although the monster of Mang Mountain was quite strong, he didn't need aura. After more than 10 moves, the monster from Shao Mountain was sent flying by Lu Ming's spear. The defeat of the monster of Shao Mountain was within everyone's expectations. However, the experts who would come up later would also become stronger and stronger. The real challenge had just begun. Who's going to fight? Lu Ming scanned his surroundings. Tianyun, I'm coming to kill you. With a loud shout, a disciple of the 10 Directions Sword School jumped onto the fighting ring. For a sect disciple like the 10 Directions Sword sect, who could reach this level of cultivation at such a young age, they were all geniuses and almost didn't need to test their strength. Tianyun, if you know what's good for you, quickly return the primordial origin liquid to senior brother Xiaoming, then kneel down and apologize to the 10 Directions Sword sect in front of everyone. If you do that, I'll consider only crippling your cultivation and sparing your dog life. The disciple of the 10 Directions Sword sect shouted coldly. He was extremely arrogant and ashamed. Idiot! Lu Ming replied indifferently. Fuck, what did you say? You're looking for death. Even if I kill you, your things will still be mine. The disciple from the omnidirectional sword sect roared. His aura exploded as he charged toward Lu Ming. It had to be said that this disciple of the 10-direction sword school was very strong, much stronger than the monster of Mang Mountain. No wonder he was so arrogant. Unfortunately, his opponent was Lu Ming. Buzz! The force of the wind was fused into the spear, causing the speed of the spear to be extremely fast. The crowd only saw the shadow of a spear flash, and in an instant, it appeared in front of the disciple of the 10-direction sword school. Pucci! The long spear pierced through the heart of the disciple from the 10-direction sword sect. The disciple from the 10-direction sword sect let out a blood-curdling scream and fell to the ground, no longer breathing. One-shot kill. What powerful strength! Everyone was shocked. The disciple from the 10-direction sword school was still extremely arrogant just a moment ago, but he was instantly killed. He's 2 levels higher than me, and yet he's still able to insta-kill me with a single shot. Isn't this Tianyun way too strong? The disciples of the 10-direction sword school aren't weak. They're the top experts even among the 8th grade great martial masters. Tianyun's battle prowess is definitely equivalent to a 9th grade great martial master. This is too terrifying. Can he really break the record of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun? Many people were discussing in shock. At this point, Lu Ming had already won 2 rounds in a row, while the other 5 of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun had only won 4 rounds in a row. Everyone was filled with anticipation. You're looking for death. A roar came from the disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect. A figure jumped high into the air and landed on the fighting ring, causing it to shake violently. It was Qiuming. Tianyun, your winning streak ends here. If you want to break the record of the 6 Scorching Sun heroes, it's impossible. Qiuming looked at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. You think you can stop me? Don't end up like the one just now. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Don't compare me to him. Tianyun, you've repeatedly offended the might of my 10-direction sword sect. Today, I'll make sure you die an extremely miserable death. Qiuming said coldly. At the same time, the aura on his body grew stronger and stronger. Within the strong aura, there was a force, the force of gold. I forgot to tell you something. I have refined all 9 drops of primordial origin liquid. Lu Ming suddenly changed his tone and smiled. What? Qiuming's face turned green and he almost lost his momentum. The primordial origin liquid was of great use to him. The main reason why he wanted to kill Lu Ming was to snatch the primordial origin liquid. However, Lu Ming said that the innate original fluid had been refined. Qiuming's eyes turned red and he roared in anger. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. Buzz! The sound of a sword rang out, and an extremely dazzling sword chi slashed toward Lu Ming. The sword chi was infused with the force of metal, making it extremely sharp and indestructible. Buzz! Lu Ming's long spear trembled and he used the force of the wind to attack Qiuming. Boom! The heavens and earth rumbled, and the fighting ring kept shaking. Terrifying air waves rushed in all directions. The first move was a tie. Kill! Qiuming's attack missed and he launched a storm of attacks. Qiuming's combat strength was absolutely terrifying. In terms of talent, he was not as good as Yang Zitian, but his cultivation was much higher than Yang Zitian's. Similarly, his combat strength was also much higher than Yang Zitian's. It was not difficult for Qiuming to kill an opponent of a higher level. Boom! Boom! The two of them exchanged more than 20 moves in a row, causing the space to tremble. Qiuming's combat strength is too strong. He shouldn't have appeared in the 3rd battle. He's trying to stop Tianyun from winning. That's right. From the looks of it, Tianyun has the ability to break the records of the other 5 out of the 6 Scorching Sun heroes. It's a pity that he was stopped by Qiuming. As long as Tianyun defeats Qiuming, there won't be any problem for him to break the 5 heroes record. The crowd was in a heated discussion. Is this your true strength? I'm so disappointed. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly said indifferently. What? Qiuming was stunned. Boom! The aura on Lu Ming's body exploded like a volcano. An incomparably powerful aura burst out. It was the combination of fire and wind, erupting with a terrifying power. A long spear broke through all the obstacles and stabbed toward Xiaoming. This spear attack could not be dodged or blocked because it was too fast and too powerful. "I'm not afraid." Xiaoming was scared out of his wits. He roared crazily and used all his strength to resist. However, they were all unnecessary. The long spear pierced through his heart. The true energy on the spear burst forth, crushing his heart into pieces. Xiaoming was dead. The audience was stunned for a few seconds, then burst into an earth-shattering uproar. Lu Ming had killed Xiaoming and achieved 3 consecutive wins. However, the strength that he had displayed was too terrifying. If there were no other terrifying geniuses, Lu Ming would definitely break the 5 heroes record. He might even break Qiu Changkong's record. Chapter 249. Chapter 249, Breaking the Record. 549690339. Who else from your 10 Direction Sword School wants to fight? Lu Ming looked at the area of the omnidirectional sword sect. However, the disciples of the Shifang Sword School were silent. Even Xiaoming had been defeated. There were a few 8th grade great martial masters among them, but none of them were as strong as Xiaoming. Wouldn't they be courting death if they went up? Damn it. When the geniuses on the Esilavir ranking of the 10 Directions Sword Sect come, I'll see how you die. The disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School all had dark expressions as they roared in their hearts. Lu Ming sneered and swept his gaze across the entire arena. However, no one stepped forward to fight. Tianyun, since this is the case, my Ditian battle arena will send someone out for the battle. The judge said. Lu Ming nodded. After a while, a young man full of killing intent stepped onto the fighting ring. However, this person was not as strong as Xiaoming. He was defeated by Lu Ming after a few moves. 4 consecutive wins. Following that, Ditian battle arena sent another person to the arena, but he was still defeated by Lu Ming. 5 consecutive wins had already broken the record of the Scorching Sun's 5 heroes. However, Lu Ming's victory did not stop there. Following that, Ditian battle arena continued to send people up. They were all strong death fighters, each stronger than the last. Unfortunately, they were all defeated by Lu Ming. 6 consecutive wins, 7 consecutive wins. He tied with Qiu Changkong's record, but not long after, Lu Ming won again. 8 consecutive wins. The crowd burst into an uproar. Qiu Changkong's record had finally been broken. My God, Tianyun is going to defy the heavens. Could it be that his talent is even greater than Qiu Changkong's? Not necessarily. Qiu Changkong was strong when he was a martial grandmaster, but he wasn't much stronger than the other 5 heroes. Qiu Changkong was only able to surpass the other 5 heroes because he had awakened his 2nd bloodline when he broke through to the martial ancestor realm. That's right. Although Tianyun is strong now, he might not be able to reach the martial ancestor realm. That's true, but it's still quite terrifying. Furthermore, what's Tianyun's limit? How many consecutive wins will he be able to achieve in the end? The crowd speculated in shock. Tianyun couldn't have crossed 2 levels and obtained 10 consecutive victories, right? The facts proved that their guess was coming true. In the 9th battle, Ditian battle arena sent out a powerful expert who was stronger than Xiaoming. However, he was still not a match for Lu Ming. 9 consecutive wins. This made the elders of the Ditian battle arena's higher-ups somewhat stunned. This little fellow's strength isn't bad. In the future, he might even be able to join the Empyrean Sky Divine Guards. We have to pay close attention to it. The contribution of the recommendation will not be small. It's still too early to join the Ditian Divine Guards. Let's see how his martial ancestor's 2nd bloodline is awakened. Now, the most urgent thing is to stop his winning streak. Otherwise, we old guys will suffer a loss. A few old men were discussing, frowning. Let number 10 go. He's the only one who got into the top 10 with his 8th grade great martial master cultivation. If he's defeated, we can't do anything. Let's do this. The order was quickly given, and a topless young man in his 20s walked up to the fighting ring. On his face, there was a number 10. Number 10? How could it be number 10? A few people who knew the inside story of the Ditian battle arena cried out in surprise. The death fighters of Ditian battle arena, number 1 to 10, were usually the top experts among the 9th grade great martial masters. But now no. 10 was an 8th grade great martial master. Many people understood that this number 10 must be extraordinary. He's an expert, that's what makes it interesting. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. This number 10 did not give off a strong aura, but Lu Ming could vaguely sense that he was dangerous. Kill! Number 10 suddenly let out a loud roar and a long spear appeared in his hand. In an instant he shot out dozens of spear rays, which pierced through the air toward Lu Ming. He actually uses a spear too, just nice. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Buzz! The spear trembled and let out a buzzing sound. Rays of spear light burst out and clashed with number 10. On the 200-meter-wide fighting ring, two shadows crossed each other. The spear's radiance whistled and exploded. The rumbling sounds were endless. It was extremely terrifying. At the same time, there were three types of shi that were constantly bombarding and resisting each other. This little fellow called Tianyun is truly astonishing. At such a young age he's already comprehended two types of force, and he's already at the initial success stage in both. His fire force in particular is approaching the major success stage. That's right. Number 10's mountain force is also close to completion, and it's about the same as Tianyun's fire force. However, Tianyun's wind and fire combination is even more powerful. If it wasn't for the fact that number 10's cultivation base is much higher than Tianyun's, he would have already lost. In my opinion, defeat is only a matter of time. The higher-ups of the fighting arena were discussing as they watched. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had exchanged more than 100 moves with number 10. Satisfying, satisfying. Lu Ming's eyes were extremely bright. The more he fought, the braver he became. The power of wind and fire gathered on the demon's subduing spear, forming a shocking destructive power. In this battle, other than the earth-level martial arts technique and blood meridian that did not erupt, Lu Ming had used all his strength. The current Lu Ming was extremely powerful. He had reached the 4th stage of the true war dragon technique and a perfect 3rd-grade physical body. With the convergence of the power of wind and fire, an ordinary 9th-grade great martial master would not be able to take more than a few of his moves. From this, one could see how powerful number 10 was. The audience of over 300,000 held their breath and stared at the fighting ring, afraid to miss the most important scene. Boom! Boom! In the blink of an eye, another 100 moves had passed. Lu Ming's courage mounted as the battle progressed, and he gradually gained the upper hand. A shocking killing intent erupted from number 10's body. He was like a wild beast, unafraid of death. However, he was still suppressed by Lu Ming. Bang! After another 100 moves, number 10 was sent flying by Lu Ming's spear. He slid a few hundred meters away and fell off the fighting ring. Roar! Number 10 growled. He wanted to rush up the fighting ring, regardless of his injuries. Enough! Stop! The judge shouted in a low voice. 10's body trembled and he stopped in his tracks. His eyes were filled with fear. This round, Tianyun wins. The judge announced. Who? The audience in the stadium let out a long breath. They had been too nervous just now. Many people had been holding their breath until their faces were red. Now they could finally let out a long breath. Then there was a shocking uproar. Over 300,000 people began to discuss excitedly. Crossing 2 levels and winning 10 times in a row. That's too terrifying. It hasn't happened in the Burning Sun Empire for at least 500 years. Miracle, what a miracle! After today, Tianyun's name shall be known throughout the world. If Tianyun were to mature, he would be comparable to the 6 heroes, or even stronger. I'm witnessing the birth of a miracle. In the crowd, the 3 Ming siblings were so excited that they were trembling, while the people from the 10-direction sword school were all pale and bloodless. Lu Ming, are you going to continue the challenge? Then, everyone thought of the same question. He could fight a battle that was 3 levels above him. Moreover, it wasn't just a simple jump of 3 levels, and he wouldn't be facing an ordinary 9th grade great martial master. He was definitely an expert, and he was definitely stronger than number 10. Would Tianyun continue? Countless people were looking forward to it. This little guy won't really continue, will he? A few elders among the higher-ups bitterly smiled. If Lu Ming continued to fight, they would be at a loss. Tianyun, do you still wish to continue the challenge? The judge looked at Lu Ming, but there was a trace of nervousness and speechlessness in his eyes. He had the same thought as the other elders. Chapter 250. Chapter 250, News of Father. 549690339. Under everyone's gaze, Lu Ming shook his head. No more challenges. Lu Ming said. Everyone was stunned. You're not challenging anymore? Why is Tianyun not challenging anymore? He clearly won. If he were to challenge someone 3 levels above him, he would be able to obtain an additional 1 million spirit crystals as a reward. That's right, why isn't he challenging us anymore? I'm just about to witness history. Countless people were greatly disappointed. Only the judge and the few elders of the Ditian battle arena were overjoyed. Tianyun, the judge said, suppressing his joy, since that's the case, I hereby announce that you've won 10 consecutive victories across 2 levels. The reward is 1 million spiritual crystals. Lu Ming nodded. The reason why he didn't continue to challenge was that he could tell that if he showed off too much and earned too many spirit crystals from the Ditian battle arena, it would definitely cause the Ditian battle arena to be unhappy. On the other hand, if he were to continue challenging, the opponent he would face would definitely be even more powerful. If that were the case, all of his trump cards would be exposed. It was not wise to reveal all his trump cards in front of the enemy. So he chose to end it. 1 million spiritual crystals was enough for now. However, the audience in the arena was itching for a fight. They were all guessing whether Lu Ming would win if he continued to challenge and how many consecutive wins he would win. Of course, there was no answer to that. Some people felt that Lu Ming had already done his best just now. If he continued to challenge, he would definitely lose. Hence, he chose not to continue the challenge. There were also people who felt that Lu Ming still had the strength to spare and chose not to fight for some unknown reason. There were different opinions. Lu Ming could not be bothered. He followed the judge and received the reward of 1 million spiritual crystals. Lu Ming left, satisfied. Of course, there were also the 3 siblings from Ming City. Big brother Tianyun, you're really too amazing. If I'm 1/10 as amazing as you guys, I'd be laughing my head off even in my dreams. Ming Feng looked at Lu Ming with admiration. Lu Ming smiled and said, let's go. What do you want to buy? It's my treat today. It's true. Ming Feng was overjoyed. He pulled Ming Zhu and Ming Cheng and ran towards the market. When they arrived at the market, the 3 Ming siblings picked from all the places and spent 5,000 to 6,000 spiritual crystals. To Lu Ming it was nothing. Lu Ming was a millionaire now. After that he returned to the General Stars Hall. At the entrance of Lu Ming's dormitory he saw Hua Qi waiting there. Hua Qi, you were waiting for me? Lu Ming smiled and walked over. Lu Ming, you've exceeded my expectations time and time again. Today, you've achieved 10 consecutive wins across 2 levels, surpassing Qiu Changkong's record. Hua Qi said with a smile. Of course, Ming Feng had gone to Ming City. Hence, Lu Ming was the only one there. He did not have to hold back when he spoke. You found out so quickly? Lu Ming was stunned. Right now, almost all of the higher-ups in the entire imperial capital know about it. Hua Qi said with a smile. Lu Ming was speechless. The spread speed was really terrifying. Lu Ming, my father wants to see you. Hua Qi suddenly said. Your father? Lu Ming frowned slightly. Hua Qi's father, the current emperor of the Blazing Sun Empire, wanted to see him. That's right, Lu Ming. I didn't hide your information from my father. You won't mind, right? Hua Qi looked at Lu Ming and said, "Why would I?" Lu Ming smiled. In fact, Lu Ming had already expected this. Since he had agreed to help Hua Qi, it was only natural for him to tell his imperial father. Seeing that Lu Ming did not seem to mind, Hua Qi smiled and said, "Lu Ming, I've told my father about your father. He's been sending out a lot of people to investigate, and it seems like there's some progress." "What? Is there any news of my father?" Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, then he was overjoyed. "Lu Ming, don't be happy too early. It seems like there's only a slight lead." Hua Qi said, "Let's go and see your imperial father." Lu Ming could not wait. A little bit of information was better than no news and finding a needle in a haystack. Then, Lu Ming left the General Star Hall and boarded a beast carriage with Hua Qi, heading toward the palace. After they arrived at the palace, Lu Ming followed Hua Qi and headed straight for the Imperial Garden. When Lu Ming arrived at the Imperial Garden, he saw a middle-aged man with a burly and majestic figure. He was dressed in a golden dragon robe and was sitting in a pavilion, drinking tea. He was just sitting there casually, but he had a terrifying majesty. This was the majesty of an emperor. There was no doubt that this was the current emperor of the Burning Sun Empire, Hua Jingxing. "Your son pays his respects to imperial father." When he arrived at the pavilion, Hua Qi bowed. "I, Lu Ming, pay my respects to your majesty." Lu Ming also cupped his fists and bowed. "Ha, nephew Lu Ming, no need for formalities. Come, have a drink with me." Hua Jingxing was very forthright as he laughed. Lu Ming and Hua Qi walked in and took their seats. Beside them, the emperor's trusted aide poured tea for Lu Ming and Hua Qi. "I've long heard that nephew Lu Ming is a dragon among men, unparalleled in the world. It's true after seeing you today," Hua Jingxing said with a smile. "Your Majesty, you're too kind," Lu Ming said humbly. Hua Jingxing took a sip of tea and said, "Lu Ming, you've been creating miracles time and time again, but at the same time, you've also offended the omnidirectional swordsman. You must be careful from now on. However, since you've joined the General Star's Hall and your eighth brother's close friend, I can promise you one thing. As long as it's a fight between peers, no matter what happens, I and the royal family will definitely stand on your side." Lu Ming's heart stirred. Hua Jingxing was implying that as long as it was a fight between peers, he could go all out. The royal family would stand firmly behind him and protect him. "Many thanks, Your Majesty." Lu Ming cupped his fists. Although the royal family had declined, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. They were still powerful. With the emperor's promise, Lu Ming would no longer have to be afraid if he encountered disciples of the 10-Direction Sword School in the future. He could just kill them. If the older generation of the 10-Direction Sword School were to make a move, the royal family would definitely step in. In this way, Lu Ming would have less to worry about. "There's more." Hua Jingxing moved his hand and a storage ring appeared in his hand. He said, "These are blood refinement pills. There are 4,000 of them." Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that the blood ant eggs from the last time had been refined into blood refinement pills. Lu Ming did not stand on ceremony and accepted it. He deserved it. "Your Majesty, I heard you know where my father is?" Lu Ming asked. He had wanted to ask since he arrived, but he had been holding it in. Now, he could not hold it in anymore. "I've been sending people to investigate all this time," Hua Jingxing said after a moment of silence. "I've been investigating since 8 or 9 years ago, and I've finally found some clues. Your father is most likely imprisoned by the 10-Direction Sword School for some reason. This is certain. Also, there is a high possibility that your father is not dead, but we have not found out where he is imprisoned." Father really didn't die. Lu Ming's heart trembled. Then he was filled with endless anger. His father had actually been imprisoned by the 10-Direction Sword School. Damn it, the 10-Direction Sword School deserved to die. Lu Ming roared in his heart. Chapter 251. Chapter 251, 7th Grade Great Martial Master. 549690339. Lu Ming, don't worry. I'll do my best. I'll find your father's whereabouts soon, he said. Hua Jingxing said with a serious face. Lu Ming thanks your majesty in advance. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed. This time he was sincere. Although he knew that the reason why Hua Jingxing was helping him was because he saw his talent and wanted to rope him in, it did not matter. As long as it was beneficial to both sides, it was fine. Hua Jingxing smiled, looking quite satisfied. He then took out a gold-stamped invitation and said, Lu Ming, it'll be my 60th birthday in 3 months. This is the invitation. You must attend it. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He did not reject the invitation. He took it and said, Don't worry, Your Majesty. Lu Ming will definitely be there. Lu Ming, there aren't many people who can make my father personally send out an invitation. Only the 5 great sects and the nobles and ministers of the imperial capital. Hua Qi said with a smile. Lu Ming, you should focus on your cultivation during this period of time. When the 5 major sects gather in the imperial city, the geniuses on the Esilavir ranking and even the gold ranking disciples of each sect will come. I'm afraid that the Esilavir ranking disciples of the omnidirectional sword school will cause you trouble. You have to be careful. Hua Jingxing warned seriously. Lu Ming expressed his gratitude once again. After chatting for a while longer, Lu Ming and Hua Qi stood up and left. In the General Star's hall, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on his bed. Father, how have you been all these years? Is it because of that bronze pendant that the 10-direction sword school imprisoned you? Father, I'm useless. I can't save you now. Lu Ming clasped his hands tightly together. Strength, he was still too weak. If he was really strong enough now, he could directly kill his way to the 10-direction sword school and force them to release him. But now, he was still far from that. He urgently needed to improve his strength. Martial Arts Grandmaster. I have to reach the Martial Arts Grandmaster realm as soon as possible. Only a Martial Arts Grandmaster can be considered a true expert in the Blazing Sun Empire. Only then can I have the right to speak. Furthermore, I can fly. It will be of great help to me when I do things. After the series of battles at the Emperor Heaven Battle Arena, I feel that my bottleneck has loosened. I'll go and buy another batch of demonic cores tomorrow to raise my cultivation level with all my might. Then, Lu Ming appeared on the 3rd platform of the Supreme Shrine. He placed the spiritual crystal in and began to fight with himself. The next day, Lu Ming went out early and headed to the market. It was still the treasure pavilion. Young master, you're here. Please come in. The eyes of the young lady who had received Lu Ming previously lit up the moment she saw him. She brought Lu Ming to a VIP room. Young master, long time no see. Very quickly, the shopkeeper walked in. Young master, what do you need to buy this time? Shopkeeper, I'd like 100 class 9 lever 3 demonic cores. Lu Ming said. What? 100? The shopkeeper was shocked. Yes, is there a problem? Lu Ming frowned slightly. Could it be that the treasure pavilion didn't have that much stock? No problem. The shopkeeper quickly shook his head. He was just shocked earlier and did not understand why Lu Ming bought so many demonic cores. Also, 20 portions of blood essence of class 9 lever 3 demonic beasts. Lu Ming continued. All right. Please wait a moment, young master. I'll be right there. The shopkeeper nodded his head repeatedly, his face full of smiles, and walked out. Soon, the shopkeeper brought over 100 demonic cores and 20 demonic beast blood essence. Young master, the original price of these blood essence and monster cores was 1 million spiritual crystals. But you have a VIP card with a 20% discount. The total price is 800,000 spiritual crystals. The shopkeeper said with a smile. Lu Ming nodded. It was good to have a VIP card. He could save 200,000 spiritual crystals. Lu Ming paid the spirit crystals without hesitation and kept the blood essence and demonic core. He then left the treasure pavilion under the respectful gazes of the shopkeeper and the beautiful saleswomen. After returning to the General Star's hall, Lu Ming walked straight to the Earth Aeon Cave. The effect was the best when it was combined with the cultivation in the Earth Cave. On the 6th level of the Earth Cave, Lu Ming walked into a secret room and sat down cross-legged. With a flash of crimson light, the spirit-devouring bloodline emerged. The python, which was more than 10 meters long and had distinct scales, was suspended above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming took out a demonic pill. The giant python opened its mouth and sucked the demonic pill into its mouth. At the same time, it also sucked in a huge amount of fire element spiritual energy. Now that his spirit-devouring bloodline had reached the 7th level, it could devour the spiritual energy of heaven and earth at a terrifying speed, even faster than a 9th level bloodline. The massive amount of fire-type spiritual energy and the energy from the demonic core were refined by his blood and surged into Lu Ming's body. The bottleneck at the peak of the 6th grade Great Master realm had finally loosened, and there were signs of a breakthrough. 2 more. With a move of his hand, he took out 2 more demon cores and let the giant python swallow them. Boom! Waves of energy continuously surged into Lu Ming's body and finally turned into a loud boom. He had broken through to the 7th grade Grandmaster realm. After breaking through to the 7th grade Grandmaster realm, Lu Ming's bloodline had become even more terrifying. It was constantly absorbing the spirit chi from the outside world. The spirit chi from the outside world formed a funnel that was constantly devoured by the spirit-devouring bloodline. At the same time, Lu Ming took out another demonic core and continued to devour it. The essential chi in Lu Ming's body surged crazily. A few hours later, the strange phenomenon finally disappeared. A 7th grade Grandmaster's true chi is twice as dense as a 6th grade Grandmaster's, but it's still not enough. I need to continue breaking through. After that, Lu Ming continued to consume demonic cores and cultivate. Every day, he would spend half of his time cultivating the true War Dragon technique, swallowing demonic cores to increase his cultivation, and the rest of his time comprehending the force of fire and comprehending martial arts techniques. Time flew by, and a month's time passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming had devoured all 100 demonic cores, and his cultivation had risen to the peak 7th grade Grandmaster realm. That's right, 109th grade 3rd level demonic cores could only raise Lu Ming's cultivation to the peak of the 7th grade Great Master. At the 7th grade Great Master realm and 9th grade 3rd level demonic cores, the effects were much weaker. He had also consumed all 20 portions of Class 9 Level 3 demonic beast blood essence to improve his bloodline level. However, his bloodline was still at level 7 and had not broken through. Lu Ming estimated that unless it was the blood essence of the martial arts Grandmaster realm, the level of the blood meridian would increase very slowly. The blood essence of a Wu zone. At the thought of this, Lu Ming could not help smiling bitterly. The blood essence of a martial arts Grandmaster was equivalent to the blood essence of a level 4 demonic beast. The thought of its price gave Lu Ming a headache. The 6th level of the Earth Cave. The fire property spiritual chi is still a little weak. Let's go to the 7th level. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. It was said that only martial grandmasters could go to the 7th level of the Earth Cave. Because the fire property spiritual chi was too rich and violent, it was very dangerous for a martial grandmaster to go down. However, Lu Ming had the spirit-devouring bloodline and was not afraid at all. He intended to make use of the rich and violent spiritual energy of heaven and earth to help him break through to the next realm and comprehend the force of fire at the same time. He felt that the force of fire was already very close to large success. He walked out of the secret room and headed to the 7th floor. As soon as he reached the 7th level, Lu Ming felt as if he had arrived at the mouth of a volcano. The terrifying and violent fire attribute spiritual chi continuously charged at Lu Ming. Good, this is the kind of environment I need. He opened a secret chamber and walked in. Then, he controlled his spirit-devouring bloodline. The violent spiritual energy of heaven and earth continuously gathered toward Lu Ming. Chapter 252. Chapter 252, The Emperor's Birthday. 549690339. A few hours later, Lu Ming stopped cultivating and started to comprehend the force of fire. In the blink of an eye, another month and a half had passed. One day, the stone door of the secret chamber opened and Lu Ming walked out. There was a smile on Lu Ming's face. Obviously, he had gained a lot during this period of time. The emperor's birthday was in half a month's time. Lu Ming planned to ask about his father's condition. He walked out of the General Star Hall and onto the street, heading toward the Imperial Palace. At this time, the people on the street suddenly looked up at the sky in unison and started discussing. Who is that person? You're actually so bold, daring to fly above the imperial capital so brazenly. Someone shouted. Ordinary martial arts grandmaster powerhouses were forbidden from flying in the sky above the imperial capital. Only overlord-level figures were not restricted by this restriction. Now, someone actually dared to do this. Lu Ming also looked up. In the sky, a young figure in his 20s, wearing a red robe, was walking in the air towards the depths of the imperial capital. It's Ling Yanqi, one of the 6 heroes, Ling Yanqi. Someone exclaimed. What? It's actually Ling Yanqi? Many people were shocked. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. It was Ling Yanqi, the strongest of the younger generation in the Blazing Sun Empire's 5 major sects, the Crimson Cloud Valley. He was one of the 6 heroes of the Blazing Sun Empire. This was Lu Ming's first time meeting the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun. Brother Ling, wait a moment. At this moment, a soft shout came from behind. Then, a white-robed young man with a handsome face stepped through the air. It's Feng Wuji from the Mystical Sword Sect. Another one of the 6 heroes. Someone shouted. He is Feng Wuji. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Lu Ming had heard of Feng Wuji's name countless times in the Mystical Sword Sect. Feng Wuji was the pride of the Mystical Sword Sect's younger generation. He was the strongest among his peers. Although Duanmu Lin was known as a peerless genius, he was still young and couldn't compete with Feng Wuji. Lu Ming had been in the Mystical Sword Sect for more than a year, and this was the first time he had seen her in person. Brother Feng, you've come so quickly. Let's go together. Ling Yanqi smiled and waited for Feng Wuji to arrive. The two of them then disappeared into the sky. My God, 2 of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun are here today. This is rare. That's right. It's usually extremely difficult to even see one. Now, there are 2 of them. His Majesty the Emperor's 60th birthday is approaching. No matter what, the 5 great sects have to put on a show. They'll definitely gather in the imperial capital, and it's inevitable that the geniuses of the 5 great sects will gather. Will the 6 heroes gather and start a competition? I'm really looking forward to it. It's hard to say. Among the 6 heroes, Qiu Changkong is unrivaled, but the other 5 have never fought. I wonder who's stronger. It would be great if there was a peak confrontation this time. On the streets, countless people were discussing. As for not being able to fly in the imperial capital, that was directly ignored by them. If the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun couldn't fly in the imperial city, who else could? They were the future overlords of the Burning Sun Empire. In the future, the entire Burning Sun Empire would be theirs. Lu Ming did not say anything and continued on his way to the palace. However, there was a sharp glint in his eyes. He would reach the height of the Scorching Sun's 6 heroes sooner or later, and even surpass them. He successfully entered the imperial palace and saw Hua Qi. Unfortunately, even though the royal family had mobilized a large number of manpower, there was still no news of his father, Lu Yuntian. Lu Ming sighed and could only wait. After discussing the current situation with Hua Qi, Lu Ming left the palace. When he arrived at the gate of the General Star Hall, he discovered that a large number of students had gathered there and were currently dispersing. Tianyun, he's back. Damn it, why didn't he appear earlier? It's all his fault. Mumbling sounds came from the students all around. Of course, his voice was very soft as he was afraid that Lu Ming would hear him. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. He was somewhat puzzled. Big brother Tianyun. At this moment, Ming Feng came over. Ming Feng, what's going on? Lu Ming asked. Big brother Tianyun, it's the Shifang Sword School. Just now, a disciple of the Shifang Sword School came and threatened to cripple you. However, you weren't here, so everyone said you were in seclusion. Those disciples of the Shifang Sword School injured more than 10 students of the General Stars Hall. They were extremely arrogant. Ming Feng whispered. It's the 10 Direction Sword School again. There was a flash of killing intent in Lu Ming's eyes. Big brother Tianyun, I think you'd better avoid them for now. I heard that there are geniuses on the Esilavir list among the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School. They're at the peak of the great martial master realm and are extremely powerful. Ming Feng said worriedly. If they come again, inform me. Lu Ming left a sentence in an extremely domineering manner and then headed back to the dormitory. In the days that followed, Lu Ming stayed in the dormitory and cultivated various martial arts techniques on the third platform of the Supreme Shrine. Time flew by and half a month passed. In this half a month, a storm had gathered in the imperial capital, and the geniuses of the 5 great sects had all gathered. Not only were there Master Realm geniuses, but there were also Grandmaster Realm geniuses and even gold disciples from various sections. However, in this half a month, although all the sects had gathered, it had been very calm. Even the disciples of the omnidirectional sword sect did not come looking for Lu Ming again. However, everyone felt that the atmosphere wasn't right. It was like the calm before the storm, and it was unusually depressing. Half a month later, the 60th birthday of the Emperor of the Burning Sun Empire, Hua Jingxing, was just the beginning. Early in the morning, Hua Qi came to pick Lu Ming up in a beast carriage. Together with Hua Qi, they arrived at the Imperial Palace. The birthday banquet was held in the front yard of the Imperial Palace. It occupied a large area, but only a few dozen tables were placed. Because those who could come here were all of high status, there were not many people. Lu Ming followed Hua Qi and sat at a table on the right. As time passed, the number of people slowly increased. Hua Qi's siblings, concubines, nobles, and ministers all sat down. The Valley Master and the elders of the Scarlet Cloud Valley have arrived. A loud shout reverberated throughout the entire area. All the princes, princesses, concubines, and ministers changed their expressions and stood up. Lu Ming did not want to be too special and got up as well. At the main entrance, a group of 6 people walked in with majestic steps. The leader was a middle-aged man with a full beard. He was wearing a red robe and had a burly figure. His gaze swept across the crowd, and everyone felt as if a vast ocean was surging towards them. It was extremely terrifying. Behind him, there were 4 old men who were also wearing red robes, but their red robes were inlaid with gold. He was the golden-robed elder of the Crimson Cloud Valley. The last one was a young man. He was one of the 6 heroes, Ling Yanqi. Greetings, Scarlet Cloud Valley Master. All of the concubines, princes, nobles, and ministers saluted the Valley Master. From this, it could be seen how much the imperial family had declined. They were still very respectful to the 5 great sections. No need to be so polite. Where's His Majesty? Has he not arrived yet? The Scarlet Heaven Valley Master laughed and sat down on a chair. Chapter 253. Chapter 253, The 5 Sect Leaders. 549690339. Brotherling, you've come so quickly. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. A burst of hearty laughter was heard. Hua Jingxing strode over with a few guards. The other concubines, ministers, princes, and princesses all bowed to Hua Jingxing. The Valley Master stood up and cupped his fists. Greetings, Your Majesty. Congratulations on your 60th birthday. This is a small gift. Please accept it. The Valley Master took out a jade box and handed it to Hua Jingxing. Brother Ling is too polite. Hua Jingxing laughed as he accepted the jade box and passed it to a guard. The sect leader and elders of the mystical sword sect have arrived. At this time, another shout was heard. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice. Lin Shui, the sect leader of the mystical sword sect, walked in with a few golden-robed elders, and Feng Wuji was also at the side. Lin Shui greets your majesty. I wish your majesty a longevity as long as the southern mountain. This is a small gift, please accept it. Lin Shui walked over, took out a jade box, and handed it to Hua Jingxing. It's my honor that Brother Lin is here. There's no need to be so polite. Please have a seat. Hua Jingxing accepted the gift and said politely. At this time, another shout rang out. It was the sect master and elders of the Ghost Moon Saber sect, one of the 5 great sects, who had arrived. Among them, one of the 6 heroes, the number 1 genius of the Ghost Moon Saber sect, Shangguan Yen, had also arrived. 3 of the 5 great sects had arrived. In a short while, one of the 5 great sects, the Heaven Fiend sect, had also arrived. As everyone sat down, Hua Jingxing and the 4 sect leaders chatted for a while. The sect leader and elders of the 10 Direction Sword sect have arrived. Heavenly King Zhen has arrived. A few shouts rang out. Everyone was shocked. Lu Ming looked toward the main entrance. A group of people walked in. The person in the lead was dressed in fine clothes. His brows were like swords. Although he was middle-aged, he was extremely handsome. Just by looking at him closely, one could feel that this person had the aura to swallow mountains and rivers. Next to him was a burly man in his 50s. He had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. He was wearing a dragon robe, and as he looked around, a murderous aura could be faintly seen. He was like a general who had swept through the battlefield. The person in the lead is the head of the 10 Direction Sword School, Qiu Weiyang. Beside him is the Heavenly Suppression King. Hua Qi whispered in Lu Ming's ear. Lu Ming nodded. He looked at the burly man in the flood dragon robe and thought, so he is the Heavenly King of Suppression. Lu Ming still remembered that when he had just arrived at the imperial capital, he had taught the Heavenly King's son, Hua Jie, a harsh lesson. At the thought of Hua Jie, Lu Ming realized that there was a pair of eyes filled with murderous intent behind the Heavenly King. They were glaring at him fiercely. Who else could it be but Hua Jie? Lu Ming smiled at Hua Jie and pointed to his crotch. Hua Jie's face turned red, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Obviously, Lu Ming was referring to the incident where he peed his pants. However, with so many important figures present, he didn't dare to flare up. He could only grit his teeth and endure it. Brother Qiu's presence is a great honor to me. Hua Jingxing quickly stood up and cupped his fists at Qiu Weiyang with a smile. The other imperial concubines, princes, and princesses also stood up and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty is too polite. I came in a hurry today and forgot to bring a gift. Please forgive me. Qiu Weiyang nodded. There was no respect in his words. It could be said that he didn't care at all. To say the worst, he didn't put the emperor in his eyes at all. The other sect masters would still bow to him politely, but Qiu Weiyang's attitude was cold. He even said that he didn't have time to forget about the birthday gift. What a childish reason. The other sect leaders' expressions were somewhat unsightly. Hua Jingxing was even more stunned. He then forced a smile and said, "It's fine as long as Brother Qiu is here. There's no need for gifts. Please take a seat." Second brother, I was with Sect Master Qiu, so I forgot to bring a gift. Please don't take offense, ha. Heavenly King Zhen laughed and sat down at the side. Detestable. Hua Qi's body trembled in anger, and he gritted his teeth. The attitudes of Qiu Weiyang and Heavenly King Zhen were full of contempt. They even ignored the authority of the emperor and didn't take the Burning Sun Emperor seriously. A hint of anger flashed across Hua Jingxing's eyes, but he concealed it very well. In the blink of an eye, a smile appeared on his face. He returned to his seat, raised his glass, and said, "It's my honor to have all of you here today. Come, let me toast to all of you." Everyone raised their glasses and drank it all. This is great. You are all the pillars of the Burning Sun Empire. Hua Jingxing laughed as he spoke, but he was interrupted at this moment. All right, Your Majesty. We've drunk the wine and offered our congratulations. It's time to talk business. Qiu Wuyang's indifferent voice made Hua Jingxing stop in his tracks. Hua Jingxing, as well as a few other nobles and ministers, all had ugly expressions. Interrupting someone's speech was an extremely rude thing to do, let alone the king of a country. Qiu Wuyang had completely disregarded the royal family. Qiu Wuyang, we're here today to celebrate His Majesty's birthday. That's the real business. Is there anything else? Lin Shui looked at Qiu Wuyang and said coldly. Qiu Wuyang's attitude was too much. Hua Jingxing looked at Lin Shui gratefully. Of course there are other matters. Although the matter of His Majesty's birthday is big, it is much smaller when compared to this matter. Qiu Wuyang glanced at Lin Shui, and a trace of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Then he looked around and said, Everyone, what do you think of the current power of the Burning Sun Empire? Everyone's eyes moved. They didn't understand why Qiu Wuyang would ask such a question. After a while, an old man cupped his fists and said, with the help of His Majesty and the various sect leaders, the Blazing Sun Empire is becoming more and more powerful. It is only a matter of time before we surpass other countries. This old man was the Prime Minister of the Burning Sun Empire, and he was very loyal to the royal family. Bullshit. Qiu Wuyang flicked his sleeve and scolded. The Prime Minister's face turned red. He was the Prime Minister, and yet he was being berated in public. Where was his face? However, in front of Qiu Wuyang, he did not dare to refute and could only suppress his anger. Hua Jingxing's expression did not look good either. Scolding the Prime Minister was indirectly scolding him. Currently, the 36 countries of Emperor Yun are all working hard to rule, and their strength is constantly improving. The Burning Sun Empire is surrounded by strong enemies, and many countries are eyeing them covetously. Most of them are stronger than the Burning Sun Empire. I'm sure you all know about this. Out of the 36 empires in Emperor Yun, the Blazing Sun Empire is considered to be at the bottom. Qiu Wuyang looked around and said loudly. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Qiu Wuyang was right about this. Among the 36 kingdoms of Emperor Yun, the Blazing Sun Empire was indeed considered to be at the lower tier. The surrounding countries were also eyeing them covetously. The Blazing Sun Empire is full of geniuses and powerhouses. Do you know why we are getting weaker and weaker? Qiu Wuyang asked. The crowd frowned, not knowing what Qiu Wuyang was trying to do. Qiu Wuyang smiled and said, that is, the forces of the Burning Sun Empire are too scattered. They are fighting on their own. It would be strange if they are not weak. Oh, Qiu Wuyang, what should we do then? Lin Shui frowned and asked. Chapter 254. Chapter 254, Chapter 254 The Battle of the Overlords. 549690339. Of course, we have to combine our powers. I suggest that we establish a Burning Sun Alliance. All the sects and powers of the Burning Sun Empire must join this alliance. We will elect a leader and then swear to follow the leader's orders. Only in this way can the Burning Sun Empire grow stronger and stronger, resist the foreign enemies, and become stronger and stronger. Qiu Wuyang shouted. Ha, Qiu Wuyang, you've finally revealed your purpose? You want to be the leader of the alliance and rule the world, right? Lin Shui laughed. Lin Shui, what are you laughing at? I think that Sect Master Qiu's suggestion is very good. Besides, in the current Blazing Sun Empire, who else is qualified to take on the position of alliance leader other than Sect Master Qiu? Heavenly King Jin stood up and shouted. Heavenly King Jin, you are wrong. In the Blazing Sun Empire, the royal family is the legitimate family. Why go through so much trouble and create the Sun Alliance? We can just follow His Majesty's orders. The Valley Master retorted. In the world of martial Dao, the strong are respected. Forgive me for being blunt, but Your Majesty, he doesn't have the right. Qiu Wuyang said coldly. Giggle. Hua Jingxing clenched his fists tightly. Insult, this was a blatant insult. This was equivalent to slapping the emperor's face in public. Hateful, hateful. Hua Qi growled, his entire body trembling from the intense atmosphere. Bang! A white-haired old man slammed the table and stood up. He raised his trembling hand and pointed at Qiu Wuyang. Qiu Wuyang, you've disrespected your superiors and insulted His Majesty. You deserve to die. A crime that deserves 10,000 deaths? I think you're the one who's going to die. Qiu Wuyang's eyes glowed, and 2 rays of sword qi flashed out of his eyes. It was so fast that there was no warning. Puchi! The elder had been pierced by the sword qi, and 2 holes appeared on his body. No blood flowed out, but he had no life left. Teacher! Hua Jingxing roared. This old man was Hua Jingxing's teacher, the teacher of the emperor. However, he was killed by Qiu Wuyang's gaze. Qiu Wuyang, you've gone too far. Hua Jingxing glared at Qiu Wuyang in anger. However, Qiu Wuyang only smiled as if he had just killed an ant. This old man is trying to ruin our plan. I suspect that he is a spy sent by another empire to destroy our empire. Such a person must be killed as soon as possible. In just a few words, he had turned the emperor's teacher into a spy. Hua Jingxing, Hua Qi, and some of the other members of the imperial family were furious. They felt humiliated, but there was nothing they could do. The power of the 10-direction sword school was too strong. Hua Qi clenched his hands so tightly that his nails had dug into his flesh and blood was flowing out, but he did not feel anything. Lu Ming frowned and patted Hua Qi's back. A surge of essential qi flowed into Hua Qi's body. Only then did Hua Qi slowly calm down. Otherwise, he would have suffered internal injuries from being too excited. What do you all think of my suggestion just now? Qiu Wuyang asked as he looked around. I agree with Sect Master Qiu's suggestion. The sect leader of Heavenly Fiend's sect smiled faintly. The other 3 sect masters' expressions changed at Tian Sha sect master's words. Why would Heaven Fiend's sect agree to this? Could it be that they had already formed an alliance with the 10-direction sword school? If that was the case, the situation would be serious. The omnipresent sword sect was already extremely powerful, and with the addition of the Heaven Fiend sect, the balance of power in the Blazing Sun Empire would be broken. Huh, brother, you really do understand me. Qiu Wuyang laughed and looked at the other sections. Qiu Wuyang, stop dreaming. The mystical sword sect will never agree to this. Lin Shui sneered. My Crimson Cloud Valley will not accompany you either. My Ghost Moon Saber sect is also not interested. The sect masters of the Scarlet Cloud Valley and the Ghost Moon Saber sect also refused. Qiu Wuyang's face darkened. Then he looked at Hua Jingxing and said, Your Majesty, what about you? Me? Hee, the Blazing Sun Empire has been around for more than 2,000 years. How can it be ruined by me? Please forgive me, I can't agree to this. Hua Jingxing said coldly. Hua Jingxing, you have to think carefully. For the sake of your Hua family and the tens of thousands of lives, think carefully. Qiu Wuyang's eyes flashed with killing intent as he said coldly. Qiu Wuyang, what are you doing? To threaten His Majesty? Do you really think that the 10-direction sword school is invincible? Lin Shui was furious and shouted. I don't know if my 10-direction sword sect is invincible, but I can still destroy your mystical sword sect. Do you want to try? Qiu Wuyang's tone was cold. Let's see how you're going to destroy the mystical sword sect. Lin Shui didn't back down. Her aura surged out and a terrifying sword qi shot up into the sky. There was a terrifying aura in the sword qi. Lin Shui, it's been decades since we last fought. I'd like to see how much you've improved. Boom! As soon as Qiu Wuyang finished speaking, an extremely strong aura burst out from his body. At the same time, a beam of sword qi shot up into the sky. Boom! Lin Shui's and Qiu Wuyang's sword qi met in the air and collided fiercely. An earth-shattering boom resounded, shaking the entire capital. The 2 sword qi formed a pillar of light at the point of collision, shooting straight into the sky and smashing the clouds into pieces. At this moment, everyone in the imperial capital stared at the pillar of light in shock and horror. Even those who were further away from the imperial capital could see the pillar of light. Everyone was trying to guess what kind of existences were fighting. In the palace, Lu Ming looked on in shock. Was this the power of a sect master, the ruler of the Burning Sun Empire? It was indeed extremely terrifying, as deep as the ocean and unfathomable. They could kill ordinary martial arts grandmasters with a flick of their fingers. In that move just now, the two of them didn't really fight at all. It was just a clash of auras. If they really made a move, the imperial capital would be destroyed. Force, what a strong force. Both of their forces have definitely reached perfection. In fact, there's even a hint of intent in them. Lu Ming's mind was racing. After force reached perfection, one could use force as a foundation to comprehend intents. For example, fire intent, wind intent, and so on. Will was the true essence of heaven and earth, and it was incomparably powerful. Only by comprehending the intent could one step into the martial king realm. Lin Shui, then today I will kill you first. Qiu Weiyang let out a long howl as his sword Qi soared into the sky, stirring up the wind and clouds. I'm not afraid of you. Lin Shui's long hair fluttered in the wind as she faced Qiu Weiyang without backing down. Boom! Boom! At this moment, two terrifying auras burst out one after another. They were not any weaker than Lin Shui and Qiu Weiyang. It was the Scarlet Cloud Valley Master and the Sect Master of the Ghost Moon Saber Sect. Their auras combined with Lin Shui's and pressed down on Qiu Weiyang. Qiu Weiyang, do you really think that the Blazing Sun Empire belongs to your 10 Direction Sword Sect? Don't go too far. The Valley Master said. The Crimson Cloud Valley and the Mystical Sword Sect had always been on good terms, so he was naturally on Lin Shui's side. The Sect Master of the Ghost Moon Saber Sect didn't say anything, but his attitude said it all. Chapter 255. Chapter 255. The Battle of the Six Heroes. 549690339. Qiu Weiyang's expression changed. The three Overlord-level characters working together made him feel extremely pressured. Lin Shui, what are you doing? Do you think the royal family will take you seriously if you attack Sect Master Qiu in the palace? Heaven Suppression King shouted. Many people looked down on him. Qiu Weiyang was the one who didn't take the royal family seriously. He had humiliated the royal family like that, but the Heavenly Suppression King didn't say anything. But now, he jumped out and used the name of the royal family to suppress Lin Shui and the others. How despicable and shameless. Good, very good. Lin Shui, Ling Parin, let's wait and see. Qiu Weiyang said good a few times. His eyes were extremely cold as he glanced at Lin Shui, the Valley Master, and the others. Finally, he looked at Hua Jingxing and said, Hua Jingxing, take care. His voice was cold, and the threat was extremely obvious. With that, he waved his hand and stepped into the air, leaving first. The other people from the 10 Directions Sword Sect followed closely behind. Brother, you don't understand the bigger picture. The Hua family will be destroyed in your hands sooner or later. The Heavenly King glared at Hua Jingxing in anger. General trend? The general trend is to make the entire Hua family submit to the Shifang Sword School and become their slaves? Hua Jingxing said as he looked at the Heavenly King mockingly. You fuck. The Heavenly King's expression turned ugly. He snorted heavily and left with Hua Jie and the others. However, before he left, the Heavenly King glanced at Lu Ming, making Lu Ming's hair stand on end. It was a blatant killing intent. Your Majesty, I'll take my leave first. The Sect Master laughed and bade his farewells, leaving with the rest of the Heavenly Fiend Sect. Only 3 of the 5 great sects were left. The birthday banquet continued. However, regardless of whether it was Hua Jingxing, Lin Shui, or the other 3 sect leaders, their faces were unusually serious. Today, Qiu Weiyang had suddenly proposed to establish the Sun Alliance, and Heavenly Fiend Sect had even agreed to it. They guessed that the Heaven Fiend sect had most likely joined forces with the Ten Direction Sword sect. This was a major event, and the balance of power in the Burning Sun Empire was about to be broken. The Blazing Sun Empire was about to enter an eventful period. The atmosphere of the birthday banquet was very depressing. Not long after, the three major sects also took their leave. Not long after, Lu Ming also got up and left. Lu Ming, you've seen what happened today. The omnipresent sword sect is simply too ambitious and lawless. Hua Qi sent Lu Ming to the entrance of the palace and said through gritted teeth. Lu Ming patted Hua Qi's shoulder and returned to the General Star Hall without saying anything. After returning to the General Star's hall, Lu Ming sat on his bed. His thoughts were in a mess and he could not calm down. Today's Emperor's birthday banquet allowed him to truly see the dark and turbulent situation in the Burning Sun Empire. He had a feeling that the Blazing Sun Empire was about to fall into chaos. In the near future, a terrifying storm would probably be brewing. He, on the other hand, was already deeply involved in the whirlpool because of his friends and family, and it was difficult for him to stay out of it. The only thing he could do now was to improve his strength as much as possible. Without strength, he would only be crushed into dust in this storm. He took a few deep breaths, adjusted his mood, and began to cultivate. Somewhere in the imperial capital, there was a group of extremely luxurious palaces, even more luxurious than the imperial palace. This was the residence of the Ten Direction Sword School in the imperial capital. In a large hall in the depths of the palace, Qiu Weiyang sat at the head of the table. Below him were the golden-robed elders of the Ten Direction Sword sect. Bang! Qiu Weiyang slammed the table and said with a gloomy face, Mystic Essence Sword sect, Crimson Cloud Valley, and Ghost Moon Saber sect. I knew that they wouldn't agree. A bunch of damn things. Sect leader, especially that Lin Shui, they have been targeting the sect leader at every turn. They even dared to fight with the sect leader. They are overestimating them Slaviers. A golden-robed elder said. Lin Shui, the mystical sword sect won't be arrogant for long. Qiu Weiyang sneered. Qiu Weiyang pondered for a moment and said, It's time to let them know the strength of our Ten Direction Sword School. Pass down my order. Let the younger generation attack first. Let them know how weak their so-called geniuses are. Yes. The golden-robed elders acknowledged in unison. 3 days later, a piece of news swept through the entire imperial city like a storm. Guan Hong, one of the 6 heroes of the Ten Direction Sword sect, challenged Feng Wuji of the Mystical Sword sect and Ling Yanqi of the Crimson Cloud Valley. The location was at the highest peak of the imperial capital, the peak of Sunset Peak. Once the news spread, everyone went crazy. Other than the Shifeng Sword School, the other 4 major sects each had 1 member of the Scorching Sun's 6 heroes. Only the Ten Direction Sword School had 2. One of them was Qiu Changkong, and the other was Guan Hong. Qiu Changkong, the leader of the 6 heroes, was incomparably powerful. There was no doubt that he was able to suppress the other 5. As for the other 5, they had never fought each other before, so no one knew who was stronger. Now was it finally time to fight? Countless people swarmed toward Setting Sun Peak, hoping to witness the battle between the 6 heroes. When Lu Ming ended his 3-day closed-door cultivation and walked out of his room, he saw Ming Feng rushing in. Ming Feng, what's the rush? Lu Ming asked. Big brother Tianyun, let's go to Sunset Peak. The battle between the 6 heroes is about to begin. Guan Hong is challenging Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi. My big brother and the others have already rushed over and told me to come and find you. If we don't go now, it will be too late. Ming Feng panted. A battle between the 6 heroes. Lu Ming was stunned. Then his eyes lit up. He grabbed the bright peak and took a step forward. He was already 50 meters away. Only one word was heard. Let's go. Lu Ming grabbed Ming Feng and used the high flight step. He was as fast as the wind and rushed toward Setting Sun Peak. Sunset Peak was located in the western part of the imperial capital. When Lu Ming neared Sunset Peak, he saw a shocking scene. From all directions, countless silhouettes formed into long dragons that rushed toward setting sun peak. There were so many people that it was impossible to distinguish them. Among them, there were even martial arts grandmaster powerhouses. Lu Ming followed the crowd and quickly approached Sunset Peak. Boom! Boom! At this moment, a terrifying rumble was heard from the peak of Sunset Peak. The war has started. Guan Hong and Feng Wuji have started their war. Someone shouted. Let's go and take a look. Buzz! Buzz! One figure after another began to climb up setting sun peak. Lu Ming held onto the bright peak as if it was weightless. He stepped on a piece of green grass and his figure shot forward for hundreds of meters, approaching the peak. Boom! On the mountaintop, the rumbling sounds continued. Lu Ming looked up and saw two figures charging at each other in the sky above the mountain. The sword chi was shocking and the terrifying shock waves were surging outwards. A suffocating pressure filled the air. What powerful battle prowess! Lu Ming's eyes flashed. With his eye of discernment, he could naturally tell that one of them was Feng Wuji of the mystical sword sect. The other man was tall and had a wild aura. The sword in his hand was an extremely wide giant sword. He must be Guan Hong. Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. In just a few minutes, he had reached the peak. At this moment, Guan Hong and Feng Wuji had already exchanged a few hundred moves. Feng Wuji, admit your defeat. Guan Hong let out a long cry, and then slashed out a shocking sword light. Chapter 256. Chapter 256, The Six Heroes Change. 549690339. This sword seemed to be able to cut through the sky. Its power was so strong that it was shocking. Feng Wuji also let out a long howl and slashed out a shocking sword radiance. Boom! Terrifying shock waves rumbled in the air. The space around them trembled violently under the sword chi. After that, Feng Wuji was forced back, his body trembled and a trickle of blood flowed down the corner of his mouth. Feng Wuji is injured, Feng Wuji has lost. And NBSP. Instantly, the area around Sunset Peak began to ring out with thunderous cries. Countless people were shouting in excitement. The other 5 of the Scorching Sun's 6 heroes finally had a winner. Guan Hong defeated Feng Wuji. The Shifeng Sword School is too strong. Not only is Qiu Changkong suppressing everyone, even Guan Hong is so strong. The #1 sect in the Burning Sun Empire is indeed worthy of its name. In the future, the 10 Direction Sword School will be even stronger. Many people sighed. Feng Wuji, you're only so. Guan Hong's figure was majestic as he stood in the air and said proudly. Feng Wuji's face turned dejected, he sighed and said, Guan Hong, I didn't expect you're sure to be at the major accomplishment stage. My defeat is not an injustice. Feng Wuji, in my opinion, you are not qualified to be on the same level as me. The 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun shall be changed to 5 heroes from now on. Guan Hong smiled proudly. As soon as he said that, everyone's expression changed drastically, especially Feng Wuji's. Guan Hong's words were basically kicking Feng Wuji out of the 6 heroes of the Burning Sun. If that was really the case, Feng Wuji wouldn't be the only one affected, but the entire mystical sword sect. The mystical sword sect's reputation would take a huge hit, and some geniuses might not even choose to join the mystical sword sect in the future. Guan Hong, you were just lucky to win against Brother Feng by 1 move. What are you so arrogant for? A loud roar came from the side. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and realized that there were a few people standing in the sky. Lu Ming was distracted by the battle between Feng Wuji and Guan Hong earlier and did not pay much attention to them. He only noticed them now. There were a total of 4 people. Lu Ming had seen 3 of them at the Emperor's birthday banquet. They were the other 3 of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun. Ling Yanqi of the Crimson Cloud Valley. He was the one who had spoken just now. There was also Shangguan Yi of the Ghost Moon Saber sect and Zuilian of the Heavenly Fiend sect. There was another person who was very young, only 23 or 24 years old. He was carrying a broad sword on his back and standing proudly. Guanhong's eyes turned to Ling Yanqi. Guanhong, this time you said you wanted to challenge me and Brother Feng. Now it's my turn. I won't take advantage of you. You can start meditating now. When you've recovered, we'll fight. Ling Yanqi continued. Ling Yanqi, who said I wanted to fight you? The one who is dealing with you is someone else. Guanhong laughed coldly. Someone else? Ling Yanqi was stunned and could not help but look at Shangguanjie and Zuolian. Ling Yanqi, you're looking at the wrong place. I'm the one fighting you. The young man with a sword on his back stepped forward and said arrogantly. You? Ling Yanqi was stunned. Everyone else in the audience was stunned. It was obvious that this young man was a disciple of the Ten Direction Sword School, but almost no one knew him. The Ten Direction Sword sect actually wanted to let an unknown youth fight against Ling Yanqi. Was this arrogance or humiliation? Ha, Guanhong, are you sure he has the right to fight me? Ling Yanqi's eyes were filled with anger. We'll know whether you're qualified or not after the battle. Guanhong sneered. The 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun will be replaced from now on. The young man said arrogantly. Ha, kid, you're very confident, aren't you? Ling Yanqi was so angry that he laughed. It's not confidence, it's strength. Remember, the one who defeated you is Qiu Changlai. The young man let out a long cry, and his aura burst out. The combat sword on his back automatically unsheathed, and he flew into the sky, slashing at Ling Yanqi. This sword caused the heavens and earth to shake. It was terrifying. In an instant, the expressions of most of the people present changed, and they were extremely shocked. This was because this sword was too powerful. In the sky, Ling Yanqi's expression became extremely serious. His body emitted heat waves. A battle spear appeared in his hand. With a wave of the spear, a giant flaming eagle formed and attacked Qiu Changlai. Boom! With a loud boom, Ling Yanqi and Qiu Changlai were forced back. Then, they roared in anger and started to fight again. He's too strong. Who exactly is this Qiu Changlai? Before, he was unknown, but his battle strength was so strong that he could actually fight with Ling Yanqi. I'm afraid he's a genius secretly trained by the 10 Direction Sword School. On Sunset Peak, countless people were watching the battle in the sky and discussing it. In the sky, Feng Wuji, Shangguan Yi, and the others also had a serious expression on their faces. On the other hand, Guanhong's lips curled into a cold smile. Boom! Boom! The explosions continued, and in the blink of an eye, 100 moves had passed. Bang! At this moment, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Then a figure flew back. It was Ling Yanqi. The entire place fell silent. Could it be that Ling Yanqi had lost? Buzz! Ling Yan's red hind legs moved 1,000 meters before he stopped. He stood still in the void, unmoving. All of a sudden, Ling Yanqi's body trembled, and an arrow of blood shot out from his chest. At this moment, everyone saw that there was a long sword wound on Ling Yanqi's chest. He had lost. Ling Yanqi had lost. He had lost at the hands of an unknown youth from the 10 Direction Sword sect. The setting sun peak was in an uproar. This news was like a whirlwind, spreading from the setting sun peak to the entire imperial city. The 10 Direction Sword sect was too strong. First, it was Guanhong who defeated Feng Wuji. Then, a young man emerged and defeated one of the 6 heroes, Ling Yanqi. It was too shocking. From now on, the structure of the younger generation of the Scorching Sun sect would undergo a substantial change. Were they excluding Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi? Or should he add another person? No matter what, the reputation of the 10 Direction Sword School would reach its peak. In the sky, Ling Yanqi's body trembled slightly, and his eyes revealed a look of disbelief. I told you to remember that the one who defeated you was Qiu Changlai. Qiu Changlai laughed arrogantly. The corner of his mouth revealed a hint of disdain. Brother Ling, are you all right? Feng Wuji appeared beside Ling Yan's naked body and injected a stream of true qi into him. I'm fine. Ling Yanqi smiled sadly. Feng Wuji sighed. Today, he and Ling Yanqi were completely defeated. It was conceivable that in the future, the reputation of the mystical sword sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley would fall while the 10 Directions sword sect would rise even more. Wonderful, wonderful. The heroes of the 10 Direction Sword School are really admirable. Zuo from Heavenly Fiend sect clapped his hands and walked out. He then looked at Shangguan Yen and said, Brother Shangguan, since you're here today, why don't we have a fight? Let's fight. Shangguan Yen was very direct as he stared at Zuo Yen. The crowd was extremely excited. Another 2 of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun were about to battle. Boom! Without any warning, Shangguan Yen and Zuo Yen started fighting. The 2 of them were engaged in an intense battle. Mingfeng, you stay here. I'll be leaving first. Lu Ming said to Mingfeng. Big brother Tianyun, the battle isn't over yet. Mingfeng was extremely surprised. Chapter 257. Chapter 257. The Challenge from the 10 Direction Sword School. 549690339. You can continue reading. Lu Ming smiled. He then moved and headed down Setting Sun Peak. He had not come to see the outcome of the battle between the 6 heroes, but to see their strength. Now, he had a rough idea of the strength of the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun, so there was no need to continue watching. He didn't care who won or lost among the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun. Lu Ming moved like a gust of wind and returned to the dormitory very quickly. He sat cross-legged on the bed and closed his eyes. The scene of the battle between the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun appeared in his mind. He already had a rough idea of the strength of the 6 heroes. Feng Wuji, Ling Yanqi, Guan Hong, Qiu Changlai, and the others were all at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial ancestor realm. However, their combat strength was extremely terrifying. They were at least at the 5th level of the martial ancestor realm. One had to know that he was a martial arts grandmaster. The higher one's martial arts realm was, the harder it was to fight across realms. In the martial arts grandmaster realm, to be able to fight across 1 level was already considered a peerless genius, let alone 2 levels. As for Guan Hong and Qiu Changlai, the only reason they were able to win was because they were stronger in both momentum and martial arts. The Scorching Sun's 6 heroes indeed live up to their names. They're only in their 20s, but many grandmasters of the older generation are no match for them. Lu Ming secretly thought. However, Lu Ming was not dejected. Instead, there was a burning flame in his eyes. Although the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun were strong, he was confident that he would catch up to them and even surpass them in no time. After some thought, Lu Ming left the General Star Hall and went to the Treasure Pavilion again. He spent the last 400,000 spiritual crystals on 100 Class 9 Lever 3 demonic cores. After buying the demonic pill, Lu Ming headed straight into the Divine Wind Valley. The tough training continued. Every day, Lu Ming had gained something. Be it his cultivation, martial arts techniques, or controlling force, he had improved. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Lu Ming had refined all 100 demonic cores. He finally walked out of the Holy Wind Valley. He returned to the dormitory but did not walk in. Instead, he walked towards Ming Feng's dormitory. He wanted to find Ming Feng to inquire about the situation in the imperial capital in the past month. He had a premonition that the imperial capital would not be peaceful this month. There would definitely be many things happening. When he arrived at Ming Feng's dormitory, he realized that Ming Feng was not there. Could it be at Ming City? Lu Ming had an idea. He walked toward Ming City's dormitory. Now, Ming City had long replaced the position of the top 10 masters of the Baiqi Outer Hall. They lived in a courtyard. When he arrived at Ming Cheng's dormitory, he found Ming Feng and Ming Zhu there. They were sitting on the stone bench in the courtyard and chatting. Big brother Tianyun, you've come out of your seclusion? Ming Feng said with a smile when he saw Lu Ming. Lu Ming, others say that I'm a martial arts fanatic, but I think that you're the real one. How can you still cultivate in seclusion at this time? Ming Qing laughed. Oh, why can't I go into seclusion in peace? Has something major happened in the imperial capital during this period of time? Lu Ming asked with a smile. Of course. During this period of time, the imperial city has been in a state of turmoil. Ming Qing said, a month ago, the Scorching Sun's 6 heroes fought. Feng Wuji and Ling Yanqi were defeated, while Shangguan Yi and Zhuo Lian fought for 1,000 moves, but neither of them won. However, this matter did not stop there. A few days later, the gold-ranked disciples of the various sects fought again. It was extremely intense, but the 10-direction sword school was extremely powerful. In the battle between the gold-ranked disciples, the 10-direction sword school had the upper hand. About 10 days ago, the Omnipresent Sword School sent a 9th-grade Great Martial Master to challenge the Mystical Sword School, the Crimson Cloud Valley, and the General Star Hall. The General Star Hall was the first to suffer a crushing defeat. The strongest group of people in the inner hall were defeated by a disciple of the Omnipresent Sword School. After that, the Crimson Cloud Valley and the Mystical Sword Sect also suffered a crushing defeat. The disciples sent by the Omnipresent Sword Sect were too strong. They were invincible in the realm of the Great Martial Master. The disciples on the Esilavir ranking of the Mystical Sword Sect were almost completely defeated. Ming Qing roughly explained the matter. Lu Ming was secretly surprised. Many things had happened in the imperial capital in the past month. In the past month, the 10-direction sword sect's reputation has been at its peak, while the Mystical Sword Sect and the Crimson Cloud Valley's reputation has declined sharply. The royal family has been suppressed even more. It is said that the Mystical Sword Sect has already mobilized the geniuses with special bloodlines from the Qilin Yard to compete with the geniuses from the 10-direction sword sect. Ming Qing said, Big Brother, one of the 9th-grade Grandmaster Realm geniuses from the Omnidirectional Sword School has a special bloodline. If the Mystical Sword School or the Crimson Cloud Valley's geniuses with special bloodlines arrive, we might be able to fight them. Mingzhu's eyes sparkled as she spoke. It's hard to say. I heard that some of the strongest great martial masters in the 10-direction sword school haven't even made a move yet. Ming Qing said, It can't be. Ming Cheng and Ming Feng were tongue-tied. Ming Cheng, brother Ming Cheng, something big has happened. Suddenly, a young man rushed in. Che Yuan, what happened? Ming Cheng asked the young man. I heard that the geniuses with special bloodlines from the Mystical Sword Sect have arrived, and the disciples from the 10 Directions Sword Sect have already come to challenge them. The young man said, What? That's fast. Let's go and take a look. Ming Qing called out. He then looked at Lu Ming. Brother Tian Yun, do you want to come along? Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he nodded. Together with Ming Cheng and the rest, they rushed towards the Mystical Sword Sect's residence in the Imperial City. When they arrived, they noticed that the entrance of the Mystical Sword Sect's mansion was already surrounded by people. At the very front, there were more than 10 disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School. A disciple from the 10 Directions Sword Sect stood at the entrance of the Mystical Sword Sect's residence and shouted arrogantly, Mystical Sword Sect trash, get the hell out here. What special bloodline genius? I'm guessing they're just a bunch of trash. Haha. The other disciples of the 10 Directions Sword Sect laughed out loud. They were filled with contempt. The few men guarding the gate of the Mystical Sword Sect were ashen-faced. Trash from the Mystical Sword Sect, get out here. Are you trying to be a coward? The young man at the front continued to call out. Tianyun, this young man's name is Wu Kuei. He's extremely powerful, and he's been able to defeat almost all the Grandmaster martial artists of the Mystical Sword Sect by himself. Ming Cheng whispered to Lu Ming. Squeak. At this moment, the gate of the Mystical Sword Sect's residence opened, and a few young men and women walked out. There were a total of 4 people, 3 men and 1 woman. All of them had threatening auras, and one could tell at a glance that they were dragons among men. Wu Kuei, don't think that you're invincible just because you defeated the trash from the 4 great halls. It's your biggest mistake to compare us with them. A young man carrying a battle axe walked out and said in a cold and arrogant manner. Lu Ming could not help but purse his lips. The people of Qilin Hall were all the same. No matter how strong or weak their cultivation was, they all had a high and mighty appearance. Of course, Qiuyu was an exception, Lu Ming added in his heart. There are different levels of special bloodlines. Some special bloodlines are trash. In my opinion, you guys are no different from those trash. Wu Kuei laughed in disdain. You're looking for death. The young man from the mystical sword sect who was carrying a battle axe on his back roared in anger. Genuine qi gushed out, and the battle axe on his back flew out automatically into the young man's hand. Chapter 258. Chapter 258. His head was crushed flat. 549690339/ The young man from the mystical sword sect shouted as he swung his battle axe down. The battle axe carried a terrifying aura. Obviously, these geniuses standing at the peak of the great martial master realm had all comprehended force, and their mastery wasn't weak. Small tricks. Wu Kuei sneered and threw a punch. A terrifying fist force hit the battle axe. Thump. With a loud bang, the young man with the battle axe retreated slightly. Damn it, explode. The battle axe young man roared as an ancient battle axe floated above his head. On the battle axe, there were 6 blood-red chakras. This was his special bloodline. The battle axe shook and merged with the young man, causing his aura to soar. Sky-splitting slash. The young man let out a long howl and struck out with his axe. This axe could split mountains and split the sky. It was twice as powerful as the previous one. Buzz. At that moment, Wu Kuei's body flashed with a blood-red light. Then, a vast mountain appeared above his head. The mountain was ancient, like the ancient and wild Devil Mountain. Wu Kuei's bloodline was like a mountain. Without a doubt, it was a special bloodline. It's amazing. Wu Kuei's bloodline is like a mountain. I've never seen him use it before. Someone shouted. Prison-suppressing Devil Mountain. Wu Kuei roared and punched out. The terrifying fist force turned into a vast demonic mountain and pressed down on the battle axe young man. Split it open. The young man with the battle axe shouted as his battle axe chopped down on the mountain. Boom! With a violent tremor, the mountain was not split open. Instead, the young man with the battle axe trembled violently. His body was pressed down by the heavy mountain and smashed onto the ground. With a blood-curdling screech, the young man with the battle axe was crushed into a meat paste by the mountain. A genius with a special bloodline was killed just like that. A special bloodline contains ancient secrets. Only by comprehending mysterious secret skills and divine abilities from it can the power of the special bloodline be fully exerted. What's the use of a trash who can only use his unique bloodline to comprehend force and cultivate martial techniques in this world? Wu Kuei's mocking voice was heard. The remaining young men from the mystical sword sect had extremely unsightly expressions. Now, who's going to go up? Wu Kuei looked at the remaining people. At the martial grandmaster realm, the duration of the bloodline explosion had been increased to an astonishing 10 minutes, and he could already last for a long time in battle. The remaining people from the mystical sword sect looked at each other with grave expressions. For a moment, no one appeared. What's wrong? You don't dare to fight? You're a bunch of trash. Is this the strength of the mystical sword sect? What a disappointment. Let me tell you, there are 5 people stronger than me in the 10-direction sword school. Wu Kuei sneered. What? There were 5 more? It's impossible. Someone shouted. Wu Kuei's words shocked everyone. Initially, everyone thought that with Wu Kuei's strength, he would definitely be one of the top few in the 10-direction sword sect. He might even be the strongest person in the 10 directions sword sect at the great martial master realm. However, Wu Kuei actually said that there were 5 people from the 10 direction sword school who were stronger than him. How was this possible? If it was true, it was too terrifying, right? Your mystical sword sect can't even defeat me, the the 6th-ranked sect. In my opinion, you should just withdraw from the 5 major sections. Wu Kuei continued to mock. Damn it, I'll fight you. A young man with a sword on his back walked out of the 3 remaining people from the mystical sword sect. There was nothing much to say. A huge battle immediately broke out. Unfortunately, Wu Kuei was too powerful. The bloodline of the young man carrying a combat sword was an ancient combat sword. He was even stronger than the young man with the battle axe, but he was still no match for Wu Kuei. After more than 30 moves, the young man with a sword on his back was forced to cough up blood by Wu Kuei's mountain. If he was not strong enough, he would have been crushed into a pulp. The mystical sword sect had lost another person. Who else is there? Hurry up and come up for a fight. Wu Kuei laughed arrogantly. The remaining 2 people from the mystical sword sect had extremely unsightly expressions. They were not as powerful as the young man with the sword. If they went up, they would only be humiliating themselves and might even lose their lives. However, they were already the strongest among the great martial masters in the mystical sword sect. Who else is coming up? Don't they even dare to fight? What a bunch of trash. Wu Kuei laughed. In the crowd, Lu Ming looked on coldly. He had no intention of making a move. What did the loss of the mystical sword sect have to do with him? He had no interest in making a move. In the sky, Lin Shui and a few golden-robed elders stood among the clouds. They looked down with gloomy faces. I didn't expect the 10-direction sword school to secretly cultivate so many peerless geniuses over the years. Wu Kuei has already comprehended some secret skills from his bloodline. Ordinary special bloodlines are no match for him at all. A gold-robed elder sighed. It's a pity that Duanmu Lin has broken through to the martial ancestor realm. If he was still in the martial grandmaster realm, he would definitely be able to defeat him. Another golden-robed elder said. After that, they all fell silent. Now that their defeat was set in stone, what they had to think about was how to reduce the impact as much as possible. Junior brother Wu Kuei, it seems like they don't have the guts to fight anymore. Sigh, how disappointing. I thought I'd have a decent opponent today. Another disciple from the 10 Directions Sword School sighed. The mystical sword sect better withdraw from the ranks of the 5 great sects as soon as possible, so as not to embarrass yourself. Wu Kuei laughed. In the crowd, Lu Ming smiled and shook his head. He was about to walk out. Tianyun, is that you? Stop right there. At this moment, a loud roar suddenly rang out. Lu Ming was stunned. He stopped in his tracks and turned around. A disciple from the omnipresent sword sect glared at Lu Ming with a sinister expression, gritting his teeth. It was obvious that this disciple from the 10 Directions Sword School had seen him before and recognized him. Beside Lu Ming, the others were shocked and could not help but step back. Only the 3 Ming siblings were left around Lu Ming. He's Tianyun. Wu Kuei's gaze shifted to Lu Ming. Yes, this person is Tianyun. He has repeatedly opposed our 10 Directions Sword sect. He deserves to die 10,000 times. The young man who had recognized Lu Ming said with a murderous intent. During this period of time, other senior brothers went to look for him, but he was like a turtle hiding in its shell. Today, I finally saw him. The young man added. Hide. Lu Ming was speechless. He was only cultivating in seclusion. When did he hide? That's good, then I'll settle it conveniently. Wu Kuei smiled coldly and walked toward Lu Ming. He glared at Lu Ming and said, You're Tianyun? You should know that the crime you've committed is unforgivable. How about this? I'll give you a chance to kill yourself. This way, I can make the decision and leave your corpse intact. Wu Kuei put his hands behind his back and put on an arrogant expression. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. This brother felt too good about himself. He wanted him to commit suicide. Is your brain broken? Or did your mother's father accidentally flatten your head? Lu Ming stared at Wu Kuei and said word by word. Pucci. As soon as he said that, the surrounding people couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chapter 259. Chapter 259. Let's attack together. 549690339. Actually, they did not want to laugh. However, Lu Ming's words really made them unable to hold back. Especially Ming Feng, he laughed until tears flowed out. Even the other disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School couldn't help but laugh. Wu Kuei's face turned the color of a pig's liver and his eyes turned red. He was so angry that his entire body trembled. Bastard, die. Boom! Wu Kuei threw a punch at Lu Ming. The force of his fist condensed into a mountain and it was extremely powerful. Lu Ming sneered. He did not back down and threw a punch as well. Bang! Lu Ming's fist smashed into the mountain that Wu Kuei had sent out. A shocking scene unfolded. The mountain rumbled and exploded under Lu Ming's fist. Bang bang bang. Wu Kuei retreated 7 to 8 steps and his fist was trembling nonstop. The people around them gasped. How was it possible that Lu Ming had managed to force Wu Kuei back with one punch? The strength that Wu Kuei had just displayed was shocking. He suppressed many of the mystical sword sex experts and was practically an invincible existence in the martial grandmaster realm. Yet he was forced to retreat by Lu Ming's punch. A few months ago, Lu Ming had displayed extremely powerful combat abilities at the Di Tian battle arena. He had been able to cross 2 levels and obtain 10 consecutive victories, which was extremely terrifying. However, he was only a 6th grade Great Martial Master. As for Wu Kuei, he was a peak 9th grade Great Martial Master and a peerless genius. Before this punch, no one had thought that Lu Ming could fight Wu Kuei. However, the truth was beyond their expectations. Damn it. You're courting death. Wu Kuei roared. His aura became even more terrifying like an enraged lion. What are you shouting for? You're too weak. Don't there still have a few people stronger than you in the 10 Direction Sword School? I don't have that much time to play with you. If you want to attack, then hurry up and attack together. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the other disciples of the omnidirectional sword school as he spoke indifferently. What? The disciples of the 10 Directions sword sect were stunned. The surrounding audience was also stunned. Lu Ming actually wanted to challenge all the experts of the omnidirectional sword school. Was he crazy? In the sky, Lin Xue's eyes glowed as she stared at Lu Ming. This young man is quite strong, but he's underestimating the geniuses of the 10 Direction Sword School. A gold-robed elder shook his head and said, I'm not looking down on the geniuses of the 10 Direction Sword School. It's just that this young man is confident. Lin Xue said, You have the confidence? Did the sect leader mean that this little guy could challenge all the experts of the 10 Direction Sword School and win? How was this possible? Even Qiu Changkong wasn't this strong when he was a martial grandmaster. The golden-robed elder said, We haven't fought yet, who knows? Lin Xue revealed a faint smile. The other gold-robed elders were bewildered. Arrogant, too arrogant. He's looking for death. Kill him. The disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School roared. Tian Yun, since you're so confident, don't blame us for winning with numbers. Let's attack together. A heroic-looking young man said coldly. He took a step forward and appeared beside Lu Ming, forming a triangle with Wu Kuei. Boom! Then, a shocking aura burst out from the young man's body. Then, a bloodline in the shape of a saber appeared. Without a doubt, it was also a special bloodline. As soon as the bloodline was released, a shocking saber radiance shot into the sky. Its aura was even more terrifying than Wu Kuei's. Buzz! Buzz! Then, with a flash, 4 more figures appeared around Lu Ming, surrounding him. The 4 of them all had bloodlines floating above their heads. 2 of them had special bloodlines, while the other 2 didn't have special bloodlines, but they were still extremely powerful. Every single one of them had a terrifyingly powerful aura. Each one of them was stronger than Wu Kuei. The faces of the mystical sword sect geniuses with special bloodlines were pale, and their eyes were filled with dejection. The surrounding onlookers also widened their eyes in shock. When Wu Kuei said that there were 5 people in the 10-direction sword sect who were stronger than him, many people did not believe him and thought that he was trying to elevate the 10-direction sword sect. However, they now knew that Wu Kuei was telling the truth. The 10-direction sword sect really had 5 geniuses who were stronger than Wu Kuei. This was too shocking. Countless people were shocked by the power of the 10-direction sword school. One of such geniuses is enough to sweep away geniuses of the same level, let alone 6. Tianyun is finished. He will definitely die here today. What a pity for a genius. Given time, he will definitely not be any weaker than the 6 heroes. Everyone sighed. Do it. At this moment, the 6 peerless geniuses attacked together. Boom. Boom. 6 different attacks were launched at Lu Ming from different directions. Every single one of them was extremely terrifying. Every single one of them had the power of a one-stage martial ancestor realm. The martial grandmaster and the martial grandmaster were 2 completely different realms. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Very few people in the great martial master realm had the combat power to fight against a one-dan martial ancestor realm. Right now, the 6 people from the 10-direction sword school were almost at the one-stage martial arts grandmaster realm. One could imagine how terrifying they were. Wind, fire. Lu Ming said softly. He clenched his right hand in the air and a long spear was formed. Wind and fire were integrated into the long spear. Boom! Following that, Lu Ming bent his legs slightly and exerted all his strength. The ground under his feet exploded and a huge hole appeared. The floor cracked like a spiderweb. Lu Ming's body shot up into the sky like a cannonball. He thrust the long spear upwards, making a terrifying whistling sound. Boom! Lu Ming's spear created a huge hole in the joint attack of the 6 of them. Lu Ming soared straight up into the sky. Charge and surround him. A genius from the 10 Directions Sword School shouted. Then, 6 figures shot up from the ground and flew hundreds of meters into the air. Human Dao Palm. Lu Ming muttered and struck his palm down. Who? The spirit chi between heaven and earth surged wildly and gathered towards Lu Ming. A huge palm print appeared in the air. The lines on the palm were clear as if it was real. The huge palm print slammed down. The air exploded wherever the palm print passed. It was extremely terrifying. Not good, let's join forces to resist. The expressions of the 6 people from the 10 Directions Sword School changed drastically, and they let out a horrified roar. The 6 of them used all their strength, and suddenly, 6 terrifying attacks gathered together and blasted toward the huge palm print. Suppress! Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he shouted. Boom! The palm print collided with the attacks of the 6 people, and the force swept out, forming a terrible shock wave that rushed in all directions. Not good. Below, the crowd's expressions changed drastically, and they scattered in all directions. Bang! Bang! The ground was swept up by the force, and huge pits were blasted out. Bang! Then, with a deafening sound, the combined attack of the 6 people from the 10 Directions Sword School was shattered by the palm print. The palm print didn't stop and continued to press down. How did this happen? Wu Kuei roared. The 6 geniuses from the 10 Directions Sword School wanted to escape, but they were already enveloped by the human Dao Palm, so it was difficult for them to escape. Chapter 260. Chapter 260, Chapter 260 Killing at the Door. 549690339. Boom. With a deafening boom, the 6 geniuses of the 10 Direction Sword School were directly smashed to the ground by the huge palm print. They heavily hit the ground, creating 6 large pits and sending smoke and dust into the air. In the distance, countless people watched this scene in a daze. Time seemed to have frozen at this moment. They even forgot to breathe. They could only stare with wide eyes, as if they wanted to engrave this scene in their hearts forever. It was simply too shocking. Any one of the 6 peerless geniuses of the 10 Direction Sword School could defeat almost all the great martial masters in the Burning Sun Empire. However, The 6 of them had joined forces but were defeated by Lu Ming with one palm. Even a fool could see the difference. The remaining 3 mystical sword sect geniuses with special bloodlines stared at Lu Ming in disbelief, as if they could not believe that such a genius existed in the world. Then, the dejection in their eyes deepened. Before they came to the imperial city, they were proud and arrogant, high and mighty. They thought that they had special bloodlines, that they were the darlings of heaven and earth, and looked down on martial artists with ordinary bloodlines. They believed that there was no one stronger than them in a battle of the same level. However, not long after he arrived at the imperial capital, he received a fatal blow. They were no match for Wu Kuei, who had defeated them all. However, such an opponent whom they looked up to and 5 geniuses who were more powerful than Wu Kuei had been defeated by Lu Ming in one move. This simply subverted their understanding of the world. The blow to them was too great. In the past, we dominated the mystical sword sect and thought that we were invincible. It turns out that we've been sitting on the fence all this time. The only woman among the 3 sighed softly. The other 2's eyes flickered, and then they sighed. There would always be someone better, and there would always be someone better. They only truly understood this truth today. In the sky, Lin Shui and the few gold-robed elders were also dumbfounded. Amazing, truly amazing. The General Star's Hall actually has such a genius. Looking at his age, he should be in his 20s, right? A gold-robed elder sighed with envy. In fact, Lu Ming's actual age was not even 18 years old. He only looked like he was in his 20s because he was wearing a disguise or mask. The second level of the earth-level palm technique, the force of fire is at the advanced level, the force of wind is at the initial level, and his Zhen Qi is extremely strong. Genius, a real genius. Lin Shui's eyes sparkled. Even though he had thought highly of Lu Ming, he was still sighing. Big brother Tianyun is mighty. Big brother Tianyun is invincible. Ming Feng reacted and shouted in excitement. When the dust settled, everyone saw 6 big pits on the ground. The 6 geniuses from the 10 Directions Sword School were lying in the pits, motionless and covered in blood. Although he was still breathing and not dead, many of his bones had been broken. Without a month or 2 of recuperation, he would not be able to recover. What genius! You're nothing more than this. Lu Ming glanced at Wu Kuei and the rest indifferently. Wu Kuei and the others were so angry that they almost spat out another mouthful of blood. If they weren't so badly injured, they would have shouted out loud. He was angry and regretful. During this period of time, they had swept across the mystical sword sect, boosted the morale of many geniuses from the Star Temple and the Crimson Cloud Valley, and pushed the reputation of the 10 Direction Sword sect to the peak. But now, the 6 of them were defeated by Lu Ming with one palm. It would be a joke if this news spread. It would definitely be a huge blow to the reputation of the omnidirectional sword school. All their hard work during this period of time had been reduced to nothing by Lu Ming's palm. Good. In the sky, a golden-robed elder laughed. Lu Ming cast a nonchalant glance at Wu Kuei and the rest. He did not attack again and turned to leave in big strides. Ming Cheng and the others quickly followed. Countless gazes followed Lu Ming's movements, watching his back as he left. It was a proud, determined, and unyielding back. In the sky, Lin Shui looked at Lu Ming's back and was shocked. In his eyes, the back of Tianyun and the back of another young man were extremely similar. Lu Ming. Lin Shui muttered, her eyes shining. After a long time, she sighed. This long sigh contained a trace of regret. Perhaps I made the wrong choice. Lin Shui sighed in her heart. General Star's Hall, Lu Ming's room. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the bed. I'm very close to the 9th grade Grandmaster realm now. I need to break through as soon as possible so that I can refine the blood refinement pill and improve the foundation of my second bloodline. Lu Ming pondered secretly. Before the Emperor's birthday, Lu Ming would be in seclusion in the Earth Cave for 3 months. A month ago, he had refined 100 demonic cores and his cultivation had reached the peak 7th grade Great Master realm. In the next 2 months, he successfully broke through and reached the 8th grade Great Martial Master realm. In the past month, he had refined another 109th grade 3rd level demonic cores, and his cultivation had successfully entered the peak of 8th grade Great Martial Master. With his current cultivation base, the 3-path palm that had already reached the 2nd level, and the force of fire that had broken through to the phenomenal success stage, it was normal for him to defeat Wu Kuei and the others with 1 palm. He did not care about defeating Wu Kuei and the others at all. In his opinion, it was an insignificant matter. His current goal was to break through to the 9th grade Great Martial Master realm as soon as possible and then attempt to break through to the Martial Ancestor realm. Lu Ming immediately began to cultivate. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. That was because he felt a terrifying killing intent engulfing him. At the same time, he felt a sense of extreme danger, causing his heart to tremble and his hair to stand on end. Not good. There was no time to think. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming soared into the sky and rushed to the ceiling. Buzz! At this moment, a terrifying air-piercing sound was heard. 100-meter-long, extremely bright sword light slashed toward Lu Ming's dormitory. Boom! Lu Ming's dormitory, as well as the other rooms in front, back, up, down, and above, suddenly exploded. Broken stones and wood shavings flew in all directions. The entire building was split in half. Buzz! Lu Ming soared into the sky from the broken pieces of wood. Tianyun Dai. Lu Ming saw 2 young men in the sky. Buzz! One of the yellow-robed young men swung his sword and another terrifying sword radiance slashed toward Lu Ming. The speed of the sword light was unbelievably fast and it arrived in front of Lu Ming in an instant. Ancient shield. Lu Ming growled. In front of him, 4 ancient shields were formed. The 4 shields were stacked in front of Lu Ming. Boom! The sword light struck the shield, causing it to shake violently. Then the first shield exploded, followed by the second, the third. In just a breath's time, the 4 shields were all shattered. However, within a breath's time, Lu Ming's blood meridian erupted and a powerful devouring force spread throughout his body. At the same time, he retreated frantically and took out the demon-subduing spear to block in front of him. Clang! The sword gleam slashed at the demon-subduing spear. Lu Ming's entire body trembled as if he had been hit by a huge mountain. His body was like a cannonball as he crashed to the ground. Chapter 261. Chapter 261. Overbearing and Overbearing. 549690339. Lu Ming's figure fell rapidly. Just as he was about to hit the ground, the essential qi in his body burst out. He stomped on the ground heavily and his body continued to drift backward. You want to leave? Can you leave today? In the sky, the yellow-robed young man shouted coldly. He was shocked and furious. With his cultivation at the peak of the 2nd level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm and his surprise attack, he had not managed to kill Lu Ming with 2 consecutive slashes. This made him feel extremely humiliated. Die! The yellow-robed young man held the sword with both hands and slashed out. A terrifying sword light, hundreds of meters long, cut through the void and approached Lu Ming in an instant. Senior brother Huang, I'll join you. Next to the yellow-robed young man was a white-robed young man. He unsheathed his combat sword and thrust it forward. An extremely sharp sword qi pierced toward Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyelids twitched as if he was facing the god of death. Block it, block it. Lu Ming's eyes were bloodshot. He circulated his essential qi to the maximum and 4 ancient shields formed in front of him. Human Dao Palm. Lu Ming waved his palm and cast the human path palm. A huge palm print appeared in front of him, carrying the power of wind and fire, and blasted forward. Boom! An earth-shattering roar shook the entire dormitory area of the Star Hall. One after another, Figures rushed out of the dormitories and fled in all directions. Lu Ming's human path palm print, the ancient shield, was shattered. The terrifying force landed on Lu Ming's body. Bang! Lu Ming was like a cannonball, flying backward. He crashed through 2 dormitory buildings and flew hundreds of meters away. Lu Ming used his long spear to support himself on the ground. He drew a deep line on the ground before he stopped. His body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Still not dead. In the sky, the 2 young men were shocked. With their cultivation and combat strength, they could kill a first-tier martial arts grandmaster with a single strike. However, Lu Ming had blocked it head-on. He was only injured but not dead. This was too shocking. Kill! The 2 young men's killing intent burst forth. Their eyes were cold as they charged toward Lu Ming. Stop! With a few loud roars, a few streams of light broke through the air at an extremely fast speed and arrived above the dormitory building in an instant. They were the elders of the General Stars Hall. Get lost! The yellow-robed young man and the white-robed young man were extremely domineering. They slashed out with their combat swords, and their sword chi soared into the sky. Bang! Bang! The 3 elders of the General Star Hall were no match for him and were sent flying hundreds of meters away. Stuff. The 10 Direction Sword sect is too much. You killed my General Stars Hall students in public. I'd like to see how the 10 Direction Sword sect is going to explain this to the royal family. One of the patriarchs shouted as he looked at Lu Ming anxiously. Lu Ming was the unparalleled genius of the General Stars Hall now. He was the hope of the future. Nothing must happen to him. However, the 2 young men from the 10 Directions Sword School were gold-ranked disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School. Their cultivation had reached the peak of the 2nd level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. In addition, they were top geniuses, so their combat strength could even compete with those in the 3rd level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. Among the 3 of them, the strongest was only at the 2nd stage of the martial ancestor realm. The other 2 were only at the 1st stage of the martial ancestor realm and were not his match at all. Explanation? Why should we, the 10 Direction Sword sect, have to deal with the royal family? What a joke! Tingru has opposed the 10 Direction Sword School and killed many of their geniuses. He deserves to die. Get out of my way now, or you'll all die. The yellow-robed young man shouted in an overbearing manner. The 3 elders of the General Stars Hall had ugly expressions on their faces, but they stood firmly in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming spat out another mouthful of blood. He leaned on the ground with his long spear and stood up straight, looking at the sky. It was indeed the disciples of the 10 Directions Sword School. It seemed that the 10 Directions Sword School had been forced into a corner. They had actually sent a gold disciple to directly attack the General Star Hall. Then, his gaze fell in the direction of the dormitory. It was already in ruins and there were constant wails. Lu Ming had managed to dodge the first attack, but the others did not have the ability to do so. At least 10 people had died under that sword and many more were injured. Fortunately, Ming Feng had been living in Ming City during this period of time. Otherwise, it would have been dangerous. Damn it. Lu Ming held the spear shaft tightly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Senior Brother Huang, there's no need for so much nonsense. Just kill him directly. The white-robed young man was even colder, his gaze as sharp as a sword. He took a step forward and charged forward. Hold on, there will be experts soon. And NBC die. An elder shouted in rage and charged forward with all his strength. The other 2 elders were the same, but they were not his match at all. After a dozen moves, they were injured and forced to retreat. One of the elders in the 1st realm of the martial ancestor realm even lost an arm. You're overestimating yourself. The yellow-robed young man sneered with disdain. Impudent. Suddenly, there was a loud roar and a snow-white blade light slashed from the distance. It cut through the void and arrived in an instant. Not good, martial ancestor 4 stage. The 2 young men's expressions changed, and they each slashed out with their swords. However, they were swept away by the saber radiance and were sent flying thousands of meters. Whoosh! In the sky, several streams of light arrived in an instant. There were 3 people in total, 2 old men and 1 young man. Hua Qi. This young man was Hua Qi. He was enveloped by an elder's true qi, which was why he could walk in the air. I'm here, let's see who can kill Tianyun. Hua Qi's eyes were like lightning as he stared at the 2 youths from the 10-direction sword sect. 8th Prince, Tianyun is going against the 10-direction sword school. He's trying to destroy the relationship between the 10-direction sword school and the royal family. He has ulterior motives. Be careful, or the royal family might be harmed by him. The yellow-robed young man said coldly. You don't have to worry about this. I will find out. Now, get out of the General Star Hall. Hua Qi coldly shouted in an extremely domineering manner. You bastard, Hua, I'm giving face to the royal family by calling you the 8th Prince. Don't be ungrateful. The yellow-robed young man said angrily. This ant, Hua Qi, actually dared to tell him to get lost. He was a golden disciple of the 10-direction sword school, a high and mighty figure. In the 5 great sects, gold disciples were extremely rare. Every single one of them was a figure whose name shook the blazing Sun Empire, and their status was not much lower than the gold-robed elders. This was because they had unlimited potential. They would have no problem becoming gold-robed elders in the future. And now Hua Qi, this ant, was berating them. So what if he was the 8th prince? Their gazes were extremely cold. If you don't want to get lost, then I'll make you get lost. Let me tell you, the imperial capital is, after all, the imperial capital of the imperial family. Hua Qi coldly shouted. Beside him, 2 old men exploded with powerful auras. One was in the 3rd level of the martial ancestor realm, while the other was in the 4th level. The yellow-robed young man and the white-robed young man showed a look of fear. If he was at the 3rd level of the martial ancestor realm, they could still fight him. But at the 4th level, even if they joined forces, they would not be a match for him. The difference was too great. Good 8th prince, let's wait and see. The yellow-robed young man said goods 3 times in a row, but his voice was extremely gloomy. Then he looked at Lu Ming and said, if you're so capable, then don't leave the General Star Hall for the rest of your life. We'll wait for you outside the General Star Hall and see how long the imperial family can protect you. After saying that, the yellow-robed young man and the white-robed young man stepped on the air and disappeared. Chapter 262. Chapter 262, Father's Whereabouts. 549690339. Looking at the sky, Lu Ming appeared calm on the surface, but his heart was in turmoil. Martial Arts Grandmaster, Martial Arts Grandmaster. I have to break through to the Martial Arts Grandmaster realm as soon as possible. Right now, I seem to be invincible among the great martial masters, but it's still not enough when I encounter a strong martial arts grandmaster. The day I break through to Wu Zong will be the day you die. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with killing intent. Hurry up and rescue the injured and clean up the dormitory. The elder of the General Star Hall instructed his men. On the side, Hua Qi's eyes were filled with intense killing intent and unwillingness. He had been attacked in public, destroyed a few buildings, killed more than a dozen students, and injured many more. As for the people he had brought, they clearly had the ability to make the other party stay, but they could only watch helplessly as the murderer left. This humiliation made Hua Qi's entire body tremble. After a long while, Hua Qi took a deep breath and walked to Lu Ming's side. Tianyun, are your injuries all right? I'm fine. Lu Ming smiled. Although his injuries were not light, they did not hurt his core. It would not take long for him to recover. I really didn't expect that the 10-direction sword school would dare to kill people in the General Star's Hall so openly. They're getting more and more lawless. In the past, they would have some scruples. Hua Qi said. This time, I have to thank you. Lu Ming said. Why are you thanking me? Lu Ming, I have something to discuss with you today. I didn't expect to encounter what happened just now. Oh, what's the matter? Lu Ming asked. It's about your father, Hua Qi said softly. My father. Lu Ming's heart trembled. His eyes shone with hope and he said in a trembling voice, Don't tell me you're afraid. Hua Qi nodded and said, Let's talk on the side. And NBSP. The two of them walked to a place where no one was. Lu Ming, I've found out about your father. Hua Qi said. Where is my father? Is he in the imperial capital? Lu Ming asked in a trembling voice. Hua Qi shook his head. He was originally in the imperial capital. He was imprisoned by the people of the 10 Directions sword sect in an extremely secretive place in the northern part of the imperial capital. However, 7 days ago, a group of unknown people suddenly attacked that secret place. Your father has already been kidnapped by that group of people. What? They were taken away by a group of unknown people? Do you know why that group of people kidnapped my father? Lu Ming was shocked. Hua Qiyaolu shook her head. I don't know about this. However, we've already found out that those people are rushing to the Forsaken Desolation, and the people from the Omnipresent Sword sect are pursuing them with all their might. Lonely wasteland, I'm going to save my father immediately. Lu Ming revealed an anxious look. Wait a minute, Lu Ming. Don't be anxious. Don't forget that the disciples of the Omnipresent Sword School are still waiting for you outside. Hua Qi called out. Lu Ming took a deep breath to calm himself down. Yes, he had to deal with the 2 disciples of the Omnipresent Sword School first before he could go to the Forsaken Land. Lu Ming, I'll find a way to lure the 2 disciples of the Omnipresent Sword School away. Also, my father has already sent 4 experts to the Forsaken Land in secret. At this point, a sword-shaped jade tablet appeared in Hua Qi's hand. He handed it to Lu Ming and said, This is a 10,000-mile sound-transmitting talisman. The 4 experts sent by my father also have one. You can use it to send a message to them when you reach the desolate wilderness. You will be able to receive the other party's information within 10,000 miles. Hua Qi, many thanks. Lu Ming took it and thanked him sincerely. Hua Qi had really helped him a lot. I've already said that you don't need to thank me. Be careful on your way. Hua Qi said. Lu Ming nodded and smiled. Let's have a drink and chat when I'm back. All right, I'll go and draw away the 2 from the 10 Direction Sword School. Hua Qi nodded and left the General Star Hall with the 2 elders. About half an hour later, Hua Qi's figure appeared. He said, Lu Ming, you can leave now. Lu Ming nodded. He took out a black robe and put on a bamboo hat. He moved and disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming left the General Star Hall and headed north along some side streets. After passing through 7 or 8 streets, he did not find any disciples from the 10 Directions sword sect. Stop! Just as Lu Ming let his guard down, a delicate voice was heard. Buzz! The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. A beautiful figure appeared in front of Lu Ming. Thank you, Xianxia. Lu Ming's heart trembled. He looked at the person in front of him, dumbfounded. The young girl in front of him was extremely pretty. She was wearing a short skirt, revealing a pair of slender, fair and tender legs. She was staring at Lu Ming with her big eyes. Who else could it be but Xianxia? He had never expected to meet Xianxia here. Why did Xianxia stop him? He had changed his appearance and was wearing a black robe and a bamboo hat, so Xianxia would not be able to recognize him. Cough, cough. Young lady, may I know why you are blocking my way? Lu Ming coughed a few times and lowered his voice. He sounded like a burly man in his 30s. Lu Ming, why are you pretending? I've finally found you. Come, let's have a big fight. The corners of Xianxia's mouth lifted slightly as he said in disdain. Ah! Lu Ming was stunned. Xianxia really recognized him. How was that possible? Could he have revealed something? But he looked around and didn't reveal anything. However, why did Xianxia insist that he was Lu Ming? Lu Ming took off his bamboo hat and revealed his disguised face. Young lady, look, you've really got the wrong person. Umph. Xianxia's lips curled up slightly, and his disdain grew. Lu Ming, stop pretending. No matter how you disguise yourself, I can still recognize you. No matter how you disguise yourself, your smell will never change. It just so happens that my nose is special. As long as I've smelled someone's smell, I can recognize them even if they turn into ashes. This works too. Lu Ming was speechless. He had never thought of this. Ah, monsieur, what a coincidence. I haven't seen you for a long time, and I miss you. Unfortunately, I have something urgent to attend to now. Please make way for me and we can talk another day. Lu Ming laughed and revealed his original voice. Lu Ming, it's not easy to meet you. Don't even think about leaving. I've said it the last time that I'll trample you ruthlessly under my feet the next time I see you. Come on, fight me. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming unkindly. I said, I'm not free right now. If I want to play, I'll play with you in the future. Lu Ming's voice sank. He was in a hurry to go to the Forsaken Land and had no time to fight with Xianxia. I don't care. Don't even think about leaving today. Xianxia blocked Lu Ming's path arrogantly. Move, he shouted. Lu Ming shouted coldly and pushed his palm forward. A powerful true qi gushed out, trying to push Xianxia away. However, Xianxia's body moved slightly and a powerful true qi surged out, canceling out Lu Ming's true qi. What powerful strength! Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He was a little surprised. After not seeing him for a while, Xianxia's cultivation had also reached an astonishing level. Chapter 263. Chapter 263, The Great Battle in the Desolate Wasteland. 549690339. Xianxia was also a little surprised. Clearly, Lu Ming's ability was beyond her expectations. Good, you're quite strong. You'll be able to fight me. Xianxia's eyes lit up. You're crazy, I don't have time to accompany you. Lu Ming snorted coldly. He then soared into the sky and dashed into the distance at top speed. Don't even think about leaving. Xianxia shouted and kicked off with his legs. His body seemed to be weightless as he chased after Lu Ming at an incredible speed. He was not slower than Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming was shocked. He activated his mid-air steps to the maximum and walked in the air. In an instant he was hundreds of meters away. Not long after, he left the imperial capital and headed northwest. Behind him, Xianxia followed closely. He could also walk in the air for a short time. This bitch is really sick. Forget it, if you want to follow, then follow. Lu Ming was speechless. He let her follow him while he used his body movement technique and moved forward at top speed. The lonely wasteland was located at the northwest border of the burning Sun Empire. It was a vast, dead wasteland that spanned 3 empires. It was the border of 3 empires. To the north was the Dark Moon Empire. To the northwest was the Blood Zhao Empire, a mid-tier empire. Empires were divided into low-tier empires, middle-tier empires, high-tier empires, and supreme-tier empires according to their strength. The Blazing Sun Empire and the Dark Moon Empire were both low-tier empires. Emperor Yun's 36 empires included 8 middle-tier empires, while the rest were all low-tier empires. A middle-tier empire was at least 10 times stronger than a low-tier empire. Given Lu Ming's current cultivation, it would take him 4 to 5 days to reach the Forsaken Desolation Land. After a day and a night, Lu Ming's essential qi was insufficient. He stopped to meditate to recover. Not far behind them, Xianxia was also panting heavily. He stopped and sat cross-legged on the ground. He's really persistent. Lu Ming was rather speechless. 3 hours later, Lu Ming's essential qi had fully recovered. He saw Xianxia standing up. How about this? I really have something urgent to attend to. After I'm done with this, I'll have a fight with you. Lu Ming said. Who knows where you'll run off to when the time comes? You treated me like that in the past, and I said that I'll definitely trample you under my feet. I said that, and I'll definitely do it. Don't even think about running away, I'll follow you. When you're done with your business, I'll teach you a good lesson. Xianxia said through gritted teeth. Lu Ming was speechless. This lady's temper was too strange, right? Forget it, forget it. If you want to follow, then follow. Lu Ming was speechless. Following that, Lu Ming continued on his way. Xianxia followed him from the side. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed, and the desolate wilderness was already in sight. He stood on the peak of a mountain and looked into the distance. The desolate wasteland was extremely vast, like a giant beast lying in front. The two of them took a step forward and headed towards the desolate wilderness. Only after entering the forsaken land did he realize that it wasn't completely dead. He could see patches of trees and weeds. However, these trees and weeds didn't have leaves and looked lifeless. The surroundings were completely silent. Not even the chirping of insects or the chirping of birds could be heard. However, Lu Ming and Xianxia did not dare to be careless. This was because the Forsaken Desolation was a well-known danger zone that contained great danger. Roar! At this moment, the two of them saw a huge black tiger running through the wild forest. The tiger's aura was powerful. It was a Class 2 Level 3 demonic beast, and NBSP, hoo-hoo. At this moment, a black mist suddenly flew down from a leafless tree in front of the tiger. The black mist rolled towards the tiger and then flew away, disappearing into the tree. A tiger-shaped skeleton was left behind. Lu Ming and Xianxia's scalps turned numb. They had seen clearly that the black mist that had flown out of the tree was a kind of tiny ants. However, there were too many of them and they were terrifyingly powerful. The giant tiger, a Class 2 Level 3 demonic beast, had turned into a skeleton before it could even scream. The desolate wilderness was indeed strange, so he had to be extra careful. The two of them continued to move forward, and there were no mishaps along the way. Soon, they were more than 300 miles deep. Buzz. And NBSP, whoosh. All of a sudden, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. In a flash, 8 figures appeared in front of Lu Ming and the other man. The two of them froze and stopped. The 10 Direction Sword sect is here on business. We're temporarily commandeering this area. Please go back. The leader of the group, a middle-aged man, said. His tone was overbearing. Hee, since when did the Forsaken Desolation land belong to the 10 Direction Sword School? This is the first time I've heard of it. Lu Ming sneered. If I say it's ours, then it's ours. Kid, don't be unreasonable. Otherwise, this place will be your burial ground. The middle-aged man's eyes turned cold, and his body emitted a faint killing intent. Lu Ming was not wearing his bamboo hat at the moment. It was obvious that the people from the Omnipresent Sword sect had not seen Lu Ming before and did not recognize him. Lu Ming swept his gaze across the people from the Omnipresent Sword sect. The burly man in the lead had an extremely thick aura and was at the 1 Dan Martial Arts Grandmaster realm. The other 7 were all 9th grade Great Martial Masters. It was obvious that the 10 Direction Sword sect had mobilized a large force to capture Lu Yuntian. All right, let's go. Suddenly, Lu Ming said and turned to leave. Xianxia's eyes flickered. Without saying anything, he turned and left with Lu Ming. Behind him, the middle-aged man from the 10 Direction Sword sect had a strong killing intent in his eyes. These two people are suspicious. I'd rather kill them wrongly than let them go. Kill them. The middle-aged man waved his hand. Kill. Immediately, the 2 9th grade Grandmaster Realm experts unsheathed their swords and charged at Lu Ming and Xianxia. He was extremely fast and instantly appeared behind the two of them. The broad combat sword slashed down at their heads. However, Lu Ming and Xianxia suddenly turned around. Lu Ming waved his hand and a long spear appeared. It pierced through the 9th grade Grandmaster who was charging at him. With a snap of Xianxia's fingers, the man's head flew high into the air and blood splattered everywhere. Lu Ming was slightly surprised. He could tell that Xianxia's cultivation had already reached 9th grade Grandmaster realm. It seemed that Xianxia had some kind of fortuitous encounter during this period of time. Otherwise, his cultivation would not have improved so quickly. It was because of his spirit-devouring bloodline that his cultivation base had skyrocketed. However, Xianxia didn't have the spirit-devouring bloodline, yet his cultivation breakthrough was no slower than his. It was truly shocking. I knew you would do this. Lu Ming looked coldly at the remaining people from the omnipresent sword sect. In an instant, the two experts were killed, causing the middle-aged man and the others to be stunned. Then, they roared in anger, "You dare to kill the disciples of my 10-direction sword school? You're looking for death. Kill them." The middle-aged man exuded a terrifying aura as he pounced toward Lu Ming. The remaining 5 ninth-grade Grandmaster Realm martial artists charged at Xianxia. First level of the martial ancestor realm. It's a good time to test my strength. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He shook his long spear and charged at his opponent. During this period of closed-door cultivation, he had gained a lot. His combat strength had increased rapidly, and he did not know what level he had reached. He had fought 2 times previously. The first time was against a peak 9th grade Great Martial Master, and the second time was against 2 geniuses at the peak 2nd grade Martial Grandmaster. The first time was too weak, and the second time was too strong. It was not a good test of Lu Ming's combat strength. This one-stage martial ancestor realm was just right. Chapter 264. Chapter 264. Killing a First-Level Martial Ancestor Realm. 549690339. A mere great martial master dares to fight me? The middle-aged martial arts grandmaster sneered. In his opinion, Lu Ming was overestimating himself and was courting death. Buzz! The middle-aged martial arts grandmaster's combat sword was aimed at Lu Ming's head. He wanted to cut off Lu Ming's head with one strike. Buzz! Whoosh! Lu Ming's long spear trembled and stabbed again. A bright spear gleam pierced forward. The spear radiance and the middle-aged martial arts grandmaster's sword clashed. The middle-aged martial arts grandmaster's expression changed drastically in an instant. Boom! A wave of extremely sharp and powerful force blasted towards the middle-aged martial arts grandmaster. The middle-aged martial arts grandmaster's body trembled and he retreated rapidly. He slid back for dozens of meters in the forest, leaving a deep gully on the ground. How can a great martial master have such powerful strength? The middle-aged martial arts grandmaster roared in his heart. So this is your strength, it's not that great, kill. Lu Ming lifted his gun and charged at the other party. The long spear thrust out and beams of dazzling spear radiance burst out. The middle-aged martial arts grandmaster tried his best, but he was still no match. After 6 moves, he was hit by Lu Ming's spear and flew out with a scream. Buzz! Lu Ming chased after him and smashed his long spear down from above. Bang! The middle-aged martial arts grandmaster screamed again. His body was smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit. He lay in the pit and kept spitting out blood. He could not move. In a flash, Xianxia appeared beside him. It was clear that she had already taken care of the 5 ninth grade Great Martial Master Realm warriors. The middle-aged martial arts grandmaster lay in the crater and looked at the 2 young people with shock in his eyes. Where did this young man pop out from? He was too terrifying, and his combat strength was simply shocking. Could he be a genius from the Blood Zhao Empire? The middle-aged Wu Zong thought. He had never heard of such a powerful great martial master in the Blazing Sun Empire. Unless it was a mid-tier empire like the Blood Zhao Empire, it would be normal to have such a genius. Tell me, what's the current situation of the person you're chasing? Where are they? Lu Ming stared at the middle-aged martial arts grandmaster coldly and asked. Could it be that you are also after the secret key to the martial emperor's treasure? I'm telling you, Qiu Changkong of the 10-direction sword sect is right in front of us. You're just a mere great martial master, and you want to interfere? You're really looking for death. The middle-aged Wu Zong shouted angrily. The secret key to the martial emperor's treasure? Qiu Changkong is also in front? Lu Ming's expression changed. He looked a little solemn and doubtful. The leader of the 6 heroes, Qiu Changkong, was actually hunting down his father. And the secret key to the martial emperor's treasure? Is it related to a martial emperor? At the thought of this, Lu Ming was shocked. Above the martial ancestor realm was the martial king realm. They were known as kings and were extremely powerful. It was still a question whether or not there was a martial king in the vast blazing Sun Empire. Even the overlords like Lin Shui had not reached the martial king realm. However, there was a huge difference between a martial king and a martial emperor. No, there was an even greater difference. There was no way to compare. After the martial king realm, there were still 3 major realms of the spiritual god realm. Above the 3 spiritual god realms was the martial emperor realm. A martial emperor could shatter the heavens and earth with a snap of their fingers, causing the sun and moon to lose their light. They were the strongest experts in the divine wilderness continent, unrivaled at the peaks. As for whether there was a higher realm after the martial emperor realm, there were legends, but they were just legends. Could the secret key to the martial emperor's treasure be related to the martial emperor? Lu Ming could not help but be shocked. Lu Ming did not notice that Xianxia's eyes glowed with surprise when he heard the key to the martial emperor's treasure. So I advise you to let me go quickly. I can hide what happened today. Otherwise, you will all end up in a miserable state. The middle-aged Wu Zong threatened. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he let out a shrill scream because Lu Ming had pierced his thigh with a spear. You talk too much nonsense. Tell me, where did you chase them to? Did you find the person you're chasing? Lu Ming asked coldly. The middle-aged Wu Zong broke out in cold sweat and screamed, I'll tell you, please don't kill me. He knew that he had met a ruthless person today, so he could only admit defeat and beg for mercy. Speak, Lu Ming shouted coldly. If we keep going forward from here, it's the experts of the Dark Moon Empire who have kidnapped the people we're pursuing. Our people are about to catch up with them. The middle-aged Wu Zong shouted. The Dark Moon Empire. Lu Ming frowned, feeling that the situation was getting more and more complicated. He continued to ask, how many experts did you bring this time? Other than Qiu Changkong, there are a total of 7 people in the martial ancestor realm. Now, other than me, there are 6 more people and more than 100 martial artists in the martial grandmaster realm. The middle-aged martial arts grandmaster answered honestly. I've said everything I need to say. I beg you to let me go. I won't tell anyone about what happened today. The middle-aged Wu Zong begged. However, there was a flash of ferocity in the depths of his eyes. He secretly planned that as long as Lu Ming let him go, he would inform Qiu Changkong and let them die without a burial. Let you go? Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. With a flash of killing intent, he thrust his spear forward. Don't be scared. The middle-aged martial arts grandmaster screamed. However, the next moment, his scream came to an abrupt end because his heart had been pierced and crushed by Lu Ming. I won't leave behind any hidden dangers. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Lu Ming, your combat strength is not bad. I'm looking forward to stepping on you even more. Xianxia sized Lu Ming up carefully, his eyes glowing with passion. Lu Ming shivered and quickly changed the topic. You don't want the spoils of war, but I want them. With that, Lu Ming fumbled around the bodies of the people from the omnidirectional sword sect. At the same time, he controlled his spirit-devouring bloodline and secretly devoured their blood essence. There was the blood essence of a first-level martial arts grandmaster here. Lu Ming did not want to miss it. After the battle just now, Lu Ming had a better understanding of his combat strength. It was equivalent to the peak of the first level of the martial ancestor realm. The middle-aged man was only in the early stage of the first level. Therefore, he was defeated by Lu Ming in a few moves due to his carelessness. However, such combat power was far from enough. Qiu Changkong was the leader of the 6 heroes. His combat strength was definitely terrifying, not to mention that there were other martial grandmasters present. It would be very difficult to save his father. He had to constantly improve his strength. Very quickly, Lu Ming had devoured all the blood essences of the 8 disciples of the omnidirectional sword school. 8 more storage rings appeared in his hands. Hey, you can't keep the storage ring for yourself. I want the storage ring of that martial arts grandmaster. Xianxia shouted. On what basis? Lu Ming did not give it to her. No, I'm definitely taking it. Xianxia gritted his teeth. All right, but I'm going to cultivate for a while. Help me guard. Lu Ming said. You can fuck me. Xianxia gritted his teeth and finally agreed. The 2 of them left the place and stopped in a valley more than 50 miles away. Lu Ming wanted to refine his blood essence and break through to the 9th grade Grandmaster realm. Xianxia snorted coldly and stood guard at the entrance of the valley unwillingly. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and circulated the true war dragon technique. Boom, boom, boom. The blood essence of a first-level martial arts grandmaster was too rich. It was constantly being converted into thick energy. Lu Ming refined it and converted it into essential qi. Lu Ming began to break through to the next realm. Chapter 265. Chapter 265. Chapter 265. 2 sides fighting. 549690339. About 2 hours later, a loud boom was heard from Lu Ming's body. A powerful aura burst out but was quickly retracted. 9th grade Great Master Realm, breakthrough. Not far away, Xianxin's eyes widened in shock. He actually broke through just like that? To be honest, when she first saw Lu Ming, she was extremely shocked because Lu Ming's cultivation speed was too fast. Back in the Dongyi tribe's ancestral secret land, Lu Ming's cultivation was 1 grade lower than hers. He was only a 2nd grade grandmaster. It had only been half a year or so and Lu Ming's cultivation had increased to a terrifying level. If not for her fortuitous encounter, she would have been overtaken by Lu Ming. Just now, Lu Ming had a breakthrough again. She did not know how amazing Lu Ming's spirit-devouring bloodline was and was naturally shocked. All right, let's go. Lu Ming smiled, got up, and walked forward. Xianxin's beautiful eyes were fixed on Lu Ming, as if he wanted to see through him. The 2 of them headed towards the depths of the desolate wilderness. During this period, Lu Ming used the 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman to send a voice transmission to the experts of the royal family. He received a response very quickly. However, Lu Ming did not meet up with the imperial family's experts. Instead, they split up. They were too big of a target when they gathered together. At this moment, in the depths of the desolate wilderness, in a certain wild forest, the light moved and a dozen figures in black robes appeared. There were a few old men and a few middle-aged men. Among them, there was only a young man in his 20s. However, the young man seemed to be the leader of the group. Damn it, the people from the 10 Direction Sword sect are really persistent. They're like a dog that won't let go. A middle-aged man said unhappily. If we didn't have this cripple with us, how could the 10 Direction Sword School catch up to us? The other man with a scar on his face said coldly as he looked at the other man. This person had a head of messy hair that reached his waist. His face was covered with a beard that drooped to his chest. His hair and beard were like a bird's nest, and he had not washed them for a long time. He was casually wearing a worn-out shirt that was covered in blood. His eyes were empty, staring at the sky in a daze, and he didn't pay any attention to the man with the knife scar. Seeing this, the knife-scarred man's eyes flashed with killing intent and he shouted in a low voice, "Lu Yundan, don't play the fool in front of us. Hand over the Martial Emperor's secret key and tell us the whereabouts of the Martial Emperor's treasure. Otherwise, I'll kill you with a single slash." This dirty and messy man was actually Lu Yuntian, Lu Ming's father who had disappeared for more than 8 years. At this moment, Lu Yuntian's eyes flickered as if he had come back to his senses. He looked at the knife-scarred man with a disdainful expression and said, "All right, then quickly kill me. You think I don't dare to? Damn it, when we return to the Inu Empire, I'll make you suffer. Let's see if you'll say it or not." The knife-scarred man roared. "I've been in the 10-direction sword school for more than 8 years. What kind of tricks have I not experienced? I didn't even say anything. Do you think you can do it?" Lu Yuntian's disdain grew. "Damn you, referee." The scar-faced man was so angry that his facial muscles trembled, causing the scar on his face to tremble. He wanted nothing more than to kill Lu Yuntian. However, Lu Yuntian had too many secrets in his heart that they had to know. They had taken the risk to kidnap Lu Yuntian for those secrets. "All right, we'll investigate it when we get back." The most important thing now is how to get rid of the 10-direction sword sect and Qiu Changkong's pursuits. A white-haired old man waved his hand and said. The scar-faced man smiled at Lu Yuntian sinisterly and did not say anything else. "So what if we catch up? I'd like to have a battle with Qiu Changkong. I'd like to see how Qiu Changkong is qualified to be on the Cloud Emperor board." The only young man sneered. "Third Prince, don't be careless." The Yun Emperor list is the list of the strongest among the younger generation in the 36 countries of Emperor Yun. There are only 36 people on it. Qiu Changkong is ranked 36th, which means his strength is absolutely terrifying. We can't underestimate him. The white-haired old man warned. However, the young man just smiled, apparently not too concerned. "Let's hurry and leave this place," the white-haired old man said. "Leave? Can you get a divorce now?" Suddenly, a cold shout came from the sky. A beam of rainbow light took the lead and rushed over, followed by 6 other beams of rainbow light. The white-haired old man's expression changed and he shouted in horror, "Qiu Changkong, this is bad. Let's go. No one can leave." A cold voice came from the rainbow light in front of him. Whoosh! An incomparably bright sword light flew out, slashing towards the people of the Dark Moon Empire. "Qiu Changkong, I'll fight you." The third prince of the Dark Moon Empire let out a long roar. With a wave of his hand, a round-shaped weapon, which looked like a bright moon, appeared. The wheel turned and slashed out a terrifying sharp light toward the sword Qi. Boom! With a deafening boom, a 100-meter-long ditch appeared on the ground as the two men's attacks swept across. Buzz! The space moved, and a tall and slender figure appeared in the air. He was about 25 or 26 years old, with a cold and handsome face, like a sharp sword. His long swordsman robe fluttered in the wind. This was Qiu Changkong, the leader of the Scorching Sun's 6 heroes. He was a famous genius in the entire Cloud King mountain range and was ranked on the Cloud King list. "Injuyo, so it's you guys," Qiu Changkong said as he swept his gaze across the crowd. "Ha, Qiu Changkong, you're trying to take all the good fortune for yourself? Injuyo will not allow that." The third prince of the Inu Empire, Injuyo, laughed. "Anyone who dares to touch my things can only die." As soon as the word die was uttered, Qiu Changkong made his move. A beam of crystal-clear sword Qi soared into the sky. His entire body merged with the sword Qi as he charged toward Injuyo. "Qiu Changkong, I'd like to see how you managed to get into the Cloud Emperor board today." Injuyo let out a long howl as he engaged Qiu Changkong in battle. The two of them were much stronger than Feng Wuji and the others, and their battle shook the heavens and earth. Boom! Boom! The two of them fought in the sky, like two streams of light constantly exchanging blows. In the blink of an eye, their battle had reached the depths of the desolate wilderness and they disappeared. Kill! At this moment, the martial grandmasters of the 10-direction sword school had also arrived and were charging towards the people of the Dark Moon Empire. The scene was in a chaotic battle. Soon, the great martial master of the 10-direction sword sect arrived, making the scene even more chaotic. "Be careful, Don't kill Lu Yuntian. An elder of the 10 Direction Sword sect shouted. The purpose of the great battle between the two parties was to fight for Lu Yuntian. Therefore, they avoided Lu Yuntian during the battle, afraid that they would kill him by mistake and all their efforts would be in vain. The battle between the two parties was extremely intense, but Lu Yuntian was left to the side. Lu Ming and Xianxia were traveling at full speed. Suddenly, the two of them heard a violent explosion in front of them. There's a huge battle. Could it be that the people from the 10 Direction Sword School have already caught up to my father? Let's go! Lu Ming's expression changed slightly and he ran towards the battlefield at top speed. Chapter 266. Chapter 266. Father and son finally meet again. 549690339. Xianxia followed closely behind. For the two of them, a few miles of distance was covered in the blink of an eye. 1,000 meters away from the battlefield, the two of them hid in a pile of rocks and watched from afar. Lu Ming saw the figure with messy hair at one glance. Father! Lu Ming's heart trembled. Although they had not seen each other for more than 8 years, although Lu Yuntian's hair and beard were in a mess and he was dressed in rags, Lu Ming could still recognize him with a single glance. This person was his father, Lu Yuntian. Damn the 10 Direction Sword School. They actually tortured my father like this. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with murderous intent. How can I save my father? After that, Lu Ming started to think. The Omnidirectional Sword Sect and the Dark Moon Empire had more than 10 martial ancestor realm experts in total. There were even 2 4th-level martial ancestor realm experts who were engaged in an intense battle. It was simply impossible to save Lu Yuntian from so many powerhouses. It was impossible to get close. Once he got close, he would be discovered. Moreover, even if they could get close, so what? There was no way they could take Lu Yuntian away without making a sound. Once they were discovered, they would have to face the pursuit of two parties. In the face of such a powerful force, only death would be the only outcome. What do we do? Lu Ming was thinking anxiously. After more than 8 years, he had finally found his father. He was not far away now, but he could not save him. At this moment, Lu Ming hated himself very much. He hated himself for being too weak. I can save your father. Suddenly, Xianxia whispered. What? You can save my father? Really? Lu Ming was shocked and asked. Of course it's true. It's up to you to believe it or not. Xianxia rolled his eyes at him. No, I believe you. I believe you. If you can really save my father, I'll do anything you want. Lu Ming said sincerely. Don't think too much. I saved your father to prevent you from being impulsive and rushing out. If you die here, how can I fulfill my promise and step on you? Xianxia snorted. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and touched his nose. How do you want to save my father? As you can see, once they find out that my father has been rescued, they will definitely stop fighting and go all out to hunt us down. I know a secret technique called the Heavenly Demonic Phantom Technique. It can create an illusion that is exactly the same as your father's. If you leave it there, I can steal Liang Huanzhu and save your father. Xianxia explained. There's such a profound secret technique. Lu Ming was shocked. It's just a small trick, you're the one who's ignorant. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming with disdain. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, revealing a smug look. Wait for me here. Before Lu Ming could react, Xianxia's figure was like a ghost, floating forward. A layer of black mist emanated from her body, and it was impossible to tell in the night. Very quickly, Xianxia was approaching Lu Yuntian. At that moment, Lu Ming's heart was beating so fast that it was almost in his throat. In the end, Xianxia silently appeared behind Lu Yuntian. A layer of black mist began to spread towards Lu Yuntian. The black mist moved, and Lu Yuntian's figure disappeared without a trace. However, in the next moment, Lu Yuntian reappeared at the same spot. However, no one noticed that Lu Yuntian, who had appeared later, had a dazed look in his eyes. Shrouded in black mist, Xianxia floated toward Lu Ming at top speed. In 7 to 8 breaths, he was beside Lu Ming. Let's go. My demonic apparition can only last for a moment. After that, it will disappear and the enemy will notice. Xianxia's voice sounded. The black mist dissipated, revealing Xianxia's figure. There was another figure. Who else could it be but Lu Yuntian? Let's go. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lu Ming pulled Lu Yuntian and used the soaring steps to rush out of the wild forest with Xianxia. Now was not the time to reminisce. They had to leave this place first. At the same time, Lu Ming sent a message to the experts of the royal family through the 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman. The two of them were extremely fast. In the dark night, it was almost impossible to see their figures with the naked eye. Half an hour later, the two of them were already 200 miles away and stopped in a hidden mountain stream. Lu Ming had discovered this mountain stream by accident when he came. It was extremely well hidden. The message he had sent to the imperial family's experts was to meet here. After all, Lu Ming and Xianxia were not martial arts grandmasters and could not fly. If they continued to travel with Lu Yuntian, it would not take long for the martial arts grandmasters from the omnidirectional sword sect to catch up. Only by borrowing the power of the imperial family could he save Lu Yuntian. The two of you are so young. Are you also here for the martial emperor key? I advise the two of you to give up on this idea. Qiu Changkong has used all sorts of methods, but he still didn't succeed. It's the same for the two of you. At this moment, Lu Yuntian glanced at Lu Ming and Xianxia and said indifferently. However, neither Xianxia nor Lu Ming said anything. They just stared at Lu Yuntian blankly. Slowly, tears welled up in the corners of Lu Ming's eyes. He said softly, "Father." Lu Yuntian's body suddenly trembled. His originally listless eyes instantly lit up as he glared at Lu Ming. "What did you just call me?" "Father, I'm Ming, her father." Lu Ming reached out and wiped his face, revealing his delicate and pretty face. He had returned to his original appearance. Looking at Lu Ming's face, Lu Yuntian's body started to tremble violently. More than 8 years ago, Lu Ming was less than 10 years old. In addition to his weak and sickly body, his appearance and mannerism were very different from now. However, the outline of his face would not change. Also, the feeling between father and son would not disappear. Lu Yuntian immediately recognized Lu Ming. Ming, it's really, I'm not dreaming, am I? Lu Yuntian's voice trembled as he stared at Lu Ming. He kept muttering under his breath, his eyes filled with surprise and disbelief. He had never dreamed that he would meet Lu Ming here. "Father, it's me. Ming-er has come to save you." Lu Ming's nose felt sour and his eyes were filled with tears. "Ah, Ming-er, the heavens have eyes. I can't believe I'll meet Ming-er again in my lifetime. I can die without regrets." Lu Yuntian let out a long sigh as tears continued to flow down his face. A man does not shed tears easily, but it was not the time to be sad. "Ming, you've grown so much in the blink of an eye. Let me take a good look at you." Lu Yuntian placed his hands on Lu Ming's shoulders and sized him up carefully. "Ming, you're finally able to cultivate, and you've even become an incredible expert." Lu Yuntian's face was filled with smiles. "Father, your cultivation level?" It was only then that Lu Ming realized that there was not a single fluctuation of true qi on Lu Yuntian's body. His body was weak and his blood qi was lacking. He was even weaker than an ordinary person. "My cultivation has long been crippled." Lu Yuntian chuckled. "Crippled? Father, did the people from the 10 Direction Sword School do this? Damn it. Lu Ming's eyes were bloodshot, and his body exuded a sharp murderous intent. "Ming, don't be rash. It's already a blessing for us to meet. The 10 Direction Sword School is too powerful. Let's just forget about this." Lu Yuntian said. However, Lu Ming's heart was twitching. He knew that Lu Yuntian was worried about his safety. He was afraid that he would act rashly and go against the 10-direction sword sect. Father, who is it? Is it the entire 10-direction sword sect or someone else? Who is the mastermind? Lu Ming asked. Chapter 267. Chapter 267. Chapter 267. The golden cicada leaves its shell. 549690339. Lu Yuntian wanted to just let it go, but he could not. No matter who it was, he would take revenge 10 times, no, 100 times more. Would he still be considered a man if he didn't take revenge? The people he wanted to harm would end up 10 times, no, 100 times more miserable than Lu Yuntian. Lu Yuntian muttered to himself for a moment before saying, Ming, I can tell you, but you must not be rash. This person is not someone you can defeat. Promise me and I'll tell you. Father, I promise you that I won't die before I'm strong enough. Lu Ming said. All right, then I'll tell you. This person is E. At this moment. Buzz. Buzz. The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. 4 figures rushed in from the mountain stream. These 4 were all white-haired old men, and the aura on their bodies was extremely strong. They were all experts above the martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and a 10,000-mile sound transmission talisman appeared in his hand. A short, chubby old man in gray linen clothes smiled as a voice transmission talisman appeared in his hand. Young Master Tianyun, I've heard so much about you. I didn't think that you would be able to save your father from Qiu Changkong's eyes. You're truly admirable. The short and fat old man cupped his fists. Senior is too polite. I was just lucky. This time, I'll have to trouble Senior to send us back to the imperial capital. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, You're welcome. It's just a small matter. Let's not waste any time. Let's move as soon as possible. If the people from the 10-direction sword school find us here, we'll be in trouble. The short, stubby elder said. Lu Ming nodded. At this moment, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of something flying through the air could be heard in the distant sky. A few figures streaked across the sky and instantly disappeared into the distance. Lu Ming could clearly see that those figures were the martial grandmasters from the omnidirectional sword sect. The 10-direction sword sect is so fast. The stumpy old man's expression changed greatly. Lu Ming's face darkened. This mountain stream was very well hidden, and it was surrounded by bushes and weeds, so the people from the 10-direction sword sect did not notice it just now. However, as time passed, they would definitely notice it. What do we do? If we go out like this, we'll definitely be discovered. If Qiu Changkong arrives, we won't be his match even if we join forces. The other old man said with a serious expression. Seniors, I'll have to trouble you to take Ming'er and the others away. I'm the one Qiu Changkong and the others want. I'll go and draw them away. Lu Yuntian said. No, father. It wasn't easy to save you. How can I let you fall into the hands of Qiu Changkong and the others? Lu Ming said firmly. Even if he had to die, he would not let Lu Yuntian fall into the hands of the 10 Directions sword sect and suffer. With a wave of his hand, essential qi surged, and Lu Yuntian's tattered clothes landed in Lu Ming's hands. Ming, you can't. Lu Yuntian's expression changed. The other people's expressions also changed. Seniors, I'll go out and draw them away. You guys take my father back to the imperial capital and hand him over to His Highness, the 8th Prince. Lu Ming said to the few elders. Ming, you can't do this. I don't agree. Lu Yuntian let out a deep roar. Lu Ming smiled. Father, don't worry. Ming will be fine. We'll meet again in the imperial capital. Wait, I'll go with you. Xianxia suddenly said. You're coming? Lu Ming looked at Xianxia. Don't think too much. I'm just afraid that if you die, I won't be able to keep my promise. Also, how are you going to lure the people from the 10-direction sword school away by yourself? Don't forget that your father's cultivation has been crippled. If you run too fast, you won't be exposed immediately. I'll take you away. Xianxia pouted. Alright, let's do that. I owe you a favor. Lu Ming said. TSK, who wants your favor? Xianxia pouted in disdain. Father, take care. Having said that, Lu Ming was about to rush out. Ming, you can't. Come back. Lu Yuntian growled. However, he had lost his cultivation and could not catch up with Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Xianxia were out of the mountain stream. After leaving the mountain stream, Lu Ming put on Lu Yuntian's clothes. I'll take you away. Xianxia pulled Lu Ming and ran towards the depths of the desolate wilderness. If he wanted to lure the people from the 10-direction sword school away, he would naturally have to do so in the depths of the desolate wilderness so that Lu Yuntian and the others could escape successfully. After a few miles. Over here, I see them. A loud roar rang out in the desolate wilderness. Buzz! Buzz! A few figures were chasing after Lu Ming and the rest at high speed. They were a few 9th-grade great martial masters. Let's run together. Lu Ming pretended to be pulled by Xianxia. In fact, he had used his movement technique. The two of them were like a gust of wind, heading towards the depths of the forsaken desolation. The 9th-grade great martial master realm martial artists behind him couldn't catch up at all. The difference was too great. In the blink of an eye, dozens of miles had passed. Who dares to rob the people of my 10-direction sword school? You're courting death. At this moment, the sky exploded and the sound of the air being torn could be heard. A martial arts grandmaster was flying in the air and chasing after them. Lu Ming and Xianxia ignored him and ran away with gritted teeth. Just like that, he ran for a few hundred miles. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, there were 6 figures in the sky. They were the 6 martial arts grandmasters of the 10-direction sword school. At that moment, they were getting closer and closer to Lu Ming and the rest. No matter how fast they were still slower than flying in the air. They were slowly being caught up. Whoosh! Shio! Shio! Beams of sword chi slashed at Lu Ming and his partner. The two of them flashed and dodged them. A moment later, another 100 miles had passed in a flash. Die! At this moment, an elder was already approaching Lu Ming and Su Lingyue. This elder's aura was extremely thick. He was the 4th-level martial ancestor realm expert from the 10-direction sword school. With a cold expression, he waved his sword, and dozens of bright sword chi shot out. It completely enveloped the two of them. Not good, block it. Lu Ming growled and 4 ancient shields appeared behind him. Xianxia also shouted and waved his palm. Black lotus flowers appeared behind him. Bang! Bang! The ancient shield and the black lotus exploded one after another, and a strong force shot out in all directions. Lu Ming and Xianxia made use of this force to charge forward for thousands of meters. You're not Lu Yuntian. We've been tricked. The old man let out an earth-shaking roar. It's too late to realize it now. My men have already brought Lu Yuntian out of the forsaken desolation land. You bunch of idiots. Lu Ming laughed heartily. Damn it. Lu Yuntian ran away, so I'll kill you all. The old man roared angrily and continued to chase after Lu Ming and the rest. After chasing for a while, he slashed again. However, Lu Ming and Xianxia used the same trick again. They blocked with their shields and black lotus flowers and used the momentum to charge forward. The old man in the sky was so angry that he almost vomited blood. At the same time, he was shocked. Lu Ming and Xianxia were only 9th-grade grandmaster cultivators. Not only were they unbelievably fast, but their defensive abilities were also frighteningly high. Although there was a distance between them, it was already terrifying enough to block his sword chi. The 4th level of Wu Zong is indeed powerful. Lu Ming's gaze was solemn. Chapter 268. Chapter 268. Blood Realm and Devils Denver 549690339. In fact, both he and Xianxia were not feeling well. They were both injured and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. The two of them gritted their teeth and ran forward. Not long after, they ran another few hundred miles. Not good. It's the Blood Realm and the Devil's Den ahead. The elder from the 10 Direction Sword sect shouted. Stop. You'll all die if you enter the Blood Realm and Devil's Den. Quickly stop them and ask for Lu Yuntian's whereabouts. The other members of the 10 Direction Sword sect shouted. Not far ahead, a thick fog covered the area, and the blood mist rose. It was boundless. One look and one could tell that it was a place of great danger. Blood territory and Devil's Den. Lu Ming frowned. He had not heard of it. Looking at Xianxia, she was also confused. I don't care anymore. It looks like the people from the 10 Direction Sword School are very afraid. The more dangerous a place is, the easier it is to escape. Lu Ming decided to rush in. It didn't stop at all and rushed towards the Blood Realm and Devil's Cave. Damn it. Stop them. The elder from the Omnipresent Sword sect bellowed repeatedly and slashed out sword chi with all his might. However, it accelerated the speed of Lu Ming and his companion. Stay! Suddenly, an angry shout came from the sky, and a glass-like sword light slashed from the distance. It was extremely terrifying. Young Master Changkong. The people from the 10 Direction Sword School shouted excitedly. Not good. Lu Ming and Xianxin's expressions changed drastically. Although the sword chi was still very far away, its power surpassed that of the 4th Martial Ancestor Realm Elder. Without hesitation, Lu Ming activated his blood meridian and condensed 4 ancient shields at the same time. Then he struck out with his palm. Human Dao Palm. And NBSP, a massive palm print fused with wind and fire energy shot forward. Xianxia, on the other hand, was covered in black lotus flowers in front of him. At the same time, he sent out 3 black palm prints. Demonic Palm. Whoosh! The sword radiance arrived in an instant and was the first to collide with the human path palm print and the heavenly demonic palm print. Instant sword. Qiu Changkong's sword chi glowed even more brightly, illuminating the entire sky. The light passed through Lu Ming and Xianxin's palm prints and continued to hit their defensive martial arts. Bang! Bang! With 2 loud bangs, Lu Ming and Xianxin's bodies trembled. They groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. Their bodies were thrown back and they crossed 1,000 meters in an instant. Enter the Blood Realm and Devil's Den. Lu Ming growled. He and Xianxia struck forward with their palms again. The powerful force pushed them back. The next moment, they disappeared into the mist of the Blood Realm and Devil's Denver. Buzz. Buzz. 6 figures appeared and stopped outside the Blood Realm and Devil's Denver. Then, a sword light flashed, and Qiu Changkong appeared. However, his face was extremely gloomy as he stared at the Blood Realm and Devil's Cave in front of him. Young Master Changkong, don't be rash. An old man shouted. He was afraid that Qiu Changkong would rush in on a whim. The Blood Realm and Devil's Cave was a legendary forbidden land. Unless one was a martial king, they would only die if they rushed in. No one under the rank of martial king had ever come out alive. Qiu Changkong fell silent for a moment, but he still didn't rush in. Leave a few people here to guard this place. If those 2 really come out, kill them without mercy. Qiu Changkong instructed. Yes. The others bowed and acknowledged. Lu Yun, no matter who saved you, no matter where you're hiding, I'm going to find you. Qiu Changkong's voice was as cold as the tip of a sword. After that, Qiu Changkong stepped out and disappeared in the blink of an eye. 2 of them left with Qiu Changkong, leaving 4 behind to guard the place. The moment Lu Ming and Xianxia rushed into the Blood Realm and Devil's Cave, they felt the world spinning. When they calmed down, they found themselves in a desolate land. Not a single blade of grass grew on the ground, and a blood-colored mist floated in the air. He looked around, but found that he couldn't find the direction at all, and he didn't know where he had come from. "I've implicated you this time." Lu Ming looked at Xianxia and sighed. "Don't think too much. My goal is to step on you," Xianxia said coldly. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. He could not figure out Xianxia's temper at all. However, no matter what, it was all thanks to Xianxia. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy to save Lu Yuntian. "Let's find a place to recuperate," Lu Ming said. After blocking the attacks of the 4th-tier Martial Grandmaster Realm and Qiu Changkong's sword, both of them had suffered serious injuries. Xianxia snorted, picked a random direction, and walked forward. Lu Ming followed. Even though the Forsaken Land was desolate, there were still living beings that appeared. However, this place was absolutely dead silent. The earth was reddish-brown, and there was not even a single blade of grass. It was completely bare. The two of them walked for dozens of miles, and everything around them was the same. There was no direction, no life, and no way out. "Let's recuperate first," Lu Ming said. This time, Xianxia didn't refute. The two of them sat down and began to heal. However, the next moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes. This was because he felt that there was no spiritual qi in the world, only a brutal and wild aura. Xianxia was also a little shocked. Then they took out spiritual crystals and started to absorb the spiritual qi in them to heal. After half a day, the two's injuries were much better, and they continued to move forward. And NBSP, at this moment, the two of them discovered that the blood-colored mist around them was much thicker than before, greatly reducing their visibility. Even with their cultivation, they could only see a few hundred meters away. Any further and it would be a blur. The two of them raised their vigilance and continued forward. As time passed, the blood-colored mist became thicker and thicker. Their visibility dropped from hundreds of meters to 100 meters, then 80 meters, 60 meters, and 50 meters. Roar! At this time, a roar came from the distance. The two of them looked serious. There were living beings in the fog. They hadn't encountered one in such a long time, but now it had suddenly appeared, full of strangeness. The two of them were highly focused and did not continue forward. They stopped and looked around. The mist was getting thicker and thicker. The blood-colored mist was almost solid, like dark red blood. Roar! In the surroundings, more and more howls could be heard, and they became more and more concentrated. It was unknown how many there were. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from beside the two of them. A murderous aura filled the air, and a bloody mist billowed. A pale white claw grabbed at Xianxia. This claw was like a human palm, but its nails were long and as sharp as blades. Its arm was covered in green hair. Xianxia's expression changed. He waved his hand and a black lotus appeared. The petals flew out and attacked the pale claw. Buzz! Buzz! The black lotus petals struck the pale claw, producing a metallic sound and sparks. It was actually not cut in half. However, this attack also caused the pale white claw to withdraw. The fog churned, and the two seemed to see a tall figure that instantly disappeared into the distance. Chapter 269. Chapter 269. Chapter 269 Blood Corpse and Blood Demon. 549690339. The two of them looked even more serious. This blood realm and devil's den was too strange. The two of them focused their attention on their surroundings. Roar! Behind him, another pale arm covered in green hair reached out to grab Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming swung his long spear and it hit the claw. With a bang, Lu Ming saw a figure being sent flying. All around, the roars continued. Some were filled with fierceness, while some were like screams of pain. Who? The blood mist churned and a tall figure pounced toward Lu Ming. Before it even reached him, the stench of blood filled the air. This is. Lu Ming could finally see the monster clearly. It was in the form of a human and was unusually tall. It was 2 heads taller than Lu Ming and had long green fur all over its body. Its eyes were blood red and it had sharp teeth. Could this be a blood corpse? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He was somewhat shocked. The so-called blood corpse was a transformation of a martial artist after they died in battle. It was a type of zombie, but its body was impervious to swords and spears and was extremely strong. Without much time to think, the long spear pierced forward like a rainbow. The long spear pierced through the blood corpse's body, but Lu Ming did not look happy. This was because he felt that the blood corpse's body was like an Iron Man. Although he had pierced through the blood corpse's body, it had taken him a lot of effort. Buzz! The long spear shook and the blood corpse was sent flying. However, the roars continued and blood zombies continued to charge at the two. Some of the blood zombies actually started killing each other. Retreat! Lu Ming shouted. The 2 of them rushed to the back, but the situation was still the same. There were blood zombies constantly rushing over, fearlessly roaring and full of killing intent, constantly pouncing at the 2 of them. These blood zombies were very strong. The weakest of them was at the 7th or 8th grade of the Great Martial Master Realm, while the stronger ones were at the peak of the 9th grade Great Martial Master Realm. They were even close to the battle power of a Martial Ancestor Realm. The key was that there were too many of them, and they were very difficult to kill. The 2 of them immediately fell into a passive position. Great Demonic Palm. Xianxia's body was filled with black true qi. Black lotus flowers danced around him. He waved his palms and black palm prints flew out, knocking away the blood zombies one after another. Lu Ming's long spear danced like a fire dragon and swept out, sending 5 to 6 blood zombies flying. However, more blood zombies pounced over. The 2 of them fought as they charged. However, the blood zombies seemed to be endless as they swarmed in from all directions. The battle continued like this, and in the blink of an eye, more than an hour had passed. The 2 of them had lost a lot of true qi, and they were already drenched in sweat. This can't go on, I'll definitely die from exhaustion. Lu Ming's mind was racing. The fog has thinned. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He found that the blood-colored mist around him had become lighter, and his visibility was slowly increasing. He could vaguely see that there were blood zombies all around him. Most of the blood zombies were actually killing each other and biting each other. If the mist becomes lighter, perhaps the blood zombies will retreat. Lu Ming made a guess. This was because when they first entered, the blood mist wasn't thick and there were no blood zombies. Only when the blood mist became thicker did the blood zombies appear. Lu Ming guessed that the appearance of the blood corpse was related to the blood mist. As time passed, the fog slowly faded. Lu Ming and Xianxia seemed to see hope. But in the next moment roar! An earth-shaking roar was heard, shaking the earth and the sky. In the distance, an unimaginably dense blood qi permeated the air. Lu Ming took a closer look and his heart started to beat rapidly. That was not blood qi, it was clearly a huge monster. The huge creature was at least 100 meters tall. It was like a mountain as it ran wildly on the ground. It looked like a giant male lion, but the difference was that its body seemed to be made of blood, and it emitted a strong bloody smell. It opened its mouth and howled, its voice shaking the heavens. An aura as deep as the ocean spread out. Then, it opened its mouth and sucked in the blood zombies one by one, disappearing. Blood demon. Could this be the legendary blood demon? Xianxia's voice trembled. It was not only her voice. Lu Ming could feel that even her body was trembling. Let's go. Lu Ming pulled Xianxia's hand and ran back in big steps. This blood demon was too powerful. Its aura was as deep as the ocean, and it was unfathomable. It was impossible for them to fight him. The 2 of them ran wildly. The blood zombies at the side seemed to be extremely shocked. They gave up on attacking Lu Ming and Xianxia and ran for their lives. Roar! Heaven and earth shook as the blood demon's huge body rushed toward Lu Ming and Lin Fan. It can't be! Lu Ming felt bitter in his heart. He used all his strength to run, but his speed was still much slower than the blood demon. In the blink of an eye, the blood demon approached the two of them, its blood-red eyes staring at them. Are we going to die here today? Lu Ming could not help but think. No, I can't die. I just saved my father and haven't avenged him yet. I can't die. Lu Ming roared loudly. His eyes were filled with determination and he was highly focused. Human Dao Palm. Lu Ming shouted and struck out with his palm. This palm made Lu Ming's state reach its peak. Boom! A huge palm print was formed. It was almost solid, and it was twice as big as the previous ones. At the moment of life and death, Lu Ming's human path palm had a breakthrough and reached the 3rd level. Previously, Lu Ming had cultivated for a few months in the Earth Cave and the Divine Wind Valley before he broke through to the 2nd level. Now that he was on the verge of death, he actually broke through again. The 3rd level of the human path palm was unprecedentedly powerful. It struck the blood demon with an earth-shattering force. Roar! The blood demon roared with disdain in his eyes. He opened his mouth and spat out a blood light, striking the human Dao palm. Like a popped bubble, the 3rd level of the human path palm was destroyed. The difference in strength was too great. It was not something that a single martial technique could make up for. Roar! The blood demon roared and pounced on the two of them. It opened its mouth wide and a terrifying suction force was produced. Lu Ming and Xianxia were sucked into the blood demon's mouth without any resistance and disappeared. Roar! The blood devil let out a satisfied roar and continued to attack the blood zombies. Grab it! As soon as they entered the blood demon's mouth, Lu Ming grabbed Xianxia's little hand. The two of them followed the strong suction force and fell down. Don't let me go! At that moment, Xianxia's face was pale. His eyes were filled with fear as he grabbed Lu Ming's hands tightly. At this moment, she was just like an ordinary little girl, so fragile that she needed to be protected. Hold on. Don't give up until the last moment. Lu Ming shouted. Essential qi gushed out as he tried to escape from the gravitational force. However, it was useless. The gravitational force was too strong. And after a few breaths, the two of them landed on a soft area, surrounded by a thick blood-colored mist. This blood-colored mist had a terrifying corrosive power. As soon as the two of them landed, they felt a burning pain on their skin. The two of them immediately circulated their true qi to protect their bodies, but it was of little use. Their true qi was being consumed rapidly. The two of them did not have much genuine qi left after the battle. It did not take long for them to use up all their genuine qi. The blood-red martial mist began to corrode their bodies. Chapter 270. Chapter 270, Chapter 279 Sons Supreme. 549690339. Xianxia suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His body swayed and his face turned pale. Hold on. Lu Ming roared. But Xianxia's body was shaking, his eyes were unfocused, and he shouted, Lu Ming, I'm going to stomp on you. After saying that, his body went soft and he actually fell down directly, falling into a coma. Lu Ming was so angry that he wanted to laugh. This woman was still thinking about this at this time. Whoosh! The corrosive mist in the surroundings caused his skin to burn and sting. Furthermore, this mist would seep into one's skin, causing one to fall into a state of drowsiness. Could it be that I'm really going to die here this time? Lu Ming thought to himself, but he felt extremely indignant in his heart. However, his body was indeed getting weaker and weaker, and his spirit was also getting more and more deficient. Arg! I want to hold on, I want to get out of here alive, I want to step onto the peak of martial arts. Lu Ming roared in his heart and tried his best to resist. Giving in was not in his character. However, this mist was too strange and too powerful. It was not something that could be done by not submitting to it. Just as Lu Ming was about to fall unconscious, the world suddenly turned upside down. Lu Ming found himself in another place. Supreme Shrine. This is the Supreme Shrine. Lu Ming was a little surprised and puzzled. Wasn't the Supreme Shrine a place that he couldn't enter when he was in danger? He had tried many times in the past, but it was useless. He didn't expect it to come in automatically. However, Lu Ming looked up and was a little surprised. He realized that he was not on the first 3 platforms, but on the platform at the highest point. Below him was a long flight of stairs that led to the bottom. On the other side was a palace, which was exactly the same as the one he had seen on the first 3 platforms. Xianxia was lying next to him, still unconscious. How did I appear at the highest point? Lu Ming was a little surprised. He looked into the palace. The palace's door was open, and it was dark inside. A figure could be vaguely seen sitting cross-legged inside. Suddenly, the figure moved. He actually stood up and walked out. Ta-da! With the sound of footsteps, Lu Ming's heart started to beat rapidly. It had been more than 2 years since he had obtained the Supreme Shrine. Lu Ming was extremely curious about the palace and the people inside. He had always wanted to see what it was, but he couldn't get there, so he had to give up. Now, could he finally get his wish? Ta! Light footsteps could be heard and a figure walked out. It was a middle-aged man wearing a red battle robe with a sun embroidered on it. He was tall and muscular, with a tough and stocky build. When he opened his eyes, it was as if 2 suns were emerging. The aura he gave off was as deep as the vast universe. Just by standing there, he seemed to be able to swallow the world and look down on everything. Facing him, Lu Ming seemed to be facing the entire world. However, in the next moment, the middle-aged man's aura disappeared. He looked like a mortal. He looked at Lu Ming with a complicated expression. Lu Ming was stunned for a moment before he stepped forward and cupped his fists in greeting. Junior Lu Ming pays his respects to Senior. You don't need to introduce me. I've been following you for years. The middle-aged man's voice was filled with dominance. As expected. Senior, thank you for saving me this time, Lu Ming said. Don't be happy. I didn't want to save you at first. I just didn't want to waste a drop of the 9 dragons' blood essence. The middle-aged man said with a casual smile. Then he sized Lu Ming up carefully and said, Are you very curious about who I am? What is this place? That's right, please tell me, Senior, Lu Ming said. He was indeed extremely curious. The main reason he had his current achievements was because of the Supreme Shrine. All right, I can tell you, the middle-aged man said. Then, he placed his hands behind his back and walked back and forth a few steps, as if he was in deep thought. I am the 9 Suns Paragon, the middle-aged man said after a long while. What? Lu Ming's body and mind trembled. His pupils widened and he had an incredulous look on his face. You're the Supreme 9 Yang of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Lu Ming asked. Is there a second Supreme Master of the 9 Suns in the world? The middle-aged man said coldly. Lu Ming gasped in shock. There was no other reason. The 9 Suns Cosmos Supremacy's background was simply too great. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe him as world-famous. Lu Ming had long heard of the reputation of the 9 Suns Cosmos Supremacy. However, to him, the 9 Suns Supremacy was just a legendary figure. The 9 Suns Supreme was from the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. He was the first disciple of Martial Emperor Yi of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. His cultivation base was earth-shattering and unparalleled. He was known as the 9 Suns Supreme, and his cultivation was infinitely close to the martial royal realm. He was the invincible god of war of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace. Such a person could annihilate the 36 empires of Emperor Yun with a snap of his fingers. How could he be here, hiding in such a palace? As if sensing Lu Ming's doubts, Nine Sons Supreme sighed and said, "What you're seeing now is not my true body. I'm actually already dead. This is just a wisp of my soul." "What? You're already dead?" Lu Ming found it hard to believe. With the cultivation and combat strength of the Nine Sons Supreme, who could kill him? Even a martial emperor might not be able to kill him. "That's right. I'm dead. The one who killed me was my master, the ruler of the Empyrean Heaven Divine Palace, Martial Emperor." The Supreme Master of the Nine Sons said coldly. Lu Ming was shocked and somewhat dumbfounded. Nine Sons Supreme had been killed by his master, Martial Emperor. How could this be possible? "You must be very surprised, right?" Supreme Master Jiuyang sneered. "That's right, it's quite unexpected." Lu Ming did not hide anything. What's there to be surprised about? That old man is just a treacherous villain. He can do anything." The Nine Sons Supreme Master laughed in anger. His voice was filled with hatred and killing intent. "Boy, do you want to know why that old man would kill me? And why you awakened the bloodline of 9 dragons?" Supreme Nine Sons said. "The bloodline of the 9 dragons? Could it be that my bloodline is called the bloodline of the 9 dragons? But what are the 9 dragons?" Lu Ming was full of doubts. Of course, he nodded repeatedly. "All right, then I'll tell you the whole story," Supreme Nine Sons said. Then, he began to explain the entire story in detail. The 9 dragons were extremely ancient and powerful beings in the world. Legend had it that they were one of the true dragons, but they were different from the true dragons as they were a variation of the true dragons. True dragons had 5 claws and were called 5-clawed true dragons. The 9 dragons, on the other hand, had 9 claws. They were extremely terrifying and invincible. Ordinary true dragons were far inferior to them. It was said that since ancient times, there had only been one dragon in the world. And the divine wilderness continent had an immemorial barren land. It was said to be the ruins of the 9 dragons, and it was extremely dangerous. With his powerful strength and terrifying bloodline, the Supreme Master of 9 Sons had broken through the 9 dragon ruins once and obtained some things. Among them were 2 drops of 9 dragon blood essence. Chapter 271. Chapter 271. Chapter 271 Hidden Story. 549690339. Although the Supreme Master of the 9 Sons had successfully come out of the 9 dragon ruins and brought back 2 drops of 9 dragon blood essence, he had also been injured. However, he had never expected that his master, Martial Emperor D, would suddenly attack him and seriously injure him. He had also taken away his 9 Yang bloodline. Martial Emperor D had also taken one of the 2 drops of 9 dragon blood essence. However, Martial Emperor D had underestimated 9 Sons Supreme. 9 Sons Supreme's 9 Sons bloodline was a divine bloodline, which was extremely mysterious. At the critical moment, 9 Sons Supreme self-destructed his body and bloodline, and escaped with the Supreme Shrine as a wisp of his remaining soul. At the same time, it also brought out a drop of 9 dragon blood essence. Later, his Supreme Divine Hall turned into a bronze pendant to avoid the pursuit of De and Martial Emperor. After decades, it finally fell into the hands of Lu Yuntian. I finally understand now. De, that hypocrite, accepted me as a disciple and taught me martial arts. It was a conspiracy from the beginning. From the beginning, he planned to deprive me of my 9 Yang bloodline. He wanted to use my 9 Yang bloodline to break through to the Supreme Realm. Despicable, sinister. The most sinister person in the world is that old man. Supreme Being of the 9 Sons roared hysterically, his eyes filled with a bone-chilling killing intent. His bloodline was stripped? Lu Ming muttered as he looked at 9 Sons Supreme with sympathy. The Supreme Being of the 9 Sons, how similar was his experience? The difference was that the Nine Sons Supreme had his bloodline taken away by the person he respected, while his bloodline had been taken away by the person he loved. Kid, you should know by now that the reason you were able to awaken your bloodline again after it was stolen was because I fused that drop of 9 dragon blood essence into your body. The reason why I did that was because your experiences were similar to mine. It touched me. I wanted to nurture you into a peerless genius, to become a peerless expert. That was why I set up layers of stairs in the Supreme Shrine, allowing you to grow step by step. Unfortunately, you have disappointed me too much. Your talent is not bad, but you are reckless. Do you know that you almost died just now? The Nine Sons Supreme roared, answering Lu Ming's question. Lu Ming came to a sudden realization, but he could not help but smile bitterly. The reason why he was in such a desperate situation was because he wanted to save his father. If he could do it all over again, he would do the same. Brat, this is the only time you can seek refuge in the Supreme Shrine. There won't be a next time. The Supreme Shrine isn't a place for you to seek refuge. The Supreme Shrine's inscription formation won't disappear, so you won't be able to enter in a life and death situation. The Nine Sons Supreme Martial Artist said with bright eyes. Lu Ming came to a sudden realization. It turned out that he could not enter the Supreme Shrine during every great battle because the Nine Sons Supreme did not allow him to enter. Lu Ming nodded. This was exactly what he wanted. Every unparalleled expert had been tempered through constant life and death situations. Boy, now that you've merged with the blood essence of 9 dragons and awakened the bloodline of 9 dragons, it's extremely magical and can continue to evolve. I don't know how far you can go, but your future is limitless. Supreme Nine Sons said. This is all thanks to Senior's help. Lu Ming cupped his fists and bowed. He could not help but look happy. The 9 dragons were terrifying existences that were more powerful than the true dragon. Now that Lu Ming knew about it, he was naturally happy. Nine Sons Paragon glanced at Lu Ming and sneered, Brat, don't be happy too early. It won't be long before you'll be in deep trouble. Senior, what do you mean? Lu Ming was stunned. I got 2 drops of 9 dragon blood essence. One of them fell into Di Yi's hands. With Di Yi's cultivation, he must have refined the 9 dragon blood essence. The blood essence of the 9 dragons can sense each other. Your cultivation is still weak, so Di can't sense you yet. According to my estimation, as soon as you break through to the martial arts Grandmaster realm, Di will be able to sense you in an instant. At that time, you will inevitably be deprived of your bloodline again. Supreme Nine Sons said. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. There was such a thing? What kind of person was Martial Emperor Di? He was a top expert in the Divine Wilderness continent and an overlord. If he really wanted to kill him, he could kill him tens of thousands of times with just a breath. If Martial Emperor Di discovered the 9 dragons' bloodline in his body, he would definitely die. No one could save him. Did he have to stay in the Great Martial Master realm for the rest of his life and not break through to the Martial Ancestor realm? No, this was impossible. As a martial artist, the goal of cultivation was to keep breaking through and become stronger. Not allowing him to break through was worse than killing him. What do we do? Is there no other way? Lu Ming's mind was racing. Suddenly, he saw a faint smile on the face of the Nine Sons Cosmos Supremacy. Senior, do you have any ideas? He asked with cupped fists. I do have a way, but why should I help you? The Supreme Martial Artist of the Nine Sons said with a smile. Lu Ming was stunned. It was true. Why would the Nine Sons Cosmos Supremacy help him? Actually, I can help you if you agree to one condition. The Nine Sons Supreme Master suddenly said. It's all thanks to you that Lu Ming is able to achieve what he has today. Please state your conditions. As long as it's within Lu Ming's means, I won't refuse. Lu Ming said. Okay, my condition is that you must agree to kill Di and avenge me. The Nine Sons Supreme Master said word by word, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. He killed Martial Emperor Di? Lu Ming's heart trembled. He then smiled bitterly and said, "Senior, are you kidding me? With my cultivation, even if Martial Emperor Di stood there for me to kill, I wouldn't be able to." It was not that Lu Ming was not confident, but the gap was too big, so big that it was beyond his imagination. "I'm not asking you to kill Di now. I want you to promise me that you will kill Di in the future after you have improved your cultivation," Supreme Nine Suns said. "The future?" Lu Ming muttered. "What's wrong? You don't have the confidence? But let me tell you, there will be a battle between you and Di. It is inevitable. It has been inevitable since you integrated with the 9 dragon blood essence. Even if you don't go to him, he will come to you. It is only a matter of time." Supreme Master Jiuyang sneered. "Senior, I promise you that I will kill Di one day." Lu Ming suddenly spoke. His voice was firm and unusually determined. The eyes of the 9 Suns Supreme Master lit up, and then he laughed out loud. Okay, I believe you. And let me tell you, if you can kill Di and take his other drop of 9 dragon blood essence, you will gain endless benefits. You can even break through the martial royal realm and enter a supreme realm." Seeing that Lu Ming had agreed, 9 Suns Supreme was extremely excited. Over the past few years, he had set up those stairs in order to nurture Lu Ming, hoping that he would avenge him in the future. "Well, Senior Huang, you know that Di is a martial emperor. It is too difficult to reach that realm. Do you have any benefits for me? For example, divine level martial skills, divine level elixirs, divine weapons, and so on. Just give me a dozen of them." Lu Ming's eyes were filled with greed as he stared at the 9 Suns Cosmos supremacy. Chapter 272. Chapter 272, 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps. 549690339. The 9 Suns Cosmos Supremacy was a figure who was infinitely close to a martial emperor. His combat strength was even more terrifying. To put it bluntly, a single hair from such a figure could benefit him greatly. It was not in Lu Ming's character to not take advantage of him. The eyelids of the 9 Suns Supreme Martial Artist kept twitching, and the corners of his mouth were trembling. A god-level martial technique? Divine-level medicinal pill? Dozens of them? What did Lu Ming think a god-level was? Cabbages. "Senior, what's wrong? Was he not feeling well? Why is the corner of your mouth trembling?" Lu Ming asked in surprise. "No, nothing." Supreme Master Jiuyang took a deep breath to calm himself down and continued, "You may be disappointed about this. I escaped as a wisp of my remnant soul. After I came out, I only brought this supreme shrine and a drop of 9 dragons' blood essence. As for the things I placed on the first few platforms, they were all obtained by accident after I escaped. Also, there's actually nothing on the platforms at the back. I deliberately placed a box on each platform to motivate you to work hard in cultivation." Supreme Master Jiuyang said with slight embarrassment. The platforms behind are empty?" Lu Ming was dumbfounded and speechless. After a while, he asked tentatively, "Even if I don't have any treasures, I'm sure you do have some martial skills. As the 9 Suns Supreme, Senior should know a lot of cultivation methods and martial skills. Just pass me a few of them." Cough cough. 9 Suns Supreme coughed a few times and said, "I'm afraid I can't do that. Di knows all the martial techniques I have practiced. Once you practice the martial techniques I have practiced, Di will probably sense it. A martial royal realm expert is too powerful." This. Lu Ming was completely speechless. It turned out that there was no benefit at all for him to agree to avenge him and kill Martial Emperor Di. "But don't be disappointed. I can't give you what I've cultivated, but I can still teach you what I haven't. When I came to the 9 Dragon Ruins, I didn't only bring 2 drops of 9 Dragon Blood Essence, but also a cultivation technique and a martial technique. That cultivation technique is the true War Dragon technique that you're cultivating. It's a God-tier cultivation technique. There's also a martial technique that goes with the true War Dragon technique. It's called the 9 Dragons Heaven Treading Steps. It's also a God-tier martial technique. Nine Sun's supreme martial artist also felt a little embarrassed and quickly said, "What? Is there really a god-level martial technique?" Lu Ming's heart trembled. His eyes emitted a bright glow, like two bright suns. When he mentioned the god-level martial techniques and god-level elixirs, he was simply asking for too much. He never thought that the Nine Suns Supreme would really have god-level martial techniques. It was a divine martial technique, and its name seemed to be related to the Nine Dragons. Nine Suns Supreme Master waved his hand, and a secret manual flew out of the main hall. The secret manual was neither gold nor jade, and it was impossible to tell what material it was made of. This is the Nine Dragons' Heaven Stomping Steps. According to my speculation, it should be a martial technique created by the Nine Dragons. Its power is terrifying and boundless. Even I have never cultivated it before. You're really lucky. Nine Suns Supreme handed the manual to Lu Ming. Lu Ming hurriedly took it and opened it to read in joy. As soon as he flipped it open, it was as if he saw a real dragon with 9 claws walking in the sky. A terrifying aura acted on Lu Ming's body, and he felt excruciating pain all over his body as if he was about to be torn apart. At this time, the Nine Suns Supreme Master waved his hand and closed the Nine Dragons' Heaven Stomping Steps. Only then did the terrifying aura disappear. Brat, don't open it unless you're strong enough. Otherwise, you won't even know how you're going to die. The Supreme Master of the Nine Suns shouted coldly. Lu Ming broke out in a cold sweat. This was only a secret manual. It was too terrifying, right? Kid, this manual contains a trace of the Nine Dragons' chi. Ordinary people can't withstand it. Also, with your current cultivation and physical strength, you can't practice the Nine Dragons' heaven-treading steps at all. You can only start practicing it when you break through the first realm of Martial Ancestor Realm and your physical strength reaches the 4th grade. The Supreme Martial Artist of the Nine Suns warned. Many thanks, Senior. Lu Ming carefully put away the Nine Dragons' Heaven Stomping Steps, but he sighed in his heart. The requirements were too high. It was still alright to break through to the martial arts Grandmaster realm. Lu Ming believed that he would be able to break through soon. However, it would not be so easy to reach the 4th grade physical body. Although Lu Ming's physical body had reached the 3rd grade, it was very difficult for him to break through to the 4th grade. First of all, he had to have a technique that could allow him to cultivate his body to the 4th stage. At the same time, he also needed an opportunity. Otherwise, he might not be able to break through in several years. I must meet these conditions as soon as possible. Holding a god-level martial skill but not being able to cultivate it was not a good feeling. Alright, next, I'll help you conceal the aura of the Nine Dragon Blood Essence. Sit tight, relax your mind, and control the bloodline to appear. The Supreme Martial Artist of the Nine Suns instructed. Lu Ming nodded and sat down cross-legged. His body glowed as his spirit-devouring bloodline, no, it should be called the Nine Dragons Bloodline, emerged and floated quietly above Lu Ming's head. Let's go! The Nine Suns Supreme Master shouted. His body emitted endless light, and a sun appeared above his head. After a few breaths, another sun appeared. In the next minute, a total of 9 suns appeared around the Nine Suns Supreme. The 9 suns hovered around the Nine Suns Supreme, like the gods of the sun. Suppress, seal. 9 Dragons Bloodline. 9 Suns Supreme Master shouted. The 9 suns emitted endless light, which then rushed toward the 9 dragon bloodlines and covered them, forming a seal that sealed the aura of the 9 dragon bloodlines. Half an hour later, the 9 suns around 9 Suns Supreme Master suddenly disappeared. 9 Suns Supreme Master's body trembled and almost fell to the ground. Senior, are you all right? Lu Ming quickly stood up and supported 9 Suns Cosmos. The 9 Suns Supreme Master's face was pale, and his body had become much fainter, as if he would dissipate at any time. Sealing the bloodline of the 9 dragons requires a huge amount of energy. After I help you seal it, you will fall into a deep sleep not long after. Once you fall into a deep sleep, I don't know when you will wake up again. The Supreme Master of the Nine Suns heaved a long sigh. Senior, Lu Ming is unable to repay Senior's kindness. Lu Ming bowed to the Nine Suns Supreme with sincerity. You just need to avenge me. Also, I have to tell you something seriously. I can help you seal the aura of the Nine Dragon bloodline, but only for 10 years. After 10 years, my sealing power will dissipate. At that time, DE and Martial Emperor will sense you. So, you only have 10 years. In these 10 years, you must keep breaking through and growing. At least, you must have the ability to escape from DE's pursuit. Otherwise, everything will be over. The Nine Suns Supreme Martial Artist said solemnly. 10 years, only 10 years? Lu Ming's heart stirred. What's wrong? Don't you have the confidence? Supreme Nine Suns said. Of course. 10 years. That's enough time. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with a trace of fighting spirits. Good. Now, I'll subdue that blood demon while I'm at it. After all, you're still inside its body. The Martial Emperor of Nine Suns muttered. A wave of fluctuation was emitted from his body and he disappeared. Then, a blood-colored token appeared in his hand. He passed the blood-red token to Lu Ming and said, "This is the demon-suppressing token. You can use it to control the blood devils." "Alright, I've said all that I need to say. From now on, you'll have to depend on yourself." After saying that, Nine Suns Supreme Master staggered toward the main hall. "Senior, if Lu Ming's cultivation is successful in the future, I'll definitely think of a way to save you." Lu Ming shouted. "Save me? Even a martial emperor can't do it." Supreme Master of the Nine Suns sighed, then walked into the hall and disappeared. Chapter 273. Chapter 273, 10 Years, Martial Emperor. 549690339. Lu Ming sighed as he looked at the Nine Suns Supreme's lonely back. He was a supreme expert who had dominated the world, but he had ended up like this. It was a pity. 10 years, 10 years. Lu Ming muttered. It was almost impossible to grow to the point where he could compete with Martial Emperor DE in 10 years. The difference was too great. His cultivation was only at the 9th grade Great Martial Master realm. Above the Martial Grandmaster realm were the Martial Ancestor realm, the Martial King realm, and the Spiritual God realm. Above the 3 Spiritual God realms was the Martial Emperor realm. There was a difference of 6 major realms. The difference was too great. No matter how difficult it is, I have to try my best. If I don't try, how do I know it won't work? Lu Ming's eyes were filled with determination. Then he looked at Xianxia, who was still unconscious. We can't let anyone else know about the Nine Suns Supreme. Who knows if Martial Emperor D will notice? Let's leave this place first. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. Then he walked over and pulled Xianxia along. With a thought, they disappeared from the Supreme Shrine. Roar! The blood demon's roar shook the heavens and earth. As soon as they left the Supreme Shrine, Lu Ming realized that they were not in the blood demon's stomach but on its back. The blood demon felt that there were 2 more people on his back. He immediately flew into a rage and roared repeatedly. The blood chi surged and swept towards Lu Ming and Xianxia. Demon Suppressing Token. Lu Ming waved his hand and the demon suppressing token appeared. It floated in the air automatically. An invisible wave was emitted and surged toward the blood demon. Roar! The blood demon roared, as if it was extremely frightened. It let out a low wail and finally knelt down. Submissive. Lu Ming was pleasantly surprised. At the same time, he was amazed by the Nine Suns Cosmos methods. The Nine Suns Supreme was just a wisp of soul. He was already at the end of his life when he helped him seal the bloodline of the 9 dragons. Under such circumstances, he could make the blood demon submit to him by simply condensing a demon suppressing token. The power of his means was already incredible. Let's continue forward. Lu Ming patted the blood demon. Roar! The blood demon growled, got up, and continued to run forward. The blood demon was obviously the overlord of this area. With him leading the way, this area was unimpeded. Am I dead? Suddenly, Xianxia shouted and jumped up from the blood demon's back. His big black eyes looked around. The next moment he saw Lu Ming and could not help but call out, Lu Ming, you're dead too? We're in the netherworld? It's all your fault, but I still have an unfulfilled wish. Xianxia closed his eyes and sighed. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. He was stunned for a while before he said, Who said I'm dead? I'm still alive and well. You didn't die? Then why are you with me? I know. Did you capture my soul? What do you want to do? You won't even let go of my soul, you despicable, shameless, perverted pervert. As soon as Xianxia heard that Lu Ming was not dead, he began to curse and his body kept shrinking back. This. Lu Ming was completely dumbfounded. He stared at Xianxia in a daze. Xianxia's eyes widened as he looked at Lu Ming warily. After a while, he realized that something was wrong. He looked around and shouted, So, I'm not dead either. Not good. How are we going to get on the blood devil's back? Let's think of a way to get out of this place. Escape? If you want to run, run. Lu Ming sat there calmly, looking calm and relaxed. You're not running. Xianxia's eyes turned and he felt that something was wrong. Of course not. With this blood devil leading the way, what's the point of running? Lu Ming said indifferently. Blood devil leading the way? Wait, what's going on? Why isn't the blood devil attacking us? Xianxia noticed that the blood demon had been moving obediently, unlike the previous time when it would pounce on them. Don't worry, I've already subdued it. Lu Ming said indifferently. Subdued by you? How is that possible? You think you can subdue this blood devil? Xianxia asked a series of questions. She would never believe him. This blood demon was extremely ferocious and powerful. She estimated that even if it had not reached the level of a martial king, it was not far from it. Could Lu Ming subdue it? How was that possible? But the next moment, her beautiful eyes suddenly widened. Lu Ming said lightly, Little blood, stop. Then, the blood demon stopped and growled in a low voice, seemingly trying to please Lu Ming. Little blood, get down. With another light sentence, blood devil obediently lay down. Xianxia's eyes were about to pop out, and his mouth was so wide open that a duck egg could be stuffed in. Her beautiful face was filled with disbelief. The blood demon had actually been subdued by Lu Ming. Moreover, it was the kind that was obedient. Most importantly, what did Lu Ming call the blood demon? Little blood. Xianxia felt like he was in a mess. What do you think? Don't you admire me? Do you have the urge to repay me with your body? Seeing Xianxia's expression, Lu Ming felt extremely pleased. He laughed heartily with a smug expression on his face. His smile was so wide that it almost reached his ears. Promise your head. Who knows what kind of despicable method you used to subdue this blood devil? You are a despicable bastard. One day, I will step on you. Xianxia snorted coldly and glared at Lu Ming a few times. Then, he turned around and did not look at Lu Ming. However, she was still shocked and curious about Lu Ming. She did not know what method Lu Ming had used to subdue the blood demon. Lu Ming smiled. He knew Xianxia's temper and could not be bothered to argue with her. Then, the blood demon continued on its way. Lu Ming and Xianxia sat cross-legged on the blood demon's back, channeling and healing their injuries. About half a day later, the scenery in front of them changed. In front of them, a huge, semicircular light screen enveloped them. Lu Ming and the rest were inside this semicircular light screen. It was a huge inscription formation. It was only then that Lu Ming found out that the Blood Realm and Devil's Den was in a huge inscription array. No wonder he couldn't tell the direction the moment he entered the formation. The only difference was that there was a stone door here. The stone door was huge and was tightly shut, embedded in the light screen. This stone door might be the exit. Lu Ming made a guess. He ordered Blood Demon to charge forward. Roar! Suddenly, two earth-shaking roars came from the huge stone door. The stone door glowed, and two huge strange beasts appeared in front of the stone door. These two strange beasts were incomparably huge, and their entire bodies emitted a blood-red radiance. The moment it appeared, it glared at Lu Ming and the rest. Lu Ming's expression changed and he immediately shouted, "Little Blood, destroy them!" Roar! The Blood Demon let out a furious roar and rushed toward the two strange beasts. Lu Ming and Xianxia jumped down from the Blood Demon. Immediately, the three humongous creatures began to fight each other. The blood qi was boiling, and the battle was extremely intense. The two strange beasts were also extremely powerful, but unfortunately, they were still inferior to the Blood Demon. Soon, the two beasts were torn apart by the Blood Demon and swallowed in a few bites. Chapter 274. Chapter 274, The Ruins of the Cloud Emperor Palace. 549690339. After the two strange beasts were killed, the stone door no longer moved. "Little Blood, break the stone door!" Lu Ming shouted. The Blood Demon roared and ran toward the stone gate. Boom! It slammed heavily against the stone door, causing it to shake violently. The entire world seemed to be shaking. However, the stone door did not open. "Continue!" Lu Ming shouted. The Blood Demon continued to attack, and the stone door kept shaking. Finally, it slowly opened a gap. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to hear a deafening roar from outside the stone door. What's going on? Lu Ming frowned. But he didn't have time to think too much. He strode forward and shouted, "Let's go out." Xianxia followed closely behind. Roar! At this moment, the Blood Demon roared loudly and stopped in its tracks. A thought was transmitted into Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming roughly understood what the Blood Demon meant. It grew up here and could not get out at all. Once it got out, it would be turned into ashes. Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. If such a powerful Blood Demon were to follow them out, he would be able to sweep through the blazing Sun Empire. He might even be able to attack the omnidirectional sword sect. What a pity! Lu Ming roared in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He could only abandon the Blood Demon and rush towards the stone door with Xianxia. The stone door was too big. Although it was only opened a crack, it was enough for two people to pass through. Buzz! Buzz! The two of them moved like the wind. As soon as they passed through the stone door, they felt the world spin. The next moment, they found themselves standing on a hill. Behind him, a blood-colored mist filled the air. It was clearly the Blood Realm and Devil's Denver. In front of him were green mountains and clear waters, full of life. However, at this moment, the mountain peak in front of them trembled. A blood-colored pillar of light shot up into the sky, piercing through the clouds. It could be seen from 100 miles away. Boom, boom, boom. On the side, another mountain peak trembled. Immediately after, another blood-colored light pillar shot out, stirring up the wind and clouds. Lu Ming and Xianxia were both dumbfounded. Where was this place? Why did he look so unfamiliar? And this blood-red light pillar, could it be caused by them opening the huge stone door? Buzz! Buzz! At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard, and a few figures appeared in the sky. They were a few middle-aged men. The aura on their bodies was as thick as a mountain. They were obviously strong practitioners of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. There's a change outside the Blood Realm and Devil's Cave. Is there a rare treasure coming into being? Hurry up and inform the sect. The few burly men muttered to themselves ears. Then, they stepped on the air and disappeared. However, not long after, more people came. Some of them came by stepping on the air. They were all martial arts grandmasters, and there were also some martial artists in the grandmaster realm. Through the conversation of these people, Lu Ming learned a fact that made him dumbfounded. This place was actually not within the Blazing Sun Empire's territory, but on the other side of the desolate wilderness, the border between the Blood Zhao Empire and the Yin Moon Empire. Lu Ming and the rest had actually run in the wrong direction. Lu Ming did not know whether to laugh or cry. He and Xianxia stared at each other. Boom, boom, boom. The shaking became more and more intense. In the end, a total of 9 blood-red light pillars appeared and shot into the sky. At this moment, there were already no less than 100 people gathered. This place is most likely the ruins of the ancient sect, the Cloud Emperor Palace. In the sky, a white-haired old man speculated. What? It's the ancient sect, Cloud Emperor Palace? Some people were shocked and expressed their doubts. That's a senior from the Great Sun House. His guess shouldn't be wrong. That's right. The Great Sun House is the #1 sect in the Blood Zhao. It has existed for a long time and is extremely knowledgeable. We can't compare to it. What a great opportunity. Some people were discussing excitedly. The ancient sect, Cloud Emperor Palace. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The Cloud Emperor Mountain Range was called the Cloud Emperor Mountain Range because of the Cloud Emperor Palace, which showed how powerful the Cloud Emperor Palace was. This place was actually the ruins of the Cloud Emperor Palace. Lu Ming definitely had to explore and did not want to miss it. Everyone waited in silence. Lu Ming and Xianxia sat cross-legged at the side, healing their injuries while waiting. As time passed, more and more people arrived. It was obvious that the news had already spread. 7 days later, there was already a sea of people in all directions. Even the sky was filled with people. Some were from the Blood Zhao Empire, and some were from the Yinyu Empire. Of course, most of them were from the Blood Zhao Empire. Lu Ming sighed to himself. The Blood Zhao Empire was indeed powerful. Those standing in the air were all Grandmaster-level experts. There were no less than 1,000 of them. The Blood Zhao Empire was indeed a mid-tier empire. It was extremely terrifying. The Great Sun Mansion has sent hundreds of experts and core elders. It seems that we won't get a share in the remains of the Cloud Emperor Palace. That's right. Many experts from the other sects of Blood Zhao have also come. Even the royal family of the Dark Moon Empire has come. There are also many young experts, such as the 50 super rookies of the Blood Zhao Empire and the experts of the 9 heroes of the Dark Moon Empire. Nearby, the sounds of discussion could be heard from time to time. Gah! At this moment, a sharp cry resounded through the sky. It was extremely ear-piercing. Then, a huge crow appeared in the sky. This crow was extremely huge, with a wingspan of 30 meters. Its body was covered in blazing flames, and the demonic chi on its body was soaring. It was a terrifying level 4 demonic beast. A level 4 demonic beast was equivalent to a martial arts grandmaster. On the back of the crow stood a young man in his 20s. He was wearing a fiery red robe with a big sun embroidered on it. His hands were placed behind his back as he looked at the blood-colored light pillars. He had an aura of disdain. Yang Liuji, this person is Yang Liuji? Yang Liuji, who is ranked 33rd on the Cloud Emperor board. Who else could it be besides him? Even the geniuses of the Cloud Emperor ranking are here. There was a commotion in the crowd. Clearly, the name of the 6 extremes of Yang had shaken the hearts of the people. Number 33 on the Cloud Emperor board? Is this man stronger than Qiu Changkong? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The 36 geniuses on Emperor Yun's list could be said to be the strongest 36 people of this generation in the 36 kingdoms of Emperor Yun. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days had passed. At this moment, Lu Ming and Xianxia's injuries had already healed. Boom! Suddenly, the 9 blood-red light pillars let out a violent roar. The light grew brighter and then actually gathered together. A moment later, the blood light disappeared and a huge black vortex appeared in the sky. This is the spatial teleportation path. It leads to the ruins of the Cloud Emperor Palace. Charge! Immediately, dozens of people rushed into the vortex. In the next moment, a blood-curdling screech was heard. More than half of the dozens of people suddenly exploded, and their blood and flesh splattered all over the ground. However, the other half of the people rushed into the whirlpool and disappeared. What's going on? How did this happen? Why is it that when someone died, someone else charged in? What are the restrictions? Everyone else on the scene stopped, not daring to rush into the vortex. An old man with a head full of white hair appeared in front of the vortex and carefully observed it. And NBSP, everyone recognized that he was a core elder of the Great Sun Mansion. The white-haired old man carefully observed it. After a while, he said, "If I'm not wrong, this place should be covered with inscriptions of time." Chapter 275. Chapter 275, Hell of Slaughter. 549690339. What? Time type inscription? Everyone was shocked. The inscription of time was a supreme inscription, and it was extremely difficult to master. According to this old man's guess, this place has an age limit. If you exceed a certain age, you will be killed by the inscription formation in the vortex. The white-haired old man said, "Then how many years can it take to enter and how many years can it not?" Someone asked. "The world is divided by the age of 30. Those under 30 are the younger generation, which is the golden age for cultivation. Therefore, I speculate that those under 30 can enter this place, and those above 30 can't." The white-haired old man said, 30 years old? I've already surpassed it. I'm just 31 years old. How unlucky. Many of those who were over 30 years old had a dejected look on their faces and cried out their bad luck. As for those who were below 30 years old, they revealed a look of joy. The stronger their cultivation base, the happier they were. Since the older generation could not enter, those with higher cultivation would naturally have the advantage. How could they not be happy? Charge! Immediately, some young men under the age of 30 rushed forward. As expected, they were fine and disappeared into the vortex one by one. Haha, ants like you also want to compete with me. Yang Liuji laughed arrogantly. He was the only genius on the Cloud Emperor ranking list who came here. Who could compete with him? He stepped into the vortex and disappeared. The other young men also rushed in like bees. Lu Ming estimated that there were at least thousands of people. During this period, there were also those over 30 who didn't believe in luck and wanted to take a risk, but they were all killed by the inscription formation. After that, no one else above the age of 30 dared to try again. Let's go in as well, Lu Ming said to Xianxia. Xianxia nodded and charged into the vortex with Lu Ming. As he rushed into the vortex, he felt his head spin. The next moment, Lu Ming found himself standing at the foot of a mountain. In front of him was a vast mountain. Xianxia was right beside him. Not only that, but everyone seemed to have gathered at the foot of the mountain. At a glance, it was full of people. Boom! Suddenly, not far from Lu Ming, a great battle broke out. The people who had entered this place came from various forces. Some people already had enmity with each other, so it was very normal for a battle to break out when they met. A moment later, a young man was killed with a scream. However, at this moment, a change occurred. Inscriptions suddenly appeared in the sky and wrapped around the young man who had been killed. The next moment, a shocking scene appeared. The blood and essence of the young man's body were all extracted. Under the effect of the inscriptions, It turned into a blood-red crystal and fell to the ground. Are these blood-refining crystals? It's blood-refining crystals. It's true. I have them on me. What? It's unbelievable that a dead person would be refined into a blood-refining crystal. The entire place burst into an earth-shattering uproar. Lu Ming was also shocked. The blood-refining crystal and the blood-refining pill had similar effects. They were both used by warriors to awaken their second bloodline. The effect of a blood refinement crystal was similar to a blood refinement pill. We'll know once we try. Suddenly, a cold shout rang out. A sun appeared in the crowd and exploded. Miserable screams rang out continuously as more than a dozen people were killed. The next moment, a large number of runes appeared in the sky and wrapped around the corpses. Then, the blood of the corpses was extracted and refined into blood-refining crystals. It really was so. Many people gasped, and many people had bloodthirsty looks in their eyes. Kill! Kill! Immediately, someone roared and charged at the people around him. Not good, let's go. There were also people who shouted as they madly rushed towards the vast mountains. The scene was in chaos, and the smell of blood filled the air. Dense runes appeared in the sky, and the blood of those who were killed all turned into blood-refining crystals. Kill! There were also people who charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming swept out his long spear and clashed with the other party. The other party was forced back. Xianxia, let's go. We'll rush into those mountains. Lu Ming shouted. There were too many geniuses who had entered this time. Most of them were young experts from the Blood Zhao Empire. There were many young experts in the martial ancestor realm. With Lu Ming's combat strength, he could only be ranked in the middle and had to retreat for the time being. The two of them rushed towards the vast mountain with all their might. Not long after, they rushed into the mountain and continued to run towards the depths of the mountain. Behind them, there were people continuously rushing into the mountain. Thousands of people were scattered in the vast mountains. Lu Ming and Xianxia ran for more than 200 miles before they stopped. For the next period of time, this place will become a hell of slaughter. Lu Ming said softly. One could imagine how crazy it was to turn someone's life into blood-refining crystals. The youths who entered would definitely hunt each other down. Although the young martial ancestor realm experts did not have any use for blood-refining crystals, they could still sell them for a shocking price. Lu Ming, we have to break through to the martial ancestor realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, we'll be in a very passive position. Xianxia said. In this unfamiliar environment, they were facing strong enemies everywhere. The relationship between the two of them had unknowingly become closer. That's right, but it's not easy to make a breakthrough. Let's look around and see if there are any treasures. Lu Ming said. The two of them randomly chose a direction and ran forward. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp air-piercing sound was heard, and several sword chi flew toward the two of them. There was a sneak attack. Their expressions changed and they dodged the attack. Then, with a flash, 8 figures appeared and surrounded the two. You two are unlucky. Now, turn into our blood-refining crystals. The leader of the 8 people, a young man, coldly said. This person was the strongest among the 8. The aura on his body was extremely thick, and he was an expert in the first realm of the martial ancestor realm. The other 7 were all 9th grade great martial masters. 6th senior brother, this woman is extremely beautiful. It's such a pity to kill her just like this. Why don't you let me play with her first before killing her? One of them was a short and chubby young man. He looked at Xianxia with a perverted look in his eyes. His crotch was bulging. Fatso Lu, put away your perverted thoughts. What kind of place is this? Let's end this quickly, or else we won't even know how we died. The 6th brother scolded. The chunky young man laughed a few times, but when he looked at Xianxia, the fire in his eyes grew stronger. He didn't notice the killing intent in Xianxia's eyes. This fellow is really pitiful. Lu Ming shook his head. In his heart, he was already mourning for this fatty. He even dared to molest the little devil, Xianxia. He was really looking for death. You're dead. As expected, Xianxia's voice was cold. What? I'm dead? You want to kill me? Ha, what a joke. Didn't you see that my sixth senior brother is a martial grandmaster powerhouse? You are just a great martial master. You want to kill me in front of a martial grandmaster? What a joke. My precious. The chunky young man started to be arrogant, but before he could finish his words, he let out a shrill scream. Chapter 276. Chapter 276. Chapter 276 Tower. 549690339. The chunky young man screamed at the top of his lungs. He was screaming in a terrible way, and the fat on his body was shaking. There was a pool of blood at his crotch, and his thing was gone. Lu Ming's pants tightened involuntarily. He had seen it clearly just now. With a snap of Xianxing's fingers, a black lotus petal flew out and cut off the chunky young man's thing. When the other young men saw this, they also felt a chill down their spines. Ah, sixth senior brother, avenge me. The chunky young man continued to scream. Bitch, you're looking for death. Attack and kill them. The sixth senior brother roared and charged at Lu Ming. He wanted to get rid of Lu Ming first, then torture Xianxia. Human Dao Palm. Lu Ming could not be bothered to waste his breath. He immediately used his strongest move. A huge palm print suddenly formed above the sixth brother's head and slammed down. The power was so strong that it was shocking. The sixth senior brother was shocked. He had never expected Lu Ming's attack to be so terrifying. He immediately burst out with all his strength to resist this move. Bang! With a loud bang, sixth brother was directly blown into the soil, and a big pit was blown out on the ground. When the smoke and dust disappeared, sixth brother was lying in the pit like a pool of mud, dying. The other 6 young men were stunned. Then they trembled and broke out in cold sweat. One move to deal with the sixth senior brother, who was a martial grandmaster. Was this still a martial artist in the grandmaster realm? The chunky youth even forgot to scream as he widened his eyes in fear. Run! One of the young men shouted, and the other 6 turned around and ran. Wait for me! The short and fat youth screamed, but his crotch was in so much pain that he couldn't run fast. He was so anxious that tears were about to flow out. You want to run? Do you think you can run? Xianxing's voice was as cold as the winter snow. She waved her hands and black lotus petals flew out. The short and fat young man was the first to be killed. He didn't even have the chance to scream. Shio! Shio! The petals tore through the air, sharper than the sharpest blade. Screams were heard again and again. In a few breaths, all 6 young men were killed. At this time, the 6th brother was no longer breathing. Inscriptions appeared in the sky and extracted the blood from the corpses, forming blood-refining crystals. However, not everyone could condense a blood-refining crystal. Lu Ming realized that only martial artists with 5th-level blood vessels could condense a blood-refining crystal. Those with blood vessels below level 5 would have their blood qi dispersed before they could even form a blood-refining crystal. One of the young men had a 6th-level blood meridian and had actually condensed 2 blood-refining crystals. As for the 6th senior brother, he was a martial arts grandmaster and had awakened his 2nd bloodline. His 2nd bloodline was an ordinary level 9 bloodline, and he had condensed 16 blood-refining crystals at once. The number of blood-refining crystals condensed would double with each level of bloodline, and it had nothing to do with cultivation. There were 8 of them, so they managed to form a total of 22 blood-refining crystals. Lu Ming and Xianxia split the crystals equally, so they each got 11. Then the 2 of them left the place. Along the way, the 2 of them were ambushed a few more times. However, the strongest of the enemies was only in the first stage of the martial ancestor realm. They were all killed by the two of them, and each of them obtained a dozen blood refining crystals. Although Lu Ming had 4,000 blood refinement pills, the more the better. Secondly, the more blood he accumulated, the higher the possibility of awakening a higher-level blood meridian. According to the Nine Suns Supreme Master, his first bloodline was awakened because of the Nine Dragons' blood essence. However, his second bloodline had nothing to do with the Nine Dragons' blood essence. It was his own bloodline that had awakened. Lu Ming's blood meridian was not too advanced. Lu Yao had deprived him of his blood meridian and awakened a fifth-level blood meridian. From this, it could be seen that Lu Ming's first blood meridian was not higher than the fifth level. Therefore, his second bloodline might not be too powerful, so he would need a large number of blood refinement pills and blood refinement crystals. The second bloodline was very special. Some people might not have even used a blood refining pill or other treasures to supplement their bloodline potential, but they could still awaken an extremely high-level bloodline. However, it was not absolute. The chances of awakening a high-level bloodline were much higher after taking blood refining pills or blood refining crystals. Half an hour later, the two of them appeared in front of a huge building that was 7 stories high. This building was shaped like a tower. In front of the tower stood more than 100 young men. They were facing each other and staring at the tower. The tower's door was tightly shut. I've tried it just now. This door is extremely heavy and can't be opened by one or several people. I suggest that we work together to open the door. As for the treasures inside, let's let strength speak for itself. A young man in a brocade robe called out. Who knows if you'll attack us when we open the door? I'm not at ease. A skinny monkey-like young man shouted. If you're still worried, you can get lost. The youth in the brocade robe was very domineering. You fuck. The skinny monkey-like young man's face turned ugly, but he didn't dare to refute. He wants the treasure but doesn't have the guts. He's destined to be a good-for-nothing with no future in his life. The youth in the brocade robe mocked. He then glanced at the others and said, How is it? Do you want to work together to open the tower's gate? All right, I agree to help you. I also agree. Almost everyone agreed. If he wanted to obtain the treasures inside, he had to open the door first. Attack together. The young man in the brocade robe shouted and threw out a powerful punch. Attack! The others also made their moves. Suddenly, all kinds of sword chi, blade light, fist force, palm wind, and so on were blasted toward the tower's door. Boom, boom, boom. The building rumbled and light flickered. Finally, with a loud bang, the door was blasted open. Buzz. Whoo. Immediately, dozens of people rushed towards the gate, afraid that the treasure would be taken away if they were a step slower. However, the next moment, a series of shrill screams rang out. There were dozens of people who had rushed into the gate, and at least 20 of them let out blood-curdling screams as their heads suddenly exploded. As for the other dozen or so people, they were all martial ancestor realm powerhouses. They were attacking their surroundings wildly, as if they were fighting something. Runes appeared in the sky, and the young men who were killed were all refined into blood-refining crystals. What's there? Someone shouted in fear outside the door. I don't know. I can't see clearly. It's too strange. I'd better not go in. Some people wanted to retreat. At that moment, the martial arts grandmaster powerhouses had already rushed in and disappeared. A type of blood-colored worm. Lu Ming's eyes were bright as he stared at the door. With his eyesight, he could still see the object of attack. It was a blood-red bug that was as thin as a hair and as large as a cicada. Its speed was so fast that it was invisible to the naked eye. Only a martial grandmaster would be able to discover it. This kind of blood cicada would cause one's head to explode as soon as it entered. Let's go in. The other martial arts grandmasters rushed in one after another. Lu Ming and Xianxia moved and followed the crowd. Buzz! As soon as he rushed in, a blood cicada shot at him. He swept out his spear and sent the blood cicada flying. Then he rushed in. Xianxia was the same. He followed Lu Ming. Chapter 277. Chapter 277, Yuan Ancient Spiritual Pill. 549690339. After Lu Ming rushed in, he picked up a few blood-refining crystals. Nest, how come those two great martial masters are so powerful? Outside, the Grandmaster Realm warriors were dumbfounded. After Lu Ming and Xianxia rushed in, they saw a wide staircase that led to the second floor. Without any hesitation, the two of them rushed up and found that there were empty chilaviers on the second floor. On the side of the chilaviers, there were a few dried corpses. It was obvious that they had been killed and their blood had been extracted to form blood-refining crystals. It was obvious that everything here had been looted by the people who had rushed in first. Hurry up and go. Get lost. Die. You're the one who's going to die. The scene was in chaos. Everyone wanted to rush up, so it was naturally chaotic. 7 or 8 people were fighting. Who? A young man wielding a battle axe swung his axe at Lu Ming. His cultivation of the first level of the martial ancestor realm was revealed. You really think I'm a pushover? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He struck out a palm, and a huge palm print blasted toward the young man. Bang! The young man's bones were broken, and he was thrown back, but he didn't die, because he also cultivated an earth-level martial skill, which blocked part of the power of the palm of humanity. Even so, the other young powerhouses were shocked and looked at Lu Ming with fear. Where did such a powerful great martial master come from? I've seen all the strongest great martial masters in the Blood Zhao Empire, but there's no such person. Someone said with a grave expression. The others looked at Lu Ming and Xianxia in fear. Lu Ming could not be bothered with them. He rushed to the third level with Xianxia. The third floor also had a few chilaviers, and the items on the chilaviers had also been ransacked. Lu Ming and Xianxia did not stop at all. They continued to rush up. The fourth level, the fifth level, the sixth level. All the way to the sixth floor, the two of them were always a step slower than the others and were completely robbed. When he reached the sixth level, he heard the sound of intense fighting. The sound came from the seventh level. The two of them charged forward without hesitation. Boom! Boom! On the seventh floor, there were 6 youths engaged in an intense battle. One of them was the youth in the brocade robe. This person's cultivation was at the second level of the martial ancestor realm, and he was definitely a genius. As for the other 5, they were all at the peak of the 1 Dan martial ancestor realm. The battle was extremely intense. The 6 of them were in a chaotic mess, but it was obvious that the youth in the brocade robe had the advantage. On the 7th floor, there were only 2 chilaviers with some jade bottles on them. On the shelf, it was written, Yuan Ancient Panaceas, Medium Lever 4 Elixir. Lu Ming's heart trembled. Then his eyes emitted a shocking glow. The Yuan Ancient Spiritual Pill was a medium lever 4 pill. It could increase one's cultivation very quickly. For a martial arts grandmaster, it was very useful. In the outside world, the price of the Yuan Ancient Panaceas was astonishingly high, and there was often a demand but no supply. I must get some. This way, my cultivation will reach the peak of the 9th grade Grandmaster realm in a short time. Then, I'll consume the blood refinement pills and blood refinement crystals to refine my bloodline and break through to the martial ancestor realm. Lu Ming's mind was racing. In this place, Lu Ming had no time to devour the blood essence of others. The blood essence of the warriors who died in battle had all been condensed into blood refining crystals. Without devouring the blood essence, Lu Ming's cultivation level could not be improved in a short time. The Yuan ancient spiritual pill appeared at the right time. You guys want to fight with me? You're looking for death. The young man in the brocade robe shouted. His eyes were like lightning, and his body emitted a strong purple light. He struck out with his palm, and it was a purple palm print. It was extremely powerful, and the other young men all retreated. Zisong, there are so many people here. How is it possible for you to take the Yuan ancient panaceas for yourself? Another young man called out. Oh really? Then I'll kill you first. Extreme purple golden dragon palm. Zisong let out a long roar. The purple light on his body was extremely dense. When it reached a certain level, the purple light actually turned into gold. He struck out a palm and a golden true dragon roared out. Bang! The young man was knocked away by the golden dragon. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and his aura was extremely weak. His eyes were filled with horror. Is it possible now? Zisong looked at the young man coldly, then looked at the others. The other 4 young men's expressions changed. Hurry up and get lost. If you don't, you'll end up like him. Zisong's aura was overbearing as he coldly looked at the others. Zisong, there are 4 of us. We might not be afraid of you even if we work together. A tall young man said unwillingly. As for Lu Ming and Xianxia, he had completely ignored them. Boom! As soon as the tall youth finished speaking, Zisong struck out a palm and a golden dragon rushed out. With a scream, the young man was torn in half by the golden dragon. His blood essence and blood were condensed into 16 blood refining crystals, which were put away by Zisong. You still want to join forces? This is the end. Zisong sneered. The remaining 3 people were extremely shocked. Zisong was too powerful. They were no match for him when he used his ultimate move. They looked at each other and finally retreated from the 6th floor unwillingly. Aren't you two going to get lost? Zisong looked at Lu Ming and Xianxia. Get lost? Get lost and let me see. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Instantly, Zisong's face darkened and he said, Kid, do you know the consequences of your words? Now, even if you want to leave, you can't. 2 mere great martial masters want to get their hands on the Yuan ancient panaceas? You're really delusional and don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Zisong looked down at Lu Ming from above and walked toward him. Brat, do you want to kill yourself or do you want me to do it? If I do it, you won't die so easily. Also, little girl, if you swear to be my concubine and serve me well for the rest of your life, I'll let you go. Zisong looked at Xianxia with a burning gaze. Xianxia's looks were indeed rare in the world. Any man who saw him would be moved. Do you think trash like you is worthy? Xianxia sneered. Since you refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit, then I'll send you both on your way together. Zisong's body burst out with cold killing intent and he slapped his palm at Lu Ming. A purple palm print surged over. Lu Ming's eyes flickered and he also struck out with his palm. The human Dao palm was formed. Boom! The 2 palm prints collided with a loud boom. Lu Ming's figure swayed slightly, while Zisong took 3 steps back before he could stabilize himself. At this moment, his face revealed a look of disbelief. A mere 9th grade great martial master could actually push him back with 1 palm. How was this possible? Then, an extremely cold killing intent burst out. He roared, damn it, go to hell. The purple light on Zisong's body was extremely dense. Then, it turned golden. He struck out with his palm and a golden true dragon pounced out. The golden true dragon's body was fused with a powerful Shi. Zisong's Shi was also very strong and had reached the small success stage. Chapter 278. Chapter 278, 50 Super Rookies of Blood Zhao. 549690339, Human Dao Palm. Lu Ming shouted and struck out with his palm again. Lu Ming had used all his strength and integrated the power of wind and fire into this palm. Boom! The palm of People Dao clashed with the golden dragon. A violent explosion was heard. Following that, the People Dao palm print shattered inch by inch. A terrifying force surged towards Lu Ming and he could not help but retreat. Zisong's combat strength was indeed extremely powerful. Lu Ming realized that as his cultivation level increased, the opponents he faced would also become stronger. When he was facing these young martial arts grandmasters, his advantage in many aspects was no longer as obvious. Almost all of these young martial grandmaster powerhouses had cultivated earth-rank martial arts techniques and comprehended force. Moreover, they had all mastered it. Although Lu Ming had a slight advantage in martial arts techniques and force, it was not big. Also, how could a martial grandmaster's cultivation technique be a yellow-grade cultivation technique? It was usually a black-grade upper-level cultivation technique, and it was not surprising that some people even cultivated an earth-grade cultivation technique. The higher the level of the cultivation technique, the thicker and more condensed the true qi cultivated would be. It was impossible for Lu Ming's essential qi to be 5 times more than these people. Therefore, his advantage was further reduced. It was even more difficult to fight above one's level. That was why Lu Ming was forced to retreat by Zisong. However, he did not know that Zisong was even more shocked. He was a peerless genius, not an ordinary second-grade martial arts grandmaster. He found it unbelievable that his full-powered palm strike only forced Lu Ming back and did not kill him. This brat's talent is even higher than mine. He can't be allowed to live in this world. Zisong roared in his heart and charged at Lu Ming again. Chi. At this moment, Xianxia also made his move. Black lotus flowers formed around her. The black petals danced and enveloped Zisong. At the same time, she waved her palms and a black palm print whistled out. Bitch, you're looking for death. Zisong shouted as he directed a portion of his power at Xianxia. Boom! Boom! Immediately, the 3 of them engaged in a great battle. Xianxia's combat strength was also extremely shocking. He was not any weaker than Lu Ming. The 2 of them joined forces and were evenly matched with Zisong. Zisong's face was extremely gloomy. The more the battle, the more frightened he was. The 3 of them fought, and their energy shot out in all directions. However, inscriptions appeared on the walls of the 7th floor, which absorbed most of the force. Otherwise, those Yuan ancient panaceas would have been shattered. In the blink of an eye, more than 50 moves had been exchanged. On the 6th floor, the 3 first-level martial arts grandmaster youths stood there. As they heard the violent boom coming from the 7th floor, the 3 of them looked at each other. Who was Zisong fighting with? Could it be the 9th grade Great Martial Master Realm couple from before? But how was that possible? 2 9th grade Great Martial Master Realm cultivators were able to fight Zisong to such an extent? Then what were they? Trash. They were in disbelief. But other than the young man and woman, there was no one else on top. The 3 of them decided to wait on the 6th floor. Die! Zisong roared angrily. The golden light around his body was boiling and extremely dense. He roared in his heart and wanted to kill Lu Ming and Xianxia, but he could not do it. After a while, the golden light on Zisong's body began to dissipate rapidly. Damn it. You 2 bastards, you bastard couple, just you wait. Zisong, swear I'm not a human if I don't kill you. Zisong bellowed in anger and waved his palm a few times, blocking Lu Ming and Xianxia's attacks. Then he ran towards the 6th floor and disappeared from the stairs in an instant. He had used up a lot of his essential qi to maintain the golden light. He could not hold on any longer and could only run. Otherwise, he would be killed by Lu Ming and Xianxia. On the 6th floor, the 3 young men were waiting. Suddenly, they saw Zi Song rushing down from the 7th floor at top speed. He ran down in a hurry. The three young men were stunned. Could it be that Zi Song has been defeated? The three young men looked at each other and gasped. Then, without any hesitation, they ran. On the 7th floor, Lu Ming and Xianxia scanned their surroundings. There were 2 Shilaviers in total, and each of them was filled with jade bottles, all of which were Yuan ancient panaceas. Let's split it half each. Lu Ming smiled and walked to one of the Shilaviers while Xianxia walked to the other. Lu Ming took a glance and calculated that there were 49 jade bottles in total. Lu Ming picked up a jade bottle. As soon as he opened it, he could smell a strong medicinal fragrance. In the jade bottle, there were 9 round, milky white pills. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He waved his hand and kept all the jade bottles into the supreme shrine. On the other side, Xianxia also put away the Yuan ancient panaceas with a smile on his face. With these Yuan ancient panaceas, I will be able to reach the martial arts grandmaster realm very soon. At that time, I will definitely trample you under my feet. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming and said fiercely. Lu Ming was speechless. Why did this girl keep thinking about this? Immediately, Xianxia led the way and walked down. Lu Ming smiled and followed closely behind. After going downstairs, there was no one on the lower floors. When the 2 of them left the pavilion, they found that the people outside had also left. No one knew how long they could stay in this secret realm, and no one was willing to waste time. Since this place was not suitable, they would definitely find another place. The 2 of them left the pavilion, randomly chose a direction, and ran at top speed. They wanted to find a secluded place to consume the Yuan ancient panaceas and improve their cultivation. Half an hour later, the 2 of them passed by a dilapidated palace. Hurry up and run. Zhao Hong, one of the 50 super rookies of the Blood Zhao Empire, is inside. A terrified shout came from the old palace. Immediately, more than 20 young men ran out of the dilapidated palace in horror. Die! A cold shout full of killing intent came from the dilapidated palace, and then a terrifying saber light burst out. Miserable shrieks were heard continuously. More than 20 young men had been killed by this blade. Runes filled the air as blood-refining crystals were formed. A young man with disheveled hair and a long blade on his back stepped forward. With a wave of his hand, he collected all the blood-refining crystals and looked forward. A sharp killing intent filled the air. 1,000 meters away, Lu Ming and Xianxia's expressions changed. Let's go! Lu Ming shouted and left the place with Xianxia. This young man was too strong. He was not someone the 2 of them could fight against. The Blood Zhao's 50 super rookies were geniuses on the same level as the Scorching Sun's 6 heroes. Zhao Hong's eyes flickered as he watched Lu Ming and Xianxia leave. He did not pursue them. Instead, he turned around and entered the dilapidated palace. 50 miles away, screams came from a valley. It's Duan Ling, one of the 9 heroes of the Dark Moon Empire. Don't kill me, he said. The next moment, a shocking sword chi burst out of the valley. More than a dozen young experts were killed by the sword and turned into blood-refining crystals. Regardless of whether it was the 1st or 2nd martial ancestor realm, none of them could escape the fate of death. Lu Ming and Xianxia, who saw this scene from afar, did not stop at all. They turned and left. A few hundred miles away from Lu Ming and the rest, Yang Liuji laughed out loud in the ruins. Around him, there were at least 50 corpses of young men lying there, their blood chi condensed into blood-refining crystals. In the secret realm, there was killing at all times. Only the strong could survive and seize opportunities. Chapter 279. Chapter 279. Beginning to Improve. 549690339. An hour later, the two of them appeared in a secluded valley. This place was very remote and deserted. It was a good place to cultivate. Without saying anything, the two of them sat down cross-legged, took out the Yuan ancient panaceas, and began to cultivate. He took out a jade bottle and opened the cap. Immediately, a medicinal fragrance filled the air. The Yuan ancient spiritual pill was a medium-level 4 medicinal pill. It was of great help to a martial arts grandmaster and was priceless. Lu Ming poured out one pill and swallowed it. In an instant, a powerful devouring force came from the 9 dragons' bloodline. The medicinal power of the Yuan ancient spirit pill was continuously devoured and refined. Before long, the medicinal effects of the pill were completely refined. Lu Ming felt that his cultivation level had increased by a level. The medicinal power of a Yuan ancient spiritual pill was at least dozens of times that of a class 9 level 3 demonic pill. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes and looked at Xianxia. He gasped when he saw the huge black lotus floating above Xianxia's head. This was obviously Xianxia's bloodline. However, there were 9 blood-red chakra rings shining around the black lotus. It was a breathtaking sight. A 9th level bloodline. Xianxia's bloodline had actually reached the 9th level. How terrifying! Xianxia had not broken through to Grandmaster and awakened his 2nd bloodline. In other words, her 1st bloodline had reached level 9. This little demoness bloodline is terrifyingly high. No wonder her combat strength is so strong. She's a true genius. Lu Ming sighed secretly. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen Xianxia's bloodline. Her 1st bloodline has already reached ordinary level 9. I wonder what level her 2nd bloodline will be? Lu Ming could not help but look forward to it. Lu Ming continued to refine the primordial spirit pill. The surging energy was constantly transformed into essential qi. Lu Ming's cultivation level was improving rapidly. Soon, the bottle of pills was refined and Lu Ming's cultivation was approaching the middle 9th grade Great Martial Master realm. Continue to refine the goo. Half a day later, Lu Ming had refined 12 bottles of pills in a row, and his cultivation had risen to the peak of the 9th grade Great Master realm. At the same time, Xianxia's cultivation had also reached the peak of 9th grade Great Martial Master. After reaching the peak of the 9th grade Great Martial Master realm, one could start to take blood refinement pills and blood refinement crystals to condense a 2nd bloodline and accumulate energy for the awakening of the 2nd bloodline. This process was known as blood solidification, also known as half grandmaster. During the blood solidification process, his blood qi was exuberant and even stronger than a peak 9th grade Great Martial Master. A blood refining crystal appeared in Xianxia's hand and she swallowed it. Immediately, her spine emitted a strong blood-red light. Lu Ming did not waste any time. He also took out a blood-refining crystal and swallowed it. As soon as the blood-refining crystal entered his mouth, it turned into blood qi energy, which was absorbed by his spine and began to condense under the 1st bloodline. A blood-red light began to appear in that place. As the blood qi poured in, it slowly became brighter. In a few breaths, the blood qi of a blood-refining crystal was completely absorbed. Lu Ming took out a few at once and swallowed them in one go. The blood-red light on his spine grew larger and brighter. Very soon, the dozens of blood-refining crystals that Lu Ming had obtained were all used up. Then he made a grabbing motion in the air and a bunch of blood refinement pills appeared. He stuffed them into his mouth. After a while, he grabbed another handful. At this moment, he suddenly realized that there was someone in front of him, and he couldn't help but open his eyes. He saw a pair of bright eyes staring at him in surprise. It was Xianxia. "What are you doing, Nest? I'm scared to death." Lu Ming shouted. Xianxia blinked his big eyes and asked, "You have blood refinement pills? How many do you have left?" "I do have blood refinement pills." "How many are none of your business?" Lu Ming said. "Can you give me some? Xianxia stammered, as if he found it difficult to speak. I won't give it to you. I'll give it to you so that you can break through and step on me in the future. Lu Ming firmly rejected the idea. Do you think that I can't step on you if you don't give me the blood refinement pill? Xianxia snorted and gritted his teeth, revealing a few white teeth. Then he turned around and walked to the side. However, in less than a minute, she came back and stared at Lu Ming with her big eyes. What do you want now? Lu Ming asked, feeling speechless. I'll buy it. I'll buy the blood refinement pill from you, okay? How many crystals do you want? You can also use treasures to exchange for it. Xianxia said. Oh, using treasures to exchange? That's fine. How about this? I'll tell you a few treasures, and if you have them, I'll exchange them. Lu Ming said. All right, go ahead. Xianxia said. Mysterious Yang Spirit, 10 square bone banner. Lu Ming listed 5 types of treasures in a row. These 5 heavenly materials and earthly treasures were all required to cultivate the 5th stage of the true war dragon technique. Unfortunately, Su and Xianxia both shook their heads, indicating that they didn't. If you don't have it, how can you exchange it? How about this? Give me some dragon essence or dragon essence, and I can exchange it with you. Lu Ming pursed his lips. I don't have dragon essence or dragon essence, but I do have a flood dragon bone bead. What do you think? Xianxia asked hopefully. What? Flood dragon bone bead? You really have one? Why don't you take it out and have a look? Lu Ming said anxiously. Xianxia's palm glowed, and the next moment, a fiery red bone bead the size of a baby's fist appeared in his palm. It's really a water dragon's bone bead. And it's a fire water dragon's bone bead. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Cultivating the true war dragon technique didn't necessarily require those materials. There were still some substitutes, but these substitutes were more precious. For example, the items on the true dragon's body were all priceless treasures. Having just one of them would allow the true war dragon technique to break through. Although flood dragons weren't true dragons, they had the bloodline of true dragons and were extremely rare mutants. They also had some functions. Lu Ming had only mentioned it casually. He did not expect Xianxia to really have such a treasure. Let me see. Lu Ming took the water dragon bone bead and studied it carefully. The flood dragon that produced this bone bead has a very profound cultivation base. As long as I have this bone bead and another material, I can successfully break through to the 5th stage of the true war dragon technique. Lu Ming thought in his heart. How is it? I'll exchange it for 2,000 blood refinement pills from you. Xianxia said. 2,000? You wish you're asking for too much. Lu Ming was shocked and shouted. This is a water dragon bone pearl. I spent a lot of money to get it. 2,000 blood refinement pills is not a lot. Xianxia said. 500, Lu Ming said. What? Aren't you cutting too much? 1,500, no less. Xianxia said through gritted teeth. 800, no more. Lu Ming's lips trembled. 1,200. 900. 1,000 blood refinement pills. I can't go any lower. If you go any lower, I won't trade anymore. Xianxia said viciously. Good deal. Lu Ming agreed with a look of heartache. Chapter 280. Chapter 280, Chapter 280 Burial Ground. 549690339. He took out 1,000 blood refinement pills and exchanged them for the dragon bone bead with Xianxia. Xianxia happily ran to the side to refine it. Lu Ming observed the water dragon's bone pearl and was overjoyed. He kept it and continued to consume the blood refinement pills. 2 days later, the remaining blood refinement pills were all refined by Lu Ming. A blood-red glow shot up from Lu Ming's spine. However, Lu Ming was not in a hurry to break through to the martial arts grandmaster realm. He felt that it was not enough. He still needed to continue refining treasures such as blood refinement pills and blood refinement crystals. At this moment, Xianxia was sitting cross-legged. The blood-red glow on his spine was even thicker than Lu Ming's, and there was a terrifying fluctuation. He did not refine as many blood refinement pills as Lu Ming, but his energy fluctuations were stronger than Lu Ming's. This was due to his talent. After a while, the blood light disappeared and a terrifying fluctuation was hidden. Xianxia opened his eyes. "Do you have any more blood refinement pills?" Xianxia asked the first question after finishing his cultivation. Lu Ming spread his hands. "I don't have any more. I think it's too little." "Then go and kill them. The others must have a lot of blood refining crystals." Xianxia's eyes flashed with a cold light. "Just what I wanted." Lu Ming smiled faintly. Then, the two of them left the place, chose a direction and ran away. 2 hours later, the two of them stopped at a barren mountain. The two of them felt that the second bloodline that had not been awakened was throbbing, as if it was attracted by something. "Over there." The two of them headed in that direction. 10 miles away, a boundless stone forest appeared. Stone pillars stood tall and upright. These stone pillars were carved into various shapes, such as tigers, lions, and walevers. There were even carvings of humans, true dragons, and so on. Buzz! Buzz! Many figures appeared in the surroundings and quickly rushed toward the stone forest. Boom! Boom! In the stone forest, there were constant rumbles. It was obvious that someone was fighting. Lu Ming and Xianxia looked at each other and rushed toward the stone forest. Die! At the side, a first-level martial arts grandmaster youth charged towards Lu Ming and was pierced through the heart by Lu Ming's spear. The young man's eyes were wide open in disbelief even as he died. Lu Ming was now infinitely close to becoming a martial arts grandmaster. He could be considered half a step away from becoming a grandmaster. He was much stronger than before. Lu Ming could kill an ordinary first-level martial arts grandmaster in one move. As soon as the young man died, his blood, qi, and essence were all condensed into blood-refining crystals. There were 16 of them, and Lu Ming collected them. At the same time, essential qi gushed out and Lu Ming took the young man's storage ring. As they continued to move forward, many people wanted to attack Lu Ming and Xianxia along the way, but they were all killed mercilessly by the two of them. The combination of my wind and fire force is extremely powerful, but it's only a combination and can't be completely fused. If the two forces can be completely fused, the power will be even more shocking. But how can I completely fuse the two types of Shi? If it works, then it'll be my trump card. As Lu Ming fought, he was thinking. Soon, the two of them had covered a distance of 10 miles, and the attraction to the bloodline was even stronger. Not long after, a pit appeared in front of them. All kinds of patterns were engraved around the pit. The two of them walked into the pit and immediately felt their blood run cold. In the pit, there were piles of white bones of all kinds of creatures, human-shaped and demonic beasts. Between the bones, there were blood-red crystals that gave off a blood-red glow. Blood-refining crystals. They were all blood-refining crystals. The thing that attracted their bloodline was the blood-refining crystal. This wasn't left behind in the present, but in ancient times. This place is a burial ground, and it's also a place for ancient sacrificial offerings. Xianxia seemed to be talking to himself as his voice trembled. Blood-refining crystals, they're blood-refining crystals. These are all mine. Many figures appeared in the surroundings, their eyes burning with fire as they looked down. Yours? You're looking for death. You're the one who's going to die. Whoosh! A few figures jumped into the pit and started fighting in the air. At this moment, Lu Ming and Xianxia had also jumped into the pit. Immediately, someone attacked him. Bang! Lu Ming cast a human path palm print and smashed the first-level martial arts grandmaster into a meat patty, which was then condensed into a blood-refining crystal in the air. Xianxia was also extremely powerful. A black lotus flew out and beheaded a first-level martial ancestor realm expert. As soon as the two of them landed, their true energy gushed out and swept away the blood-refining crystals. In just a few breaths, Lu Ming had collected hundreds of blood-refining crystals. There were still many of them as far as the eye could see. Some of them were even buried in the bone banner. Keep. Lu Ming and Xianxia collected them to their heart's content. Detestable. When the others saw this, their eyes turned red. They all stopped and rushed down to fight for the blood-refining crystals. 1. At this time, a blade light suddenly slashed down from above. Screams rang out as 5 or 6 young men were killed in one strike. Then, a young man with disheveled hair and a saber on his back appeared above the pit. "Zhao Hong, it's Zhao Hong. Hurry up and run." The remaining people were shocked and quickly flew into the sky, wanting to escape. However, the next moment, a saber light flashed, and those people were all cut in half in the air. Die! Zhao Hong glanced at Lu Ming and Xianxia in the pit and then slashed down. The blade light was pale and the killing intent was as cold as the winter snow, enveloping the two of them. Human Dao Palm. Great demonic palm. Lu Ming and Xianxia shouted and joined forces to fight the enemy. In the face of such a strong enemy, there was no need to hesitate. They could only join forces. Boom! With a loud boom, Lu Ming and Xianxia retreated backward. Zhao Hong's gaze flickered and he was slightly surprised. I didn't expect 2 great martial masters to be able to block my blade. It's rare in this world. But today you'll still die. Boom! A powerful aura burst out from Zhao Hong's body, and a saber light shot up into the sky like a waterfall. Slash! Then he slashed down. Retreat! Lu Ming and Xianxia did not even think and immediately retreated. Bang! Zhao Hong's blade slashed at the thousands of bones in the pit. The bones instantly shattered and shot out in all directions. Blood-refining crystals flew into the sky and then fell back down. Roar! At this moment, a change occurred. From the pit, under the thousands of white bones, a shocking roar suddenly came out. A terrifying, baleful aura surged out from under the white bones. Bang! Then, the white bones in the pit exploded, and a living being rushed out. This living being had a human form and was 3 meters tall. It was covered in green hair, had long and sharp nails, and had fangs in its mouth. Blood corpse. This living being was exactly the same as the blood corpse that Lu Ming and the rest had encountered in the Blood Realm's demonic cave. The only difference was that this blood corpse's eyes were golden, and the aura it gave off was much stronger than the blood corpses he had encountered in the Blood Realm and Devil's Denver. A fiendish aura filled the air. Roar! As soon as the golden-eyed blood corpse appeared, it pounced towards Zhao Hong. Its claws were as sharp as blades as it tried to grab Zhao Hong. Chapter 281. Chapter 281. I'm a proud son of the heavens. 549690339. You're looking for death. Zhao Hong shouted coldly as he slashed out with his blade. A sharp blade light slashed towards the golden-eyed blood corpse. Clang! The knife light and the nail collided, making a sound of metal clashing and sparks flying. Bang! A figure flew far away. It was Zhao Hong. He was no match for the golden-eyed blood zombie and was sent flying by its claw. Roar! The golden-eyed blood corpse roared and continued to chase after Zhao Hong. Its speed was as fast as lightning. Zhao Hong's expression was extremely unsightly. Blood was flowing out of the corner of his mouth. He had been injured by that move just now. At this moment, the golden-eyed blood zombie pounced on him. He did not dare to continue fighting. He turned and ran. The direction he ran in was the direction of Lu Ming and Xianxia. Not good, let's go. Lu Ming's expression changed. He and Xianxia turned around and ran. You two still dare to run? Stop quickly and help me stall this blood corpse. If you die in the hands of a blood corpse, you'll die a happy death, but if you fall into my hands, I'll make you beg for death. Zhao Hong shouted coldly in an overbearing manner. What do you mean by one of the 50 super rookies of the Blood Zhao Empire? I think he's a complete idiot. Little Qing, what do you think? Lu Ming said in a disdainful tone. Xianxia stumbled and almost fell. What did Lu Ming just call her? Little Qing. Xianxia's eyes glowed viciously as he glared at Lu Ming. Little Qing, is that guy an idiot? Lu Ming pretended not to know and continued to ask. Yes. Xianxia gritted his teeth and only managed to spit out one word after a long time. Lu Ming was clearly taking advantage of her. You're looking for death. Zhao Hong bellowed and was about to release his essential qi to slash at Lu Ming. However, his speed slowed down as he gathered his essential qi. The golden-eyed blood zombie caught up and slashed at him. Qi la. Even though Zhao Hong had escaped quickly, a piece of cloth was still caught. The piece of cloth that was caught happened to be on Zhao Hong's butt. Immediately, half of Zhao Hong's Snow White butt was exposed. Zhao Hong screamed and jumped forward as if he had been electrocuted. Only then did he escape the danger of being torn apart by the claw. However, the next moment he felt a chill on his butt. He turned his head and roared. Hey, why is that guy running in such a strange way? He keeps looking at his butt. Is he sick? Lu Ming's eyes were sharp. He noticed Zhao Hong's strange behavior and muttered. Zhao Hong's face was flushed red. His killing intent towards Lu Ming was so strong that it could not be dispersed. He frantically chased after Lu Ming and the golden-eyed blood corpse. Zhao Hong's speed was extremely fast and he was about to catch up to Lu Ming and Xianxia. Ah, go to hell, kid. With a beauty accompanying you, you won't be lonely on the road to hell. Zhao Hong sneered. His essential qi burst forth and he increased his speed to the maximum. He flew over the heads of Lu Ming and Su Lingyue arrogantly. Behind them, the golden-eyed blood corpse roared and glared at Lu Ming and Xianxia with murderous intent. What? At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly felt that the demon-suppressing seal given to him by the Nine Suns Supreme was glowing faintly. Could it be that after the demon-suppressing token subdued the blood demon, it still has the energy to subdue this golden-eyed blood corpse? Lu Ming had a thought. I don't care, I'll give it a try. Lu Ming suddenly stopped in his tracks. The demon-suppressing token had unknowingly appeared in his hands. Lu Ming, why did you stop? Xianxia was shocked. However, Lu Ming only smiled at her and did not explain. Damn it, Lu Ming. You can't die before I trample you under my feet. Xianxia gritted his teeth and stopped as well. He stood beside Lu Ming. Haha, these two bastards are probably scared silly. Zhao Hong ran madly and only stopped when he was 10 miles away. He stood high in the sky and looked from afar. Roar! The golden-eyed blood zombie roared angrily and was about to grab Lu Ming with its claws. Stop! The demon-suppressing token in Lu Ming's hand glowed and an invisible wave rushed toward the golden-eyed blood corpse. At the same time, Lu Ming shouted in his heart and turned into an invisible wave that rushed into the body of the golden-eyed blood corpse. All of this happened in silence. Even Xianxia, who was standing beside him, didn't notice it. At this moment, Xianxia's body was already covered in black lotus flowers. His true qi was at its maximum, ready to fight to the death. But suddenly, the golden-eyed blood corpse stopped and let out a low roar. It didn't continue to attack. I've succeeded. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Let's go back. Lu Ming gave another order in his heart. The next moment, the golden-eyed blood corpse growled in a low voice. It turned around and ran back. Then, it jumped into the pit and disappeared. Xianxia was dumbfounded. His eyes widened and he said, "This? What's going on?" "Ah, little Qing, can't you tell? I Lu Ming am blessed by the heavens. What golden-eyed blood corpse, if it doesn't run away obediently when it sees me, it won't dare to attack me." Lu Ming laughed maniacally, looking like a smug and narcissistic person. Tisk. Xianxia looked at him with disdain. He did not believe Lu Ming's nonsense at all. Then he gritted his teeth and said, "Lu Ming, I'm warning you. Don't call me Xiaoqing." "All right, little Qing." Lu Ming answered. "You." Xianxia gritted his teeth. He wanted to bite Lu Ming. In the distant sky, Zhao Hong was also dumbfounded. What's going on? Why didn't the golden-eyed blood corpse attack those two? Zhao Hong's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Does it mean that the golden-eyed blood corpse won't attack if I admit defeat? Zhao Hong's imagination ran wild. However, he didn't dare to move forward for a while. The golden-eyed blood corpse was too strong. In a head-on battle, he would be killed in a few moves. In the stone forest, Lu Ming glanced at Zhao Hong, who was in the distance. He sneered and said to Xianxia, "Let's go. There are still so many blood-refining crystals left. Let's take them all." "You're still going? Aren't you afraid of the golden-eyed blood corpse?" Xianxia hesitated. "What are you afraid of? I told you, I'm protected by the heavens. When the golden-eyed blood corpse sees me, it can't wait to run away. It won't dare to attack me. Don't worry, I'm here, it'll be fine." Lu Ming was full of nonsense and he strode forward proudly. Xianxia gritted his teeth and followed Lu Ming. When the two of them arrived at the pit, the golden-eyed blood corpse was still motionless. There was a smile on Lu Ming's face. He was not worried at all. He jumped into the pit and started to collect the blood-refining crystals. Seeing this, Xianxia also felt relieved. For some reason, he suddenly believed Lu Ming's words a little. "Bah, how is that possible? This guy is full of lies." Xianxia shook his head and began to collect blood-refining crystals. "I'm fine, I'm really fine." In the distance, Zhao Hong's mouth was so wide open that a goose egg could be stuffed in it when he saw this scene. "Should I go over there and kill those two and take the blood-refining crystals? No, I'm a genius with a bright future. How can I take risks so easily? I'll wait until those two guys have collected all the blood-refining crystals and come out. Then, I'll kill them and the blood-refining crystals will be mine." Zhao Hong calculated and was no longer in a hurry. He waited in the air. Collect, collect, collect. Lu Ming and Xianxia were extremely excited. A moment later, the two of them had collected more than 3,000 blood-refining crystals each. At this time, the blood-refining crystals in the pit were finally finished. Chapter 282. Chapter 282, The Sullen Zhao Hong. 549690339. What do we do? That guy is waiting for us outside. No matter which direction we go, he will probably chase us. Xianxia looked up at the sky and frowned. Why do we have to go out? We can just cultivate here. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He leaped onto the pit and sat cross-legged at the side. Cultivate here? Xianxia was in disbelief. Trust me. Lu Ming's voice was transmitted to Xianxia. Xianxia was skeptical. However, on second thought, Lu Ming had never been at a disadvantage before. Perhaps he really had a way. Gritting his teeth, Xianxia decided to go all out. He sat down cross-legged, took out a handful of blood-refining crystals, swallowed them, and began refining them. Lu Ming laughed and took a look at the sky. He took out a handful of blood-refining crystals and swallowed them, starting to refine them. In the sky, Zhao Hong was dumbfounded. He's actually refining blood crystals here? Damn it, damn it. Zhao Hong roared in his heart, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. In his opinion, all the blood-refining crystals here belonged to him. Now that Lu Ming and Xianxia were refining his blood-refining crystals, it was a heinous crime. However, he was still hesitant and did not go over. Very soon, Lu Ming had refined a handful of blood-refining crystals and took out another handful to refine. One after another, it did not take long for Lu Ming to refine hundreds of blood-refining crystals. Xianxia was about the same. That golden-eyed blood corpse hasn't appeared yet, so it should be fine. Smash it and die. Zhao Hong growled and flew toward Lu Ming. In a short while, he was close to Lu Ming. Is it finally here? The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He did not care and continued to cultivate. Xianxia was shocked and stood up to block. Little bastard, die. Zhao Hong roared and was about to slash down with his saber. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar came from the pit as the golden-eyed blood corpse charged out and attacked Zhao Hong. Bang! Caught off guard, Zhao Hong was hit by the golden-eyed blood zombie's claw. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his body flew far away. Roar! The golden-eyed blood corpse quickly charged toward Zhao Hong. What's going on? How did this happen? Those two bastards have been here for so long, collecting refined blood crystals and refining them. The golden-eyed blood corpse didn't even rush out, so why did it rush out as soon as I arrived? I'm not convinced. Zhao Hong roared in his heart. But he didn't dare to stay, so he turned and ran. The golden-eyed blood zombie clawed at Zhao Hong's pants, leaving a huge hole in his pants. Zhao Hong's Snow White butt was writhing in the air. Hey! Your butt is out again, huh? Eh? Why did I say again? Lu Ming laughed heartily. Xianxia's face turned red. He snorted and turned around. Zhao Hong let out a long cry. His hair was in a mess and his aura was shocking. However, he was met with the claw of the golden-eyed blood corpse. Buzz! The claw ray swept past and left 5 wounds on Zhao Hong's body. It was as if he had been cut by a blade, and blood was dripping from his body. Zhao Hong spat out a mouthful of blood. He was already injured and his speed had decreased. He could no longer escape from the golden-eyed blood corpse. If we're going to die, we'll die together. Zhao Hong howled and dashed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming got up and looked at him with a faint smile. A scene that made Zhao Hong vomit blood appeared. When the golden-eyed blood zombie rushed past Lu Ming, it did not even look at Lu Ming and continued to pursue him. Why? Zhao Hong bellowed in anger. He was unwilling and confused. However, it was useless. The golden-eyed blood corpse quickly caught up to him. No matter how talented he was still torn in half by the golden-eyed blood corpse after a few moves. Zhao Hong, one of the 50 super rookies of the Blood Zhao Empire, a genius on the same level as the Scorching Sun's 6 heroes, had died just like that in a state of unwillingness, doubt, and humiliation. His blood and essence were all converted into blood-refining crystals. 81 blood-refining crystals. Zhao Hong had refined a total of 81 blood-refining crystals. His second bloodline was a first-level king bloodline. Lu Ming kept all of them, including Zhao Hong's blood-refining crystals. Roar! The golden-eyed blood corpse growled and appeared beside Lu Ming. It stood there obediently. Xianxia was dumbfounded. She stared at him for a while and suddenly remembered that the powerful blood demon had also been obedient to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, do you have any way to subdue the demonic creature? Xianxia asked. Didn't I already tell you? I'm a proud son of the heavens and am blessed by the heavens. These demonic creatures will naturally be submissive when they see me. Lu Ming had a smug look on his face. He sized up Xianxia and said, How is it? Are you tempted? Why don't you be my bed-warming maid? If you follow me, you'll have endless benefits. Lu Ming had a smug look. Warm your head? I guess you must have some kind of treasure that can subdue demons. No way, one day I will step on you. Xianxia snorted coldly, turned his proud neck, and went to the side to refine the blood-refining crystals. Lu Ming chuckled and instructed the golden-eyed blood corpse to stand guard at the side. He then took out Zhao Hong's storage ring. Lu Ming put the rest aside and took out all the blood-refining crystals. There were more than 500 blood-refining crystals in Zhao Hong's storage ring. This meant that at least a few hundred young experts had died at Zhao Hong's hands. This time, Lu Ming benefited from it. Lu Ming and Xianxia focused on refining the blood crystals. During this time, other young men came, but they were scared away by the golden-eyed blood corpse. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. Lu Ming refined more than 3,000 blood-refining crystals. In total, Lu Ming had refined more than 6,000 blood refinement pills and blood refinement crystals. At this moment, Lu Ming's spine was glowing with a thick blood-red light. The blood qi seemed to have substance and was about to turn into drops of blood. That's enough. Now, break through the martial arts Grandmaster realm and awaken the second bloodline. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He waved his hand and hundreds of thousands of spiritual crystals appeared beside him. After that, he circulated the true war dragon technique. The vortex in his dantian spun rapidly, and the dragon-shaped true qi in his body surged. At his spine, his blood vessels surged, and his blood qi exploded. At this moment, Lu Ming's essence, energy, and spirit were condensed to the extreme. Boom! All of a sudden, a deafening roar came from within Lu Ming's body. A surge of essence energy surged up and soared into the clouds. Within a radius of dozens of miles, countless young experts looked over. The qi is soaring to the sky. Someone has broken through to Wu Zong. What a terrifying aura. This kind of power is too shocking. What kind of genius is he? When I broke through to Wu Zong, my essence qi was less than 1/5 of his. How terrifying. Many people were discussing and some even rushed over, but with the golden-eyed blood corpse, they couldn't step in. There were even some who wanted to force their way in but were killed by the golden-eyed blood zombies. The others didn't dare to force their way in anymore. The pillar of essence qi only disappeared after a long while. Devour! At that moment, Lu Ming's 9 dragons bloodline appeared. He opened his mouth and inhaled. Large pieces of spirit crystals exploded and were devoured by the 9 dragons bloodline, continuously transforming into Lu Ming's essential qi. The essential qi in Lu Ming's body continued to strengthen and improve. Chapter 283. Chapter 283, Breaking Through to Grandmaster, Second Bloodline. 549690339. Not long after, Lu Ming had absorbed at least 200,000 spiritual crystals and converted them into essential qi. Lu Ming felt that the essential qi in his body was 10 times stronger than before. The martial arts Grandmaster realm was really powerful. Lu Ming had already broken through to the first level of the martial ancestor realm. Bloodline, awaken. At this moment, Lu Ming's spine trembled and a rich blood-red light spread out. At his spine, there was an extremely rich blood-red light, as if something was about to break out of his body. Awaken! Lu Ming growled again. Bang! A bloody light exploded at his spine, and an object condensed. It was actually a stone tablet. The stone tablet was 10 meters tall and was suspended above Lu Ming's head. There seemed to be some words on the stone tablet, but they were blurry and unclear. This is my second bloodline? It was actually a stone tablet? Could it be a special bloodline? Lu Ming thought to himself. Buzz! The stone tablet trembled, and Esilavir chakra emerged. The Esilavir chakra represented a king-level bloodline. Esilavir chakra represented a first-class king-level bloodline. However, it was not over yet. The stone tablet shook again, and the second Esilavir chakra emerged, followed by the third. After the third Esilavir chakra appeared, there were no more chakra. The third-level king-level blood meridian was the final level of the second blood meridian that Lu Ming had awakened. The 3 Esilavir chakra glowed and were extremely dazzling. I've taken more than 6,000 blood refinement pills and blood refinement crystals. The bloodline I've awakened didn't disappoint me. Lu Ming revealed a smile. He was quite satisfied. With his talent, if he had not taken more than 6,000 blood refinement pills and blood refinement crystals, he would probably only be able to awaken a level 9 ordinary bloodline. It would be impossible for him to even reach the king level. Who? His second blood meridian vibrated and emitted a strong suction force. The boundless heaven-earth Yuan Qi was absorbed by Lu Ming and transformed into essential Qi. This was the king-level bloodline, which was extremely magical. When it was first awakened, it would have a chance to madly devour the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth, and then it would slowly calm down. I can't waste this opportunity. Lu Ming waved his hand and more than 200,000 spiritual crystals appeared in the surroundings. These spiritual crystals were obtained from killing other young masters. Bang, bang, bang. The spirit crystals exploded one by one and turned into rolling energy that was constantly absorbed and refined by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's cultivation soared like a rocket. It was not long before Lu Ming's cultivation level had broken through to the early stage of the first-level martial arts Grandmaster realm. However, this was not his limit and he was still increasing. An hour later, Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through to the peak of the first-grade martial ancestor realm. He was only a step away from the second-grade martial ancestor realm. At this time, the second bloodline finally calmed down and stopped absorbing the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth. Who? Lu Ming took in a deep breath. His eyes flickered and shot out like two long spears. Lu Ming smiled as he felt the almost endless essential Qi in his body. However, in terms of true Qi, he was much stronger than before. With a thought, the second bloodline was hidden. It's only a third-level king bloodline. What's there to be proud of? Watch me. Xianxia, who had been paying attention to Lu Ming's breakthrough, snorted and sat down cross-legged to continue refining the blood crystals. Lu Ming smiled and did not mind. He moved his hand and took out a jade bottle. It was the Yuan ancient panaceas. He still had dozens of bottles in his hands. He planned to use the Yuan ancient panaceas to raise his cultivation to the second level of the martial ancestor realm. When he opened the jade bottle, the bloodline of the 9 dragons appeared. He opened his mouth and sucked in all the 9 Yuan ancient panaceas in the bottle. The energy required to break through to the martial ancestor realm was even more terrifying. Even if there were too few Yuan ancient spiritual pills, they would not be of much use. Lu Ming might as well swallow the entire bottle. As Lu Ming refined the pill, he diverted some of his attention to observe Xianxia. An hour later, Xianxia stopped refining blood crystals and started to break through. With Xianxia's talent, breaking through to Wuzong was not a problem. Soon, she successfully broke through, and a terrifying essence Qi shot up into the sky. This essence Qi was not any smaller than Lu Ming's earlier one. It caused another commotion. The people nearby were extremely shocked. 2 streaks of essence Qi shot up into the sky in a row, and each one was extremely terrifying. Could it be that there were 2 monstrous geniuses breaking through here? Everyone was extremely curious. Boom. After Xianxia's breakthrough, he began to awaken his second bloodline. The blood light soared into the sky and was extremely dense, almost covering an area of several li. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. This blood aura was too shocking. The momentum was so great that it was 10 times stronger than before. No, it was more than that. The blood Qi swept out and churned. An astonishing pressure spread out. A moment later, the blood light dissipated, and a figure appeared above Xianxia's head. Yes, that's right. Xianxia's second bloodline was actually a human. It was a woman who was more than 10 meters tall, with graceful curves. She wore a black veil and sat cross-legged on a black lotus. The woman's appearance was unclear, but her figure was extremely good. She exuded an alluring aura everywhere, like a demoness. The most terrifying thing that stunned Lu Ming was that the woman's body was actually emitting 7 Esilavir chakras. A 7th-level king-level bloodline. Lu Ming's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He had a dumbfounded look on his face. He was too shocked. King-class bloodline was extremely difficult to awaken. For example, Duanmu Lin, the genius of the Duanmu family that was said to be able to surpass Feng Wuji in the future, only had a second-class king-class bloodline. Geniuses like the 6 heroes of the Scorching Sun would usually only awaken to the first level of the king class. Some people might even awaken more. From this, one could see how terrifying a 7th-level king was. Genius, this was a true genius. Xianxia clearly did not refine as many blood refinement pills and blood refinement crystals as Lu Ming, but the blood meridian he awakened was much stronger than Lu Ming's. This was a true monster. Even if Xianxia did not refine the blood crystal, he could probably awaken a 5th-level king bloodline. At this moment, Xianxia opened his eyes and shouted, "Swallow!" The heaven and earth spiritual qi in the area rushed towards Xianxia like a madman. The heaven and earth spiritual qi in a radius of dozens of miles was stirred up, and a strong wind seemed to be blowing in the air. What's going on? I can't absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth anymore. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth is being controlled by someone. Within a few dozen miles, exclamations rang out. At the same time, Xianxia waved his hand and a pile of spiritual crystals appeared. There were hundreds of thousands of them. All of them exploded and turned into a sea of spiritual qi, pouring into Xianxia. Xianxia's cultivation level rose rapidly. Early stage of martial ancestor realm 1 Dan, middle stage of martial ancestor realm 1 Dan. Very quickly, he reached the peak of the first stage of the martial ancestor realm. However, he did not stop. With a boom, he broke through the bottleneck and broke through to the second stage of the martial ancestor realms. Xianxia's cultivation continued to rise until he reached the peak of the second level of martial ancestor realm. This Jiao is too terrifying. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. When he broke through, it was already extremely rare for him to make use of the power of his newly awakened bloodline to rush to the peak of the martial ancestor realm 1 Dan. It was equivalent to a normal person's years of hard work. However, Xianxia was even more terrifying. He rushed straight to the peak of the second level of martial ancestor realm. This was a 7th-level king bloodline. Of course, this kind of improvement was a one-time thing. In the future, he would have to slowly cultivate. You're tuning into the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.